Don't check your dial, folks. You didn't tune into Transylvania's public access station. No, sir. Tonight is Halloween.
I did that, fuck. You lord ass.
Tonight is Halloween.
I can walk, I can talk, I can even shit my pants. Can you shit your pants?
We're like shrimp in an all-you-can-eat salad bar, and that thing ain't stopping till it's full. What did happen to the fellow that started this job? It didn't work out.
Tonight is Halloween.
Can you shit your pants? Playtime!
Tonight is Halloween.
Can you shit your pants? Playtime!
Tonight is Halloween.
Can you shit your pants? Playtime!
Tonight is Halloween.
Playtime!
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 194 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your demon host, the boogeyman, digging my way through this podcast hell to the top, and still the toxic offender, Moods, yeah. And of course, I have my two brother demons from hell with me in the studio tonight. First up, we have the Pumpkinhead, Mexicant, see shit with his burrito-filled eyes, especially clock, because he's always late to the game. Double Hollow Justin, aka JP. And last up, we have the Scarecrow, and his job is to scare off Americans from watching any Canadian cinema during the harvest season. The Candy Porn Parka, aka Dave. What's good, dudes?
Just hating on Canada.
Yep, thought so.
Mm-hmm. There was something else that came up that was Canadian the other day, and I was like, it's awful. And I was like, oh, shit. I couldn't remember what it was.
I'm pretty sure there is some good stuff up here. You're just getting the shit end of all the bad stuff. I mean, let's face it.
You guys make it real easy to hate Canada with guys like Christian hating on Ghoulies 3. Ghoulies go to college? Come on. You can't write great stuff like that anymore.
You know, me and Christian we differ in opinions quite often, but that's one that we do share. That movie is atrocious.
Really? You don't like Ghoulies Go to College?
Oh,
either?
dude, it's so frustrating to watch, man. I don't know what it is with that one, but...
What were you guys expecting?
Well, not much.
Don't go to college?
Not much. I don't know, but...
Man, I read a Ghoulies Go to College. Man, that shit was stupid. I wonder what was a name like that, man.
Well, it's meant to be stupid, but sometimes even stupid shit can be still... kind of funny.
Stupid?
I don't know, man. There's different levels of stupidness, I guess, man. Entertaining stupid.
Okay, but not Ghoulies Go to College.
No, man. I think I'd rather watch part 4. Fuck.
Oh, shut up, dude.
Oh, come on.
Jim Wynorski?
Now I'm just lying. I'm totally lying because part 4 sucks, dude.
Facetious as fuck. I'd rather watch Ghoulies 4. That's when people are like, I'd rather stick my head in blender.
Ghoulies 4 is just...
not a Ghoulies movie.
Man. Can you guys hear that?
Is that you farting or what's going on?
No, there's no whining from Jeremy.
Oh yeah.
It's bliss.
Are we gonna start the show?
I got through the intro without this guy fucking moving furniture.
We've already talked about it.
It's just my fucking seat. It's just my fucking seat. I guess I have to get a new fucking seat because it's so goddamn loud. Fuck you guys. Fuck you, JP.
Oh my god. Fuck, I had someone comment to me about 3 weeks ago and said, what the fuck does Jeremy do in the intros? You can hear him through everything I'm saying. Like when I'm editing, I'm laughing
all loud and
he's like hitting his mic and he's like moving around in his leather seat. I don't know what the fuck. He like can't sit still. The intro takes literally like 41 seconds. Like
he can't even mute his mic. It sounds like he's like a pervert breathing over me while I sleep. He's like,
I know. It's just
somebody
noticeable.
Commented on the last or I guess it was a couple episodes ago, the one that I missed, and he's like, Jeremy seems to like talk more when JP's not there. And then, but I remembered that when we did those, what's that?
He did do the news that episode. So yeah, he did talk a lot well. And actually, that was probably the best Jeremy had ever been on the show, man, to be honest.
Well, he
did a really good job
when you were gone and we did those like 2 shows without you, the one with Mike Merriman and the one with whatever. People were saying that back then too.
Yeah.
And I just think so it can't be me or you. It must be like if both of us are together.
He's just overwhelmed by having 2 other voices in the house, I guess.
Yeah.
One less voice means
it was me and Mike and him, and then it was like me and Derek and him, and it was fine. I think it's just me and you.
Could be.
Talk too fast in comparison. I think Derek and Mike are slower talkers. You know what I mean? Like they collect their thoughts, while everyone else is just like we all spit our thoughts out before we collect anything.
We're
like,
just always yelling into the mic. What did I just? I'm just yelling shit. You know?
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not even speaking coherently. I'm like pizza. And then I'll just say what I actually have to say.
Just saying anything that comes to mind.
Just they stop talking.
It's fucking awesome.
The best Jeremy is when like he's reading something, you guys correct him, and he's like, "Whatever."
But it's funny because he literally corrects
ironic.
me nonstop outside of the show.
It's so
yeah,
ironic.
like your spelling and grammar. So it's like revenge.
See, the irony is that he's constantly correcting people and stuff, but like it's just so thick because he's a Jew and he's literally the grammar Nazi.
Right.
Like, it's fucking hilarious to me, man. It's so funny. But we always say that to him, like, dude, are you serious, man? You get pissed off every time someone corrects you, but you constantly do this to everybody.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You guys are going to have to talk shit about me next show.
But those are the type of shit that
But
those are the type of things that I love about Jeremy, is that he's just, in a sense, he's so hypocritical, but then it's just so fucking stupid. It's hilarious that he does it.
Everybody's a hypocrite, though. Let's be honest.
But I mean, honestly, I think most people hate grammar Nazis. It's like when people people do that shit all the time. They're like, oh man, you fucking you spelled this wrong. I'm like, dude, it's a fucking Instagram post or whatever. Who gives a shit? I talked in slang. Like, you're really gonna sit there and just comment that the grammar was wrong?
Dude, I grew up with people who had like the
annoying.
worst like just grammar and English and like all this stuff. So like I can read through what anybody's trying to say and understand what they mean usually.
Yeah.
So I don't get my grammar is complete garbage, but I just am like, you can tell what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I used the wrong there, but you know what it means. Why does it matter?
It's hard though when somebody's arguing with you and they literally don't use one fucking proper like comma or word, and you're just like,
that's me.
Yeah, but it's hard to get. If you're like getting serious, it's just like, all right, I'm not gonna take this dude
it's because it's actually hard to. It's like I completely don't mind when people write in slang and do all that type of shit. But it's when the punctuation's so off, and you write like 45 lines and there isn't one period or colon or anything in there. I'm like, dude, you can't fucking read that properly. Like, you literally can't interpret it properly.
I can read it properly.
They had like a 500-word essay and it was 2 sentences on Letterboxd. I was like, dude,
I know,
bro, it's 2 sentences. There's like a 500-word essay here, man. It's 2 paragraphs.
Yeah, even if I'm writing in slang,
uses periods, doesn't he?
I don't know. Even if I'm writing in slang, I still try to punctuate properly so people can actually read it like in the way it's meant to be read. Yeah,
but usually if his words are like his reviews are wordy, they're going to have good punctuation. You know what I mean? There's no way he's going to write a wordy. He writes well. Like, I'm talking about a guy who literally writes fucking 500 sentences but only in like puts 2 periods. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
bro?
That's hard to read, man. That honestly is
bullshit.
Yeah.
I think you guys just don't have the brain capacity to put.
No, I don't have the time for this bullshit, dude. Nobody reads anymore.
No, I'm not trying to
waste
figure
my
shit
time
out.
reading half-ass reviews.
Nobody reads reviews, period.
I know. That's why when people make fun of like video or audio reviewers, like they're lazy, I'm like, dude, no one reads your shit.
Dude,
they look at you like it.
Nobody reads blogs anymore, dog.
No. Dude, if I'm going to spend my time reading something, it's going to be fucking Kat Ellinger or somebody who's fucking like has a doctorate in this shit.
Dude, that always makes me laugh.
I'm not reading fucking me writing something.
There's a couple YouTubers that I watch, and they do the same thing. They do like the short and long review, video version wise. And they're like, oh man, if you want a more in-depth, detailed review of this movie, go over to my website. And I'm like, no one's reading the in-depth review. Just talk about it right now. You're already on camera. Just fucking do it right here.
The only reviews I read is whenever it's something I'm interested in, and I read like the first sentence and I scroll down to see the rating.
Like I said, I'm only reading like legit people. Like, I know that sounds shitty to say. Like, I'll listen to your podcast, I'll watch your video reviews, but I just don't not have the time to sit and read your 400-word essay about an I Spit on Your Grave DVD, and half of it is you listing the credits that the other actors in.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you get there and I'm like, Brink Stevens, and then it'll list 10 movies that she's in. I'm like, I get it. I fucking, who Brink Stevens is, or you don't.
Yeah.
No, reading is kind of done for.
It's for the birds. Reading's for the birds.
Yeah, but like video and audio is popping.
Yeah.
Because you can do other shit. You can do other
clips.
shit while watching videos or listening to podcasts. You can't play games and read reviews.
And also you can edit in clips. You can edit like directly reference instead of writing the reference in your review. You can say this movie is filled with luscious, beautiful colors. And instead of saying, for example,
I thought
this
you were going
scene,
to say luscious, beautiful boobs.
well, that too. You can just show fucking like the scene with colors, or this movie has top-notch cinematography. Cut in the scene of Tenebrae when it goes up the fucking like house.
And then you got to deal with copyright strikes like you are right now.
Yep, always. Yeah,
I know. I mean, I would love to do it, but I just don't even try to go there. It's bad enough. I get flagged in every video.
All my videos could be video essays. I literally make them all video essays with clips from the movies only, but you can't do that because they're not even allowed to do that in Arrow's videos. A lot of them, you see, they use trailer clips. So I should just do that from now on. Just use only trailer clips. But
yeah, but I don't know. That takes up a lot of time.
It does take time. And then
it's so much
like this,
time.
and then people like video reviewers are lazy or audio reviewers are lazy. It's like, dude, you got somebody look at your paragraph and you posted it. I mean,
that's coming from the people that don't realize.
Legit videos take way more time than writing a review. Because usually, like some people even script their videos, so they're already writing.
Yeah. I can't do that. I got to go free ball it, you know.
Yeah.
I watch movies and then just fucking I pop it off the top, dude. You know, I have a game plan. I'm not going to go into the video and start talking about fucking burritos and shit like that.
Especially if you're doing like 20 movies, you got to have the order down. And shit.
But I mean, if you guys ever see my like, I have a format, man. I say the same shit in my intros. I have a form. I give a quick synopsis. I say, "Yo's my thoughts on the film, rate it." And I'm outie.
Yo,
exactly, man. I'm very. Oh man, dude, I'm so like. That's the OCD in me, man. Right? I have to have everything very much the same all the time. It's just fucked.
Well, some movies you want to get in depth with about the actors because that's the coolest part, or the story, how the movie was made. Sometimes the movie's story is great, or sometimes how it correlates to other movies. But sometimes there's not much to talk about on certain movies. It's just the way it is, you know.
Of course, depending on like what my thoughts are. Like, I mean, I think the longest review I've done so far in the 31 days was actually the movie that Tom and his daughter did. You know, I dare you
had
open your
vested
eyes.
interest as well in that.
Well, exactly, because the movie it didn't shock me that there was so much emotion and so much like, you know, just the elements that I know that Tom loves and Hope loves and you know in films put into this one. But man, like it was really well done, and it's a film that I, you know, would recommend to a lot of people. I don't know. I mean, I need to
watch it.
It's just so in depth with. I love the fact that they developed these characters so much. You know,
it's a 2020 then it counts. Yeah,
2020. But they developed the characters so much that when like you really feel the emotion, and that's what this movie is really about. You know, it's the emotion of you know, the reality and what's going on. I'm not going to spoil everything, but I do recommend checking it out. It's a really well designed film and well written, and Tom really does a great job acting. He actually stars as the father in this film. And he really kind of steals it. You can see the emotion in it, man. And I was like, fuck, man, this is really good. I mean, Hope started production on this when she was like 15. You know, it's crazy, dude. You know, and she's in the film a little bit. She plays Tom's son's kind of girlfriend in the film, more or less friend, but it's really good. Really good stuff. What's that?
And what's the title?
I Dare You to Open Your Eyes. You have a copy of it.
No, I know. I'm saying for the listeners.
Oh, I dare you.
You guys can check it out. I believe the physical is sold out, but it is available to rent.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That's good, though, because a lot of podcasts I'll be listening to for like 30 minutes and then they won't say the title. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's us. We do that.
You know, I never thought about it and I didn't mention it until I was thinking about it after. And I know Richard commented on the video, but he didn't say anything. But I swear, man, Heavy Metal Relay might have done the artwork for the movie. Because I know he's done artwork for a lot of
artwork.
Oh, well, that's the thing. That's his thing, right? He's a great artist. He does artwork.
Every
for
time
everything.
somebody says Richard, I just picture Chris Farley and Tommy Boy saying, Richard!
He's so humble. He even commented. He didn't say he did the artwork, but he might have actually done it now when I think about it. So, but I do highly recommend it. Check it out. It's a really well made indie film. You just don't see films like that in the indie world. Like, it's so emotional. It's crazy. It's really good.
I was, I actually, we were going to try to have her on, but, you know, our schedule's like so ridiculous with episodes and stuff like that. But yeah, I was very, like, just happy that she got a film made at such a young age. It's crazy. I think her first was a short.
It was about, Zombie Kids, I believe, was 30 minutes long, I think, which was really good, really well done too, actually. So
yeah, I actually have a copy of that to give away still. A Blu-ray
of I Dare You or Zombie?
of I Dare You. To
Oh,
Be
really?
Honest.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, because we
Make it into a
bought
contest.
what 3 copies from them. Yeah, we gotta have a contest.
All right, first one to punch. Who do we want to get punched in the face?
Cats.
Cats in the face.
How about we just give it to the random person who comments on the YouTube video?
Sounds good
What
to me.
about the Facebook post is probably better on the 22
fine,
Shots
we'll do
Mood Suit
Facebook
group page.
Okay.
Because some guy from fucking could just be an asshole on Mood's page.
Yeah, there are some assholes on Moody's page. That's for
So
sure. Yeah.
Facebook, at least they're in the 22 Shots
Yeah.
group.
When we
Everyone-
post this episode in the group page, leave a comment down below for a chance to win. Oops. Oh, by the way, Hopeless Pictures. What a great
Production company name, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
that we'll pick somebody at random and give the copy away because I've had it for a couple months and
I still got to send your DVD or Blu-ray.
I still have a copy of Takashi Miike's First Love to give away too on Blu-ray.
You can just give that to me.
You don't have it?
No,
Oh, it's fun as hell,
kidding.
man.
I got to send you the Dahmer still. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, send me that.
Oh, and also, you know who won the fucking Tone Joker won the fucking movies for me. The MVD rewinds. I got to
Really?
send him them.
Oh, cool,
Nice.
man. Cool. Yeah.
I added all my patrons to it, so he won.
Is that Muscle Dude?
Yeah, Muscle Dude won Mikey and Split Second on Blu-ray.
Haven't heard from Muscle Dude in a while.
No, that's Cholo the Whore, or the Whore Cholo. It's a different dude.
That's Muscle Dude.
Yeah, Tone Joker. I think I might have fucked that up before because I was thinking of him, but yeah, that's fucking the Whore Cholo.
Oh damn.
Tone Joker's a different guy.
Dude,
Yeah,
Who
Muscle
is-
Dude. Muscle Dude is the Whore
Joker.
Cholo. He's got a YouTube channel, but Tone Joker doesn't make videos. He's just very prevalent on Instagram and stuff. But yeah, he always commented on videos.
Dave, did you listen to Carrie?
yeah.
Are you gonna do Carrie now?
No, but I suggested right under you guys' post. You see that?
Yeah, do Larry.
Larry Talbot. Wolfman franchise. Do Larry. Do Larry.
Man, dude, so I put up the Carrie episode on YouTube that's about 4 hours ago, and it already has like half as many views as the fucking Wizard of Gore show.
Dude.
Like,
Dude, that's no one wanted Wizard of Gore. It's the show no one asked for, and no one wanted to do it.
well, I mean, it's literally like a third of the views already in 4 hours. So the last few shows have done so bad, but I kind of figured that Carrie might do better, or
I
just
didn't think it would really do that good because
Yeah,
it's one of the same movies.
I know, man.
But it is popular though. That's the thing.
That's what I'm thinking, though. I mean,
That person shared it who was telling you guys to do it originally.
Did they really?
No, I don't know.
No,
I was just
that
making a
would
joke
be-
that she's some big fucking Instagram influencer.
Oh,
Be
dude.
awesome.
Did you tag her? You didn't even tag her.
No,
You
I can't
fucking
find
lied,
her. I think
JP.
she's out of the group.
No.
We didn't do Carrie fast enough. Says
No,
she's
you
done.
guys probably fucking scared her out because everybody's like, it's a girl. Oh my god, do Carrie. Do Carrie.
So did anybody watch any interesting 2020 films recently since the last time we talked about it?
Possessor.
Is it good?
It was good. At first, I was kind of like, I liked it, but I had some issues, and then I was talking to James Cox, and because I had missed a little bit of the beginning, like getting situated and stuff like that, and then when he kind of was explaining a few issues that I had, it all came together. It just started coming together real good. And I was like, oh yeah, totally. That makes sense. And then I was like, yeah, that movie was great. So yeah, I think it's definitely a top 10er contender. For people like Moods, I think he'll really like it. It's similar. You could tell like some of the similarities from Brandon Cronenberg's first film, Antiviral, but he definitely improved too. And that movie was really good. So I think this one might be an improvement on it. The gore is really good. Like I said, there's penises in it. There's more penises than boobs. So like the penis to boob ratio is like really good. So you normally don't get that in horror
Wow.
films.
That's
Yeah, I think there's
weird.
2 erect penises and 1 flaccid. And there's only
Erect
one-
penis.
Erect
That'll get
penis?
one rating.
There's only
That'll
one
get
set
checked.
of boobs.
How
there
did
might
they-
be 2 sets of boobs.
How was that allowed in the theatrical?
It was
Really?
uncut. They showed an uncut. I saw it at a mainstream
Oh, so
AMC too.
So it
Or
wasn't
no, I didn't.
rated.
I saw it at Luxury Theater.
No
So
butts though.
It never went for rating. Okay, that's crazy.
No butts.
No butts.
There's a vagina.
Jesus, man. Okay, well this sounds
There's
interesting.
probably some butts, but yeah, it's a pretty cool movie. It's basically like, it feels like it might be set in the future, but it's definitely set with like higher technology. But it follows a group of basically assassins, and this happens right at the beginning of the movie, that basically can control, like they can go inside someone's body and possess them, and then they basically assassinate someone else and then bounce out of the body, so that they're basically using someone else to kill someone so they don't get in trouble for it.
Sounds very Cronenberg.
But yeah. But you can't
body horror, man. Yeah.
You can't get out unless you kill yourself. Like kill the person that you
the host. Kill the host.
Okay. I don't want to hear any more about it because it sounds awesome.
Yeah, okay. That does sound actually really good. I can't wait for those erect penises.
And by the way, that all happens at the beginning of the movie. Like it's like the first 10 minutes.
I watched that Argentina movie. It's fucking like Bacurau or something. Bacurau or Bacurau.
Was that on Netflix?
No, I bought the Blu-ray from Kino, and it has like Uday Kier in it. So it's a pretty good movie, pretty interesting film, but it's not necessarily a horror movie, but it's really weird. Like, basically a group of like crazy, like kind of gun nut violent people basically isolate this small town, and they want to kill everyone in the small town, and they use like high-tech technology to spy on them and do everything beforehand. But a lot of the movie is like learning who these people in the small town are, and you like learn their history a little bit, and they show like pictures from their little local museum, and you can tell that they have like some violence in their history and stuff. So, it doesn't go as planned, but it's a pretty good movie. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that sounds cool, man. I love me some Udo Kier. It's awesome he's still doing shit because he's got to be getting way up there in age. That guy's getting
there's a really funny part in the movie. I don't want to spoil it completely, but it's just some dialogue where these guys start arguing, and one guy calls him a Nazi, and he's like, what'd you say? And he's like, oh, I get it, German Nazi. He's like, let me ask you, how old are you? He's like, 34. He's like, man, I lived in this country. I left Germany 40 years ago so I'm more American than you. Because technically it's true. When people make fun of foreign people, they're like, fuck you. And there's like 70-year-old old guy, and he's lived in America for 50 years, and you're like 20. It's like, all right,
that's pretty good.
That's funny. One of the more interesting films I watched this week was Murder, Death, Koreatown. Anyone seen that one?
Was that good?
Yeah, it was really good. It's very, very authentic, man. Found footage type stuff. It's basically a very simple premise about a dude that's, he's kind of down on his shit, man. He's out of work and stuff, and a murder happens in a apartment building like across the way from him. So he decides to use his free time to investigate this. So he kind of goes over there and he notices a couple things that maybe the cops didn't notice and stuff. And then it just becomes this huge paranoia, of all these people that are involved, like all these pastors and all this type of shit. But the way the film is done, it's shot POV. You never even get to see the guy's face and stuff. But just the interviews and everything is so fucking authentic and stuff. And I kind of read on it a little bit, and it was done like that too. A lot of people weren't even like actors and shit. It's just look into it. It was really fucking cool, man. Really, really interesting premise. And I thought it was pretty decent outcome. So
I put the first 5 minutes on, and you're just trying to find something, you're not really in the mood. Jeremy was like, it's on Amazon. So I put it on, and the first 5 minutes was like screaming shitty metal. And I was like, nah, that's enough of you. I'm out.
Oh no, it's like nothing like that either. So.
Yeah, but it started out like that. I was like, and it's some asshole guy talking like, I was like, nah, man, I'm not going to do this right now.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, I haven't seen a found footage movie like that in a while, where I was like, damn, this just feels so fucking real, man. It's crazy. It was like you were watching, like how Jeremy described it too, is like you're watching just an edited YouTube video. It was crazy. It was kind of cool, man. I like the way it went.
Right.
But hey, Dave, have you seen Little Necro Red yet? The new Necrostorm film?
No, I haven't ordered it, and it's not streaming anywhere. I'll have to buy it.
Yeah, Derek just sent me a copy, and finally, and I watched. Fuck, dude, it is crazy, man. Like,
is it good though?
Yeah, man, I really enjoyed it, dude. I mean, it's typical Necrostorm. I mean, it's funny. I mentioned this in my review too, but I noticed like I don't read people's reviews, but sometimes I go and check to see what it's rated and just kind of scan through people's like headlines for the reviews. And everyone mentioned they're like, oh, this story doesn't make any sense and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's really not that hard to follow, but I feel like every Necro film, like Giulio De Santi's films, they're just kind of choppy the way they tell the stories, right? Because something will happen, and then he'll go into the narrative, and then something else will happen. It's just kind of out of order. It's not very linear. I mean, it is linear, but it's just told a little bit differently. That kind of confuses people. But I'm thinking to myself, by the end of the film, there's like a huge monologue to what is, and it explains the entire movie to exactly what's happening, right? And I'm like, okay, so people just kind of didn't get that part. But man, dude, the gore in this is fucking crazy, man. Of course, if you're not familiar with the director, he directed like
Adam Chaplin.
He was a co-director on that film, but he did Tater City, Infidious, Hotel Inferno, and shit like that. And of course, the group that did the score for all those movies does the music for this too. It's like, so that's kind of modern synth music and shit. It's fucking amazing. But the gore is like crazy. Some of the scenes in this are just nuts. Like goriest film of the year, hands fucking down. I never
thought they topped Adam Chaplin. To be honest, all the movies I saw, they never topped that movie. As far as like quality.
Yeah, I mean, man, dude, this thing looks so good too. Like, just the quality of the visuals are crazy. Like on Blu-ray, it's fucking nuts, man. But yeah, there's some pretty crazy scenes in this, man. The gore is pretty nuts. It's short. It's Necrostorm, 75 minutes, kind of thing like that. But if you're into that type of thing and you like their previous films, you kind of pretty much know what you're getting yourself into. Weird characters with like really grotesque cults and stuff, and kind of a weird story and shit. But it's not really that weird. It's not that hard to follow. But I loved it. I thought it was fucking great.
I'll order it. I gotta get it. I was waiting to place a big order though, because if I'm gonna order from Italy, I want to grab like a couple of the other titles I don't have.
Yeah, that was the only one I was missing. But I was looking at his fucking filmography, and I'm like, holy shit, man, he's making a Tater City 2, and then they've got a Hotel Inferno 3, 4, 5, and 6 in production right now. I'm like, holy fucking! Plus, there was like 4 or 5 other movies too. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how do you do that many movies at one time? But I'm excited though for a Tater City 2, because I know. I mean, it's my favorite Necrostorm film. Some people don't like it, but fuck, whatever. I don't give a shit. I love it. It's great. But
I'm looking at your watches. You're at 75. I'm at 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been hit and miss, dude.
The big glaring miss for your list that I'm seeing here is The Platform. Have you not seen it yet?
No, I haven't checked it. I know it's on Netflix. It's on my list to watch.
Dave,
how many are you gonna get, Moods? 100?
I was aiming for 100, but for some reason I've upped my watches so much that I'm probably going to be over, considering there's going to be a little bit more, I would say, more notable releases coming out.
Probably at least over 25 more to watch by the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, again, hit and miss with the titles. Like I watched Tales from the Hood 3, which I thought was a big step up from part 2. I actually really
wasn't it?
Production value was really good. The stories weren't like overly crazy, but they were all good. I thought it was pretty good. What movie surprised me was Hubie Halloween. The Adam Sandler. Dude, it was funny as hell. Me and the wife watched it and we were fucking both laughing, dude. Like, she barely ever laughs out loud, and I was laughing too. I don't know why there was some parts in there was so funny, man.
The funniest part for me was when he fell in the grave, and then the dude has a heart attack.
Don't spoil it.
Dude, it's nothing. It's 1 bit out of 100 bits.
It's like
I know how many bits are in it.
It's more subtle shit.
I'm not gonna laugh at it.
It's more subtle shit with me in dialogue, though, man. It's like where they were talking about how aging up a number, and Hubie, or played by Adam Sandler, goes, "Yeah, that's why I played T-ball till I was 25," and he was just dead serious the way he said it. We both fucking bursted out fucking laughing. I was like, "What the fuck did he just say?" It's so dumb, but it was just a good time passer, but it was kind of fun. But I did watch Yummy.
I thought,
yeah, I thought it was okay. I watched Yummy, the Belgian.
That was okay.
I thought it was actually pretty fun. Yeah.
I thought that it fucking was way too goofy for how dark it got, and by the end of it was like eye roll real fucking hard on the characters.
But I like the way it ended, because it actually was like, really? Like, you're gonna go this angle and then just do it that? It was like, okay.
If your movie ever has a car accident at the end, fuck you. Period. Fuck you.
Actually, one of the biggest disappointments for myself this week was a movie called Let It Snow. I believe it is I
think that's from last year, bro. No, I guess not. I'm thinking of another film.
It came out this year, man. Beautiful cinematography. It's about these Americans that are in. I think it takes place in Georgia, like not in the U.S., but in the European country. Anyways, they're there to go, skiing and shit like that, and the story is this girl was hit on the mountain by tourists snowboarding, and she ended up dying and stuff. And of course, all these tourists that go up to this black run or whatever it's called end up, getting killed and shit like that. And it's basically one of those films where somebody's hunting down like all these people and shit. And it had so much potential. Like the cinematography was fucking beautiful in this movie. Like great soundtrack, it looked awesome. I thought the acting was pretty good, but it just becomes so fly by the numbers and so typical. I was like, fuck, what a letdown, man. Just so frustrating, because I was like, this has so much great potential, but it's just so fucking predictable. Like, I wish they had done something else with it too, and something happens with another character, and I'm just like, no, this isn't good. But
the film that I keep hearing from Watson, he keeps pushing it down my throat, is called Alone, I think it's called.
I heard that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'll probably check that one out. I want both of you guys to check out the platform, because it's definitely one of my favorites that I watched this year. I thought it was like super cool, and the topic that they're handling is really neat. It's like kind of like Cube, you know what I mean, where it's like that weird experimental trap puzzle thing.
So you really like it?
Yeah, I love it. Dude, come on.
It's on my list. I have like a list of 166 I put on my letterbox to check out, but I've only watched like 60 of them.
Yeah, I'm not crazy like that. Like, I'm looking at Mood's list, and like half of these movies I'm not going to watch.
Yeah, I'm only watching 100, like I said, because I got to do the 2005, and I'm only at like 8 of those.
Yeah. Carly's at like 12 2005.
It's not very good.
I'm at 4.
Just like everything that like I thought would be like, oh, this is probably a hidden gem. It's great. Like Isolation. Like I put that in. I was like, this is going to be an alright movie. And like it was good. Like I thought it was going to be
the Irish one?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be great. But it's just like, yeah, but it's fucking real boring. Like it's a good movie. It's a good movie, but it's like you got these fucking mutant cows, and you're like, well, this is fucking 40 minutes of wasted time in a mutant cow movie.
No,
I like that movie.
I gave it a 7 out of 10. A 7 out of 10. But literally, with that concept, you literally could have made that like an 8.5.
Did you say you were going to watch the movies that were on my 2005 list? Because I think I've watched so many heavy hitters already. Oh yeah, the 2000. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. Like this whole year has just been.
Like I did pick up Fear Farm because it had like a cool ass case. It was like yellow.
Fear
Farm's gotta be bad.
Fear Farm actually wasn't. Honestly, the movie was very kind of. The setup is very typical and stuff, but the reveal of what's going on is like completely ridiculous. Like hence the PH being capitalized in farm. That plays right into the narrative. Thing? So they try to do something a little bit different and just not have it straight fly by the night kind of thing. But it's fucking corn maze shit, dude. People are getting killed. It's very typical in, the end result.
I mean, it looked atrocious to me, but I never seen a Bluray at Walmart with a yellow case. So
no.
It like literally
Come on, bro.
It wasn't atrocious by any means. I've seen a lot worse movies, but did you guys hear about the movie Scare Me? The premise behind Scare Me? Yeah. Did you watch it?
No, Dustin posted on it, and it's just like, he said it was kind of boring. But literally, the premise is garbage. Like, I'm sorry, like, it better be, it just is dumb. It's like, every time you go to sit down when you're young, and you're like, we got to make a movie, let's make a movie. And you're like, let's make an anthology. It's like, how are we going to do this anthology? Let's just tell scary stories, and we'll flash to them.
But it's not an anthology at all.
No, they're basically telling scary stories, but nothing happens.
Yeah, it's about these two
just like
characters.
A house that's creepy.
It's basically about these two characters that kind of meet up, and they both rented a place like, from away from the city, so they can, essentially they're both writers, right? The girl, the main character, she's a female, and she's like this famous writer, and this guy's like a struggling writer and shit like that. Anyways, she goes over to his house one night, and they start telling these stories. But yeah, that's literally how the movie plays out. It's like these stories that they kind of play off each other, and then of course there's a third act where it gets a little bit twisty and shit, which is very, very predictable. But yeah, it is. I didn't mind the setup, but I didn't realize the whole fucking movie was going to be just them telling these stories and acting out. It's like watching a play, but not watching a play. Right.
I mean, the actors got to be like fucking Academy Award-winning actors to carry a movie with all dialogue.
Actually, they're really
did you
not
say
bad.
Carrie? We did Carrie last week. Carrie.
Honestly, dude, they're really not that bad. I thought the leads actually did a really good job, and then there's a little bit of comic relief from when they order a pizza, and then of course this guy comes into play a little bit too, and he's kind of funny, but. All the acting was pretty good. It holds your attention that way, but at the same time, it's like, dude, this shit's like 90 minutes of just them telling stories. I'm
gonna pass on that.
With a really, hyped up kind of soundtrack and sound effects and stuff, because that stuff has to be accentuated in the story to really kind of keep your interest and stuff too. So
is it mumblecore?
No.
Sounds like it'd be a mumblecore movie. It's like, we're going to make a movie where we just talk for an hour and a half, but it's going to be a horror movie. Is it really? No, we're going to play spooky music in the back and call it a horror movie.
Yeah, it's not quite like that. It's, it's a little bit different.
I'm being a hater. It just sounds awful to me. I don't know why. It sounds like a wasted idea.
I didn't know about it until I started watching it, and I kind of paused it and read it. And I was like, oh, okay, this is what this shit's going to be about. But I don't know, man. It didn't work for me. At the end of the day, I didn't end up liking it. But, speaking of last week's show, the Carrie remake 02, Angela Betta stars in that. I watched 12 Hour Shift. Fuck, I hated that movie, man.
Did you really? I thought you said it was all right.
No, it was fucking terrible, man. Oh, I hated the whole scenario too. Oh, I fucking hated it, man. It was awful.
Did you watch Open 24 Hours, Moods?
I did, yeah.
You didn't like it?
I did.
Thought it was all right.
I did like it. Yeah, I didn't love it, but
pretty solid.
I thought it was pretty entertaining. That's for sure. Man, that scene in the back room. Holy fuck! I was like, holy shit.
There was some poopy CGI in there, but it was decent.
But it was just brutal the way it goes down. You're just like, holy shit, dude.
I like the lead in that movie. She helped a lot.
I mean, the movie was stupid as hell. Like, even when we reviewed it on His and Hers, I was like, don't you need to match blood types for this? Like, you can't just take any kidney.
What one? On 12 Hour Shift you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, the stupidest shit in the movie actually kind of made me laugh is when the girl fucking kills the dude on dialysis to take his fucking kidneys.
Oh, that was great, though.
And then Angela Betta is like, you dumb fuck. Do you not know what dialysis is? I was fucking roaring. I was like, that is so ridiculous. Wow. Oh, man. But, yeah, man.
Where's the news?
Where's the fucking... Yeah, I guess we should probably move along.
News.
The reason why I keep bringing up 2020 is because I'm really fucking searching for some movies that are good.
Well, I told you two watch The Platform. Give me something to watch.
Okay, no, The Platform. Have you seen Dead Dicks yet?
Yeah, I reviewed it.
Did you review it? Did you like it?
Yeah, it was good. I told you the other day I liked it, and you said, "Yeah, I liked it too." The ending was not the.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I thought the movie and the premise was really interesting. I just thought the ending. I feel like they didn't.
That
really
movie has dicks in it too. A lot of dicks this year.
Yeah, it does have a lot of dicks in it. Yeah.
Do you see Butt Boy, JP?
No,
That's one of the better ones of the year.
I had a screener of it, and I was just like, I don't know. I
heard
good
it's not as goofy as you think it is. It
No,
actually played straight, which is what makes
it has a goofy premise that's played dead serious, and it actually works. That's the fucking funny part about it, man.
Is it even horror though? Sounded not horror.
It's about a serial killer.
It's like a serial killer movie, but a guy who I don't want I don't want to talk about it.
I think that and the Golden Glove are two of the kind of standouts for me this year. Just based, the Golden Glove is so gross, and like the lead character is just, oh man, it's just a filthy fucking movie, man.
The murder scenes in that movie make me want to throw up.
Dude,
did you guys watch Antebellum yet?
No.
I heard it was shit. I was going to watch it. I literally had it like up next. I was going to watch it. Mike's like, it sucked. And if Mike's saying something sucks, I'm like, whoa, it's got to be pretty bad.
It was gonna be our headliner this year for the Halloween party, but I'm kind of thinking about maybe not now because I've heard
make it Uncle Peckerhead.
No, I'm probably gonna do maybe The Craft. I don't know,
dude.
What? The new Craft?
Yeah,
your headliner should be Slaughterhouse Slumber Party, man. The new Dustin Mills film.
Yeah, regular people.
I don't know if that'll play well to everybody.
Man, I've had a couple comments saying that, yeah, probably not, man. I mean, oh my God, just keep playing the pillow fight scene over and over again.
There's a lot of nudity. I like the movie a lot.
But I had a lot of people comment on my reviews saying, they think it's Dustin's best film. I was like, wow, crazy.
I do too, actually.
See, the first year we did 1922, the new Stephen King movie, and then we did
not
In
my
the
favorite, but
I
really
and then we did
enjoyed
Summer of '84. So we've had really good ones for the headliner.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be something new that none of us have seen yet. So the choices aren't. If it was up to me, I'd do Tremors.
Do Scare Package. It's an anthology film. It's fun.
Yeah, and if it sucks, you don't got to watch all. You know what I mean? It's anthology cut up. I haven't seen it either.
I thought it was really good.
Mortuary Collection. That just came out on Shudder.
Yeah, I kind of want to. I kind of want to do. I always try to go for something that's like gonna be like, you want something that's gonna like impress at the end.
Whatever you do,
you know it's gonna impress an end if you haven't seen it.
Whatever you do,
you wait for other people to watch it, and if everybody's talking about how good it is, then you kind of have a good idea.
That would be VFW, but you don't want to do that.
We already did that. I already watched that.
Yeah, that's definitely a good headliner. But whatever you do, don't headline with Halloween Party. Yes, Dave, it's Canadian and it sucked.
Well, you're finally learning, Moods.
it actually
You're
doesn't
like the
have
zombies in Day of the Dead. You're actually learning.
there's yeah, right. There's a pretty decent premise to it too. I think the execution was just so fucked up though, man. Ugh. Yeah. Too bad. But
Well, America makes way more bad movies than Canada, so.
well, they also make a lot more
like
movies in general.
Yeah,
so
that's why.
your percentages are
Bad
definitely going
movie
to
every
sway
5
that way.
minutes.
Yeah, for sure.
Right now, a bad movie just came out in America. And the only one who watched it was Mark Nato.
Yeah, was it called The Last Laugh?
I don't know. He watches every movie that comes out.
Because that movie sucked. I watched that the other night. Are We There Yet? Or yeah, Are We Dead Yet? That movie fucking sucked.
Are we dead yet?
Not the Ice Cube movie. I mean, Are We Dead Yet? Oh my god,
It'd be
it's
better
like
if Ice Cube was in it.
oh, probably. Yeah, it's a UK film. Man, I tell you, every film I've watched from the UK this year has been fucking balls, man. They've been putting out some trash. I'm feeling so bad for them. Like, I don't think I've watched one good film.
No, it wasn't UK either.
Yeah,
That was last year.
oh, it's been dreadful. Fucking dreadful.
I haven't seen
man.
a good UK movie in a long time. A new one, a horror movie.
I know. I think it was like that last year. I think I might have mentioned that too. Last year there was so many films that I watched in the UK were just like, oh my god, they're bad.
Oh, Ben Wheatley has a new one, so maybe that will be it.
When the hell did that set get announced? The Friday the 13th set. I can't find my confirmation. I need to get my replacement disc.
Just search your fucking email.
I'm trying.
It was in July because I think I pre-ordered like first or second day, so I think it was mid-July.
Can't you just type Shell Factory?
I think I
Don't
pre-ordered
Yeah,
July.
I don't see it.
July.
Just go to the
14th.
website, bro, and log in.
I didn't log in when I ordered because the site wouldn't let me.
Yeah, I think I pre-ordered July 14th. I remember the day because I had to look for mine too. I was like, if I got to cancel, I don't know what the fuck's going on with my set. This is crazy. So
You ordered from Shout?
yeah. Well, I did. I only did that because I wasn't.
Well, what did they say to you on Twitter?
They said contact our customer service, and I messaged them back and I said I fucking did it a couple times. You guys didn't respond to me, so now we're just going in this circle. Like, your fucking quality control is the worst ever, and now your fucking tweets and shit, and fuck you guys.
And guess what? I emailed them today and asked about the Lost Conda disc, and they got back to me within 24 hours.
You fucking liar.
I swear. No, they did it. I did it yesterday, and
What
they
the
sent it today.
fuck, dude? There is something seriously fucked up here. This is not even fucking funny anymore, man. How is it that every time I email them, they never get back to me, and I keep hearing from everybody else? This is crazy shit. You're fucking with me. You're totally fucking with me.
They were no, I seriously did. And then they were like, "Can we help you?" And maybe any of your other friends have troubles. I was like, "No, they're all great and love you guys." No, seriously, they didn't get back to me quick though.
That is so fucking weird, dude, and it's annoying. How does this keep happening? It's crazy. But yeah, no, it's very heartbreaking to hear that like all these Canadian people that I know have gotten their sets like a few days back and shit and had shipping notices. I've obviously never got my set or a shipping notice, which is fucking crazy, dude. It's like October 16th today. You know, they were supposed to ship first or second, ish, and I think most people's did. And I don't know. It's irritating. And I purposely ordered from Shout Factory because I wasn't going to get myself fucked on Amazon.ca because we all know the history of that. They never have anything.
Amazon.ca pulled through for everybody already.
Everybody that's ordered, and it even says on the website right now, in stock, available in 2 days, and everyone that's ordering is getting them in 2 days. I'm like, this is fucked. Like, weirdest shit ever. So, I don't know what to say. Besides that bullshit, I'm just frustrated, man. It's been a rough 2 months with the mail. Obviously, the post is all fucked up, but I've been losing so many packages, so I've been dealing with all these lost packages and shit, and getting refunds, and it's been so fucked. And now this is happening. I'm like, are you serious? I spent all this money and I can't get a set. Like, fuck off. But I don't know. It'll probably work out. First world problems, I guess, right? But
people are dying in other countries. We're like, my Friday the 13th set's not here yet.
And I gotta get fucking replacement discs for 3 goddamn movies.
fuck.
Ones I don't even like.
Yeah, except right. 2 of the fucking 3.
3's good.
3's
Jason Goes to Hell is good.
I haven't watched Jason Goes to Hell in fucking 20
JP,
years.
stop convincing yourself.
Most people hate it. Most people
It's
hate
good.
it.
It's
I never-
not
If
good.
it wasn't a Friday the 13th film, people would blow it. If
The thing-
Vinegar Syndrome released it, people would be like, dude, that movie was so crazy from 91.
Stop getting your
They
shit
already
twisted.
did it.
Stop getting
It's
your
not
shit
from
twisted,
91.
JP. Just because you think it's good, just because you like it doesn't make it good.
It is good, though.
It's not good. That's you like
good.
it doesn't make it good just because you
What's
like something.
bad about it?
I don't know. Everything.
No.
The
Creighton
only
Duke's
movie out of
fucking
that
funny and
franchise
awesome.
I hate with a passion is Part 8.
No, that one's good, too. Jason
Fuck
X.
off, dude. Now you lost all credibility. Part 8
Jason X is bad, dude. 8
I haven't watched
is
Jason X.
8
I watched half of Jason
What's
X.
wrong with 8?
It's fucking boring.
No.
None of the kills are good.
Moods automatically said things said on a boat are better. So you automatically lose a point for that.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Things said on a boat.
You know what doesn't make sense about the movie is
it rarely is better on a boat.
They're on a boat from fucking Crystal Lake. What?
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. And, you know, the only thing I like
don't
about...
really care about that shit. It's just boring. It puts me to sleep every time I try to watch it.
The only
That
thing
movie
is-
was on TV my whole life, and I could never fucking make it through it in one sitting.
And you know why? And you know why you hate this movie so much is because it was filmed. Most of it was filmed in Vancouver.
Fucking disgusting. Makes me sick. You know what movie's on a boat that's better because of it? Uninvited.
Yeah,
The
Uninvited.
cat movie?
Fun as hell.
Yes.
That movie's not better than Part 8, but I like it.
Dude, yes, it is. It's 10 times better.
No,
because that movie... I'd rather watch Uninvited any day. Because you know what? George Kennedy yelling at kids and getting killed by a mutant cat is vastly entertaining than fucking Jason sitting on a boat for 20 fucking minutes.
So am I effed? I might be effed.
On what?
My Friday the 13th set, because there's no confirmation email.
Dude, I don't know why you didn't fucking...
Well, how did you pay? Did
It's
you
gotta
not
be
pay
in your
through
email.
PayPal or anything?
Yeah, I paid through PayPal.
Well, then use
Then
your
it won't be on
PayPal.
there.
Use your history and you go to your history and your PayPal and just bring that up, screenshot that, and that's your proof.
That'll work.
Yes,
Probably.
of course it will. That's you paid through PayPal. It'll
But
show.
I didn't know if it said what I bought, if it was just like Shout Factory.
If you
or-
click
they
on the
should just
detail.
automatically
No.
send them to the people that ordered from them.
Dude, but they have the order numbers on it though, right?
Just click your details. It'll be
It
there.
works. It works. I've done this before with. I usually don't keep my confirmations, but if I pay through PayPal, everything's all logged in there, and it tells you. Like I actually looked at mine today because I actually had to find my. I don't have my confirmation either, so I looked at my PayPal and it says Friday 13th box set
I
pre-ordered
Got my payment on
July
stuff
14th
page.
of 2020. Yeah, so that's how I'll do it whenever I don't get my set. I don't know. I feel like I'm not getting it.
You'll get it.
It's crazy.
It'll take so long. They'll just actually put the right disc in there, though.
That's
so you
what
don't
I'm
have to
kind of
put-
hoping at this stage.
I doubt that.
Yeah, no, they won't.
No. All right. So, anyways, we should probably move this along, possibly.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's the intro.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Alrighty, JP, you got some news for us this week. Let's hope it's Scream and Freddy related, because I'm dying for that shit right now.
Neither of those are included.
Damn it.
But not a whole lot of news this week, if I'm being honest. But the couple of things here. I guess Kino announced Titan Titan Terrera, Tiger Shark.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What's it called, Dave?
I can't.
Hold on. I'm eating a cookie.
Without the penis in your mouth, please.
I don't bite the penis. I just suck it, asshole. What is it? It's like Tintotera. Tinatira or Tintira. It's the Spanish shark movie. Or Mexican shark.
Torera.
Yeah, Hugo Stiglitz is in it, right?
I don't know if I know this one. This is
It's
crazy.
like a love triangle with a killer shark. I've never actually seen it. I have the DVD. Mood, you know what it is. You've seen the cover of it.
Came out in 1977. It's also known as Tiger Shark. That's,
Yeah.
Okay.
But they announced that, which is cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's cool.
Then after that, Vinegar Syndrome announced Cthulhu Mansion, as well as Lovecraft Goes to Spain.
No, that movie is Lovecraft Goes to Spain. That's probably what they're saying. Lovecraft Goes to Spain, Cthulhu Mansion, right?
Is that what it's called?
No, but that is a Lovecraftian movie, and it's a Spanish horror movie by Juan Pierre Simon, the guy who did Pieces, same director.
Oh, it's just one movie?
I think so. I doubt it's Lovecraft Goes to Spain unless it's a box set.
Okay. I don't
But
know.
I'll look it up. I mean, But that's probably the thing that says Lovecraft Goes to Spain. We're releasing Cthulhu Mansion.
Okay, gotcha.
Wow, I
There was
completely
just
missed
two
that
covers,
announcement.
so I thought it was.
Let me check.
Oh, it's probably
sorry.
the alternate. I don't know. I completely
Yeah,
missed
it's
this.
probably alternate.
Missed this one.
Then,
That's crazy.
Full Moon announced a Blu-ray DVD combo of Tourist Trap Uncut. Finally,
Yeah,
Well, they have that big box thing already out.
Tell your uncle to stop ripping people off.
I don't
JP.
understand. He never said that they were only doing that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either, but that doesn't surprise me if he did, though. I mean, let's face it.
JP. That's Cthulhu Mansion by Juan Pierre Simon, and it just says Lovecraft Goes to Spain. It was a hint in Dawn of the Disc.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What are you talking about, Willis?
But yeah, I don't remember them saying like this VHS thing is the only way you're gonna get Tourist Trap Uncut ever. I don't remember that.
My
at all.
guess is it was probably some dude was like, "Are you releasing a Blu-ray version later?" And he was like, "No plans." And
Right, but they
so
all
he
say
buys
that.
it.
Yeah.
He buys it, and then he's like, "Hey, you guys said," it's like, "I didn't." It's like, "I said there was no plans, and there wasn't at that
there
particular
wasn't.
time."
Like we did, just because we already had a bunch made doesn't mean that we were actually
We
planning on
found these in a
releasing them.
warehouse.
Maybe
We
we're
made
just
these
gonna
years
keep them.
ago,
Mhm.
right? They found those in a warehouse. They made them like 10 years ago, but then we lost them. So then we were going to put it on VHS, and then
But-
First of all,
It doesn't
who's
even
gonna
make sense.
bitch about a Blu-ray release of Tourist Trap? You guys are ungrateful pricks.
It doesn't even make sense not to release it in that standard form kind of thing, right? I mean, they did it
Oh,
with.
yeah.
They've done a couple of these big box, old school retro kind of VHS sets, Blu-ray sets with what was it, Puppet Master and Laser Blast. I think were the first couple that they released like that, and I think those have solo releases too. So, what the fuck, man?
Master's got a million releases.
Well, of course, and then I think Laser Blast has a solo release too, but you can get in that big box VHS retro style type thing. So,
Listen,
like early is a big deal, guys. Like, what the fuck?
no, I'm happy because I don't have that stupid VHS release. Like I wanted
I hate the
regular
VHS
release.
releases now like that.
I actually have
We
it on
can-
pre-order because I didn't know that there was a standard one. I probably would have just got the standard disc because really,
Well,
I
it
don't-
just got announced.
Can we get a meme with like instead of Chris Crocker of JP saying "Leave Charlie alone"?
Yeah, leave Charlie alone. Here's another
Leave
thing. Everybody bitched like Jeremy's like, oh look, they found more Full Moon box sets in the warehouse, and I'm like, it's a different box set. And
But
he's
Jeremy
like,
just loves to bitch about everything, man. I think he's making shit up too. I don't think anyone was even saying that shit about the solo release. Like it didn't even happen.
About Charlie Band. He wants your money. We know it.
Right, but I'm saying like we all know Charlie Band is a little bit of a scumbag, but just because he's a scumbag doesn't mean that everything he does is automatically scumbag.
But you know
Like,
what?
You gotta be fair too.
You know what though? Jeremy wouldn't be complaining if that Tourist Trap was re-released on 4K. Because
Yeah.
you don't hear him bitching about Blue Underground.
He imported from Germany.
You know what is the most scumbag shit ever? And like, I love Bill Lustig and I love Blue Underground, but this is some fucking scumbag shit. When you release these awesome 3-disc lenticular versions of like, these Zombie and House by the Cemetery and blah, blah, blah. And then like a month later, you announce the 4Ks, or 2 months after, everybody's bought these nice 3-disc editions. And then it forces people to buy the 4K. And of course, Jeremy went and bought all the 4Ks. He's I need those 4Ks in my fucking collection so I can shove up my pooter. And like,
Only like I own all of them. Like I have the two lenticular New York Ripper and House by the Cemetery, and then I have Maniac and Zombie, and now I have all the 4Ks.
I probably
Blue
would have,
Underground
alone.
that?
Leave Blue Underground alone.
No, man. And
Bill Lustig for president.
And that's what, I honestly do. They release the movies that I always rebuy, like Zombie and House. Like I have tons and tons of copies of these things. I never got around to getting the 4Ks for obvious reasons. I don't even have a 4K TV or player, but I probably would have bought them. But the prices up here were like $60, $70 for the 4Ks. I'm like, nah, not happening.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
You know what? I'm just glad that the next 3 titles are all stuff that didn't have those 3-disc editions, like Daughters of Darkness, Vigilante, and Fire and Ice. So I'm more okay with that.
And those are all 4Ks. Yeah. See, I have, I never upgraded Vigilante. I have the DVD, which I probably should have grabbed the Blu-ray back in the day because I love that movie. Daughters of Darkness, it's it's okay
it's
and shit.
not the greatest.
No,
It's going to look great in 4K, though.
But Fire and Ice?
Yeah, probably.
That's the one I'm super curious to see, like on a great, really. I mean, it looked pretty good on Blu-ray, and I do have the Blu-ray, but yeah, 4K, that is cool because it's animated, right? It's like early 80s animation.
Akira
and shit.
has a 4K coming out, too. I'm curious on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
they're actually starting to get to the point where I can't keep up anymore. It's like too expensive to
Well,
keep up because at first I was buying everything that came out that was horror, but like now it's kind of like, okay, like I'm skipping some stuff.
Didn't Blue Underground announce that they're not doing Blu-rays anymore, right? Like just all their the releases forward coming are all 4K. So that, I mean, that's a good, I mean, at least we're not going to get this conundrum, you know, again with 3-disc lenticular editions and then a week later 4Ks, right? So,
I'm actually hoping they do it for Two Evil Eyes because I don't actually have that one.
Yeah, I don't care, man. I got the Italian. I never bought the Blu-ray for it. I own most of those 3-disc editions. I never got that one because I have the 88 films, but I collect that line because it's Italian. Jerk, 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 jerk. Yeah.
But yeah, no, the Tourist Trap Uncut, I mean, I'm very happy with that because that old Blu-ray that Charlie Band put out was not uncut.
To this day, I still can't figure out that whole situation, why in the fuck that thing was ever put out cut.
He said that they didn't have that there was no ability to get the uncut version.
So was the DVD
somebody called
not
him out on it and said it was like a lie?
Was his
the director called him out on it?
Yeah, they said they just upscaled a DVD essentially, and like
so
did just
the previous DVD was not cut then, or it was cut.
DVD was uncut.
Yeah, it was uncut because I have the DVD and I swear to God it's the uncut version. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, if they just upscaled the DVD version of it, wouldn't it be fucking uncut then?
They used a cut print. I
like,
think,
what the fuck? See, that's where my head is all spinning because I don't understand what the fuck. Like, if you put out this version, and Full Moon did put out the uncut DVD version, so I'm confused, man. I don't understand what the fuck is going on. I think that they fucked up.
I don't either.
And they didn't even realize that they put out the cut version until
used the
someone
wrong print,
noticed.
For sure, I agree.
Right? And then someone noticed and went, oh shit. And then Charlie Band had to backtrack and say, you know, cover his tracks by saying, oh yeah, you know, we didn't have the elements, blah, blah, blah. But I'm thinking to myself, no, this is all bullshit, man. You guys have already done this once before. So, good old Full Moon. Gotta love it.
That's like, what they put out Intruder, and that was all cut.
Mm-hmm.
That might not have been their fault though, because that movie was cut to ribbons when it was originally released.
No, the first really good release is the Synapse, and that's the only release you need of that. That shit's, it looks beautiful.
Yeah,
it's actually
the Synapse.
One of my favorite releases in my entire collection. I wish I had actually grabbed Intruder when it first came out because they had like the I think the composite cut or something like that, or the work print cut as a bonus disc in there, like in the first few hundred. I
don't know. I might have that.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
See, I was kind of late to not even late to the party. I got my copy relatively shortly after it came out, but I didn't know that there was another release with this composite or this work print cut. And I was like, that would be kind of cool to see, but never got it. One of my most watched Blu-rays in my entire collection, actually, to be honest.
It's the first Blu-ray I put in when I got, not my 4K TV, but my 1080 TV years ago. Went and picked it up it was snowing, and I almost got in a car crash for it. Got my TV, came home, put it up, and I put in Intruder.
That a boy though, man. I mean, getting in a car wreck for Intruder, it's Die Hard, man.
Well, we didn't, but it was close. My car started swerving, and there was a semi coming, and I could not control it.
Holy fuck!
Oh no, a semi went by me, and it made my car swerve.
Where did you go to pick this up at?
Just like a Circuit City or some shit. I don't remember what it was. ABC Warehouse, someplace like that.
Wow.
Or are you like, damn, Intruder comes out today?
No, I mean, I picked up the TV and I had the Blu-ray already.
Oh, was that your first Blu-ray?
No, I had fucking tons of Blu-rays, but I was watching them on a fucking tube TV or on my parents' TV, or on my parents' TV. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
I remember I got my first Blu-ray. My first Blu-ray was American Psycho, and I was like, I remember I got my Blu-ray player and I went to go buy a Blu-ray and I couldn't find any that were horror, and I was pissed, and I was like, how is there no horror titles out at Walmart or wherever I was? So I went to FYE and there still was like nothing out that was horror. And then I found American Psycho and I was like, I guess I'll settle on this. I was really unhappy.
Nice.
It was like either that or Miss Congeniality or some shit.
Yeah. Okay, so Tourist Trap coming out. That's pretty cool. After that, we got Prince of Darkness announced for 4K from
Great movie.
It's okay.
You know what's fucking funny about that, dude? Actually, this made me laugh because I saw that was announced for 4K. And the first fucking comment I saw that someone posted said, "What the fuck is this movie about?" And I literally busted out laughing by myself in my truck. And first thing I thought it was JP. I'm like, JP has no clue what the fucking movie's about either. It just made me laugh. He's like, would you stop fucking re-releasing Prince of Darkness? It doesn't fucking make any sense. And I'm just fucking laughing to myself, right? I'm like, this is so goddamn JP right now. It was fucking totally made me laugh.
The thing about Prince of Darkness is the Blu-ray already looks so good. So like,
it does, man. It looks fine.
Like that movie looks great. Just Carpenter's style.
All those Carpenters are getting 4Ks. We know it.
Yeah,
man, Carpenter's gotten so much love. Like, it's kind of ironic a little bit how like he was kind of fucked over in the film industry so much, and just kind of had a rough go making films, and especially in the second half of his career and stuff. But now that he's not making movies anymore, he's getting so much goddamn love. Like, so much love that all his movies are even in Walmart now. So they're getting like mass bought. It's pretty crazy.
He always worked with a lot of big companies though. It's like Universal and MGM, so they have better access to him. Well. Yeah. A lot of George Romero's catalog is with Rubenstein, so it's not as easy to release that stuff.
No, it's odd too, right? Like Dawn of the Dead seems to be like a holy grail for some people right now. You know what I'm saying?
Wes Craven got a lot of love from Scream Factory too. It was really like
just
those
Universal,
two.
and
Stuart Gordon did too a little bit. A lot of his films got released.
Well, MGM was a lot of those too.
Yeah, that was MGM. Yeah,
well, with From Beyond, it was MGM. I just mean like, it's
so is
who they
Dolls.
can get to. Yeah, it's who they can use. Like, I mean, it's what company owns the rights. It's people like, why isn't this classic released? It's because some asshole owns the fucking movie. That's as simple as that. It's not that they want to keep releasing this movie everybody already has, but it makes money and it's easy to get to.
We're going to get an Elm Street box set from Scream Factory, right?
I'm sure it will.
Oh, no, I know.
Hopefully they can add on cut footage to some of those, because I think some of those DVDs were cut.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, no, part 5. There is the uncut version. The only way you can get the uncut version of part 5 actually is on the VHS. I think the original, was it the media release or something like that? I think that version is uncut and shit. It's a little bit different. So
the shorter that one is, better.
But for a fact that Scream Factory is going at like the way this Friday set is sold and shit, and hopefully they do a little bit better quality control on the Friday or on the Nightmare on Elm Street set than on this one. But yeah, if any franchise needs the love, it's that one right there. And I think Scream Factory can, hopefully work that out, because they did the impossible with Halloween. So
they'll get Friday.
I guess we'll see. I think the craziest thing in the world would be to acquire and release a whole fucking Hellraiser set. Wouldn't that be nuts?
Ugh, that would be stupid.
Yeah, that would be more arrow.
Dude, you know what's funny, Dave? Like, have you watched, past part 4 recently? Have you seen all the sequels?
I've only seen I've only seen up to 6.
Okay, yeah. So some of those things, I when we did the Hellraiser franchise, last year and a half ago or something like that. I was kind of dreading it a little bit. I was like, oh my God, like I really enjoy the first 3. I'm actually not a big fan of part 4 at all. But then I'm like part 5 to 9 kind of thing. I'm like, oh my God, I'm dreading watching these films again, because like my memories were not good. And if you kind of watch the films and take them as like not being straight Hellraiser films and kind of go into the history a little bit, like they're actually not even the worst movies. But
I know like 5 and 6 are just like decent thrillers with Pinhead in it for like 3 seconds.
Well,
it's a time period they were made. That time period of films doesn't interest me very much, especially for franchise horror.
It is
honestly, dude, I like them. I think they're all good.
They're actually not too bad to watch. But like that's one thing that's always kind of baffled me about people's opinions on the franchise, is that people are like, well, part 4 or no 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and like whatever. They're like, oh, Pinhead and the Cenobites aren't even in the movies that much and stuff. And I'm like, dude,
number 1, they're not in it at all.
That's the thing. They're like the Cenobite, like Pinhead only has something like 7 minutes of screen time. Even part 2, not that much. Like I'm like, dudes, he has more screen time, I think, in part 3 than he has in part 1, 2, 4 to 9 combined, kind of thing. Like he doesn't even get that much screen time in any of the movies, but that's what people always complain about the later sequels. I'm like, I know that they weren't generally meant to be, most of them weren't generally meant to be actual Hellraiser movies. They were scripts that were used and stuff like that. It is what it is, but they incorporated the Cenobites in the whole Hellraiser type narrative. But I'm like, guys, the original franchise, or the original 2 films, everyone sees as classics and shit, but look at the screen time.
Well, that's not about this guy. literally, it's like Beetlejuice too. Everybody remembers every line that Beetlejuice said. He's in the movie for 10 minutes. It's because his scenes are great. If you oversaturate something, it just kind of ruins it. That's why people like Freddy's probably not in it, the first one, as much as people think he is, but he's mysterious and he's scary. And they remember every fucking line he says because you don't get that much of it. That's why it's
he's
good.
only in the second one for like 7 minutes or something.
Yeah, and like Hellraiser 1 literally has it's perfect. It's a fucking twisted love story. It's weird, it's personal, it's gross, and then Pinhead comes in just a little bit, and it's scary. I think the first one's a masterpiece. I think the second one's a blast too, but after that, like objectively, I don't give a fuck. I will not, like, somebody says Hellraiser 3 is better than 1 and 2. I'm like, you just objectively.
No, objectively,
like, you might like it better, but you know what I mean?
It's definitely not, man.
4 is the worst one, like one of the worst ones in the franchise, and people like that one.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think part 4 is trash bags, man.
It's got a good story. It's just as sloppy, man. I remember that movie being a mess.
Yeah, well, that was a Dimension Films like complete clusterfuck of like they were going. I think they were originally going to do it as like that prequel, and then they added the space thing on, and it was just like stupid.
They fucked it up. I wonder if the work print's worth watching.
Part 1 is like
I tried to find it for when we did the show, but I couldn't find it anymore. It was gone.
Yeah, the first Hellraiser film it's a romance disguised as a horror film.
Yeah,
right.
It's really that's what it is, and I don't even think people even kind of look at it like that, but it theoretically is.
It's kind of a lot of psychosexual shit going on. I love that kind of stuff.
Big time, man. I can't remember exactly how it went on the podcast, but I always used to really, really like Hellraiser 2 a lot more than the first one, but I think they kind of evened out in the end. Like 1 and 2 are like a perfect kind of companion pieces for each other.
Yeah, I think 1's a better film, but 2 is just a lot of fun. It's bigger and it's crazy. And Channard is so good. Channard is probably one of my favorite characters of all time. Like, he comes in, I know we shouldn't be talking about Hellraiser, but fuck it. When he's like, I recommend amputation. Like, I don't know. He's just perfect. He's like the id when he gets the fucking box. He turns into that thing that he wanted to be because he's like so mild-mannered. But then when he gets turns into a Cinnabite, it all comes out. All that sick shit he used to practice on animals. They have little subtle things too. Like when he has that beam hits him and all that flash comes in there and it shows him dissecting the fucking animals. You can just tell, it's like, this dude was a future serial killer and he went to a doctor so he could fucking do all these gross experiments and shit. It's just perfect. I think it's.
And then part 3 hits and it's like Hail Mary and that shit, dude.
It's like,
yeah, it's kind of funny. We all gave like the newest one a 7 across the board.
I like the new one. I actually like Judgment.
Like I said, I love the first movies a lot of times in franchises, but I get burnt out. Like, I adore Texas Chainsaw and Hellraiser and Nightmare on Elm Street, and even the first like 5-6 Fridays, and then like after a while I'm just like, I don't really care anymore. It's weird. And Halloween 1,
I'm the opposite. I'm a franchise are my thing. Like I like them a lot.
I think
after I got to the mid 90s, I started losing interest in any franchise. If it came out past like 96, I was just like,
I was still like
after
that 2000 era, man. I'd be in the video store and be like, oh, there's a new Hellraiser film, yoink, I'll rent it.
I was looking for independent shit, like a new Tempe movie. Great, I
the new Tempe films.
I gotta watch Zombie Bloodbath 2: Rage of the Undead, which isn't a Tempe movie, but you get the point.
It's just so crazy too. Like the last couple of Hellraiser films obviously didn't have Doug Bradley in the film, but it's like that was one of the biggest criticisms of people. Like, oh, it's just not Hellraiser. It's not Doug Bradley. But I'm like, the dude that plays Pinhead in Judgment actually is pretty good.
Yeah, he's good.
That's the fucking crazy part. Like even the story's pretty cool too, and he's actually not bad as fucking Pinhead. But
fun fact, that thumbnail for that one is one of my favorites I've ever done.
Actually, I gotta say, man, this Carrie one that you made I like the scheme that you use. It's really nice, actually. Kind of pops. I like it. It's kind of funny how I wasn't really looking forward to doing Carrie. And then I thought the show turned out pretty well, and I was like, "Oh, thumbnail's really good too."
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, "Man, Carrie turned out good."
Yeah, I'm 100% on board with JP on Carrie 1. I love Carrie 1, and everything JP was saying, I was like, "Right, he's right." I was dead on in agreement with JP on Carrie 1, and I actually,
I think we all agreed with each other really well.
I remember liking the second Carrie too. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think we said a whole lot of different stuff about Carrie, the original. I mean, I just have minor nitpicks
really
and
said
stuff.
Much different about any of them, honestly.
Yeah, I think our thoughts were very similar. Yeah,
pretty on pace. I mean, our ratings differed slightly on the last one, but I think we were pretty close in like thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's get back into these announcements here. Buried Alive 1990. Was that a TV movie? I can't even remember.
There's 2 Buried Alives from that time frame. One in the late 80s. And they might be 89 and 90. Does one have Robert Vaughn in it? One has Robert Vaughn and Donald Pleasance in it.
This is the Frank Darabont one.
Who else is in it? Which actors?
You got Tim Matheson.
And then there's a sequel to that one, right?
Jennifer Jason Leigh. Yeah, I think this is the one that has the sequel, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, then there's one made a year before with Robert Vaughn and Donald Pleasance. It fucking gets confusing.
Yeah, I'm confused too. So which one is this?
Tim Matheson.
The Frank Darabont one.
Is it getting released on Blu-ray?
Yeah, like Kino.
Nice. I'll buy it.
So the one with Jennifer Jason Leigh. I've never seen this one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen either.
I've seen this when I was a kid. This and the sequel. I just don't remember it. But I know this is one of the titles that you see come up a lot that people wanted to release for. Because does it not have a DVD even?
I don't know. I have the VHS as one and a DVD the other. I think one was an MGM, like made on demand disc.
I swear it has a DVD. I could be wrong. I might be thinking either the one that came out around the same time or the later 2000 Buried. I don't know. There's so many Buried Alive movies. It's ridiculous.
Oh shit.
There's a Buried Alive sequel that came out in '97, which I believe is a sequel to this one too.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Is there one with Oliver Reed or not? Or is he's in some of those Poe adaptations made in the late 80s though?
Oh, Tim Matheson actually directed the sequel.
Did he?
Yeah, crazy. Wow.
Blood Sisters got announced for Blu-ray from Media Blasters.
Oh yeah,
it's starring Ali Sheedy's in that movie. That's fucking hilarious.
She's in
that one.
Oh no,
that one has a Joe Bob commentary.
That's a Roberto Finley movie. Yes.
What
Blood
movie
Sisters?
What movie?
Yeah.
Oh, Blood Sisters. Oh my god.
That's a Roberto Finley movie or no?
I believe so. Yeah.
She's the one who did The Oracle and Tenement. It's a place to live. Tenement. Who the fuck wrote this shit? That's every time I hear that movie.
Tenements. Oh, I fucking love
that
movie.
Roberta Finley.
See, Roberta Finley
what has she done?
I just told you, Tenement and fucking Oracle.
Oracle. She also
I don't know what those are.
She did Lurkers and Primeval. She did a lot of porn too.
I've seen those. That's Vinegar Syndrome released those two.
Yeah, she doesn't like horror movies. She in the commentaries and shit, she'd be like, "They're stupid." Even good ones like Night of the Living Dead, they're stupid. And then she made Tenement.
Yeah, they released a bunch for stuff. I think they released the porno, the Liquid Assets. I think she did that one too, if I'm not mistaken. Vinegar Syndrome released that, so
interesting person.
Yeah, she did a lot of porn in the beginning of her career, and then ended with horror. Oh, she
Was
also
she involved with Snuff?
I don't remember.
Her husband do Snuff?
I'm not sure. I know that she did a Woman's Torment. That was another one that Vinegar Syndrome did.
I think she was involved with Snuff.
I can't remember. I don't think so. I want to say she didn't, but I could be wrong though. But
I'm gonna check.
A Woman's Torment's a good one. That's actually a really good film. That one came out in the 70s, so that was like made in between making pornos. Kind of strange. Yeah.
All right. Then Bloody Disgusting. These are some articles. Oh wait, Event Horizon also got announced for 4K.
Okay, it looks like Roberta Finley's husband directed some archival footage in Snuff, so she was probably involved to a certain extent. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been her, and he got the credit.
Yeah, well, she was involved with it, but I don't think she directed it.
Yeah, it could be right. Yeah.
And that movie, yeah, she was involved with it. I think her husband directed part of it, but the point is, in that movie, they filmed weird scenes to add on to the damn thing, the ending. They added the ending, so those two added the ending to a certain extent.
But I mean, at the end of the day, the movie is just shitty, anyways. So
yeah, no one fucking can make it to the ending. It's a piece of shit. I turned it off.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Better tagline than movie.
Better artwork too.
After the title announcements, if you guys bought the Friday the 13th box set, you should be aware now that there were some issues with the box set. There was like regular issues like damages, like Jeremy's came ripped, which is like crazy because it was sealed ripped, so it was like just a quality control thing.
Yeah.
And then some people were the funniest one to me was that people were getting two copies of Jason Takes Manhattan and no part 2. To me, it's just
everybody
funny.
wanted part 2 too because they had the uncut footage.
You know what was really fucking pissing me off while I was reading about everyone's kind of fuck ups and stuff was the fact that people were reporting fingerprints and scratches on all the discs. I'm like, how the fuck does that happen?
I guess when they're put in there, right? Do people put those in there?
Well, generally it's done. I mean, from what I don't think you do it by hand. I mean, generally when I buy Blu-rays, they don't have fucking fingerprints on any of them. It's crazy. So I'm usually thinking it's done on an assembly line type thing. But I'm thinking. I
started looking at mine after I read that, and they all had fingerprints. But I was like, "Are these mine?" Because I did take the discs out to look at the back of the.
Dude, how hard is it not to touch the bottom? You just fucking press the middle and pull up. Like, it's really not hard.
I don't think it matters.
Well, no, it's the fact that there is fingerprints on it. Like, I don't care if the fingerprints are my fingerprints, but when discs are coming with, notable scratches and fingerprints, it's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, but people are just eating peanut butter sandwiches, pressing all the disc in.
Right? Like, it just seems odd to me because that's something that you never hear from anybody. Like, they bought a fucking Code Red DVD. It came sealed. Like, were the individual discs not sealed?
Yeah, they were sealed. No, they're not sealed.
Did you guys read that story?
So there you go. Yeah, crazy.
The one most fucked up thing was somebody ordered their disc, right? And they opened it up, and every individual disc smelled like somebody had farted in the case. They went and smelled every single one to make sure. Almost like they enjoyed.
So they're really fucking with people right now, aren't they?
It was really like some people were overly complaining, but I didn't really care. I was like, it's like the stuff that was wrong didn't really bother me that much. Like I could see if I got the fucking no part 2 and got part 8.
Oh, I'd have been pissed.
It is making me wonder that these things were completely handheld and put together by hands and stuff, because I read another thing, was it this morning or yesterday or some shit? Someone's artwork on their part 2 or 3 was completely ripped in the case. And like the case was not damaged. They said the case isn't damaged, nothing, but the artwork had a huge tear in it. I was like, what the fuck? Seriously? Like, you never come into these problems, man. Like, ever.
When I was doing my video, I noticed that like the actual like sleeve inside the case, like some of them were like low and like hanging out of the the little plastic. So I was like, they had to have been like hand put together.
I wonder if they were rushed, like big time. Like the company got it last minute, and they were pissed off, just putting them, assembling them all mad, like stupid fucking proprietary bullshit.
But you think that there's a manufacturer here that would be doing this stuff on like an assembly line and shit, and they wouldn't have to do all that. But this is clearly put together by hand with people that don't know how to handle boxes and cases and artwork.
I think Dave's right. I think they were rushed because they had to get them out by fucking October 10th or whatever.
I think where was their company at? Didn't they used to do the replicator at what company was it? They used to print the disc off in like Mexico, right? And then that changed.
Yeah.
And everything got more expensive. That's why Screen Factory's prices went from like 15 to 22 to like fucking 22 to fucking 30.
Yeah. I remember that whole shit. Yeah.
Dude, I miss the days where like
so to save money, they're hiring
like $14.
So to save money now, they're hiring like fucking 7-year-olds to put their box sets together.
I told you, it's
Here's
fucking
Sonny's.
The kindergarten class. Since they're not going to school, they're just having kids. Fucking put them together, and they're eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches during it. That explains the smudges.
I can just see this right now, man. Here's the fucking stack of discs, right? Here's part 1, part 2, all the way through part 10, and they're literally stacked up like a Mill Creek fucking buy. They're all stacked like that, and they're like, okay, so here's the artwork, here's the disc, here's the case, put them together, peeps, and it's just like a sweatshop of fucking...
I ripped the cover to part 3. That's all right. Just draw a new one. Here's some crayons.
No, don't worry about it. They might not notice. Like, I mean, here they are wrapping up the box sets, and like you said, Jeremy's was ripped inside the plastic, so it wasn't damaged from afterward. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude.
They're just yelling at some kid because he drew Freddy Krueger on the box instead of Jason. You stupid little bastard! What are you doing?
He does some artwork, and he's like, 1, 2.
This is Freddy Krueger, and he's only got 3 fucking fingers.
Yeah, like I read people were bitching that their poster tube came bent, but the posters were fine. I'm like, who gives
that shit drives
the
me
box?
Dude, listen to this.
Well, if your poster's fine, who cares?
Dude, my friend Cage, he trolls people, right? Some guy posted on the Vinegar Syndrome box the page. He was like, they ship this like this. This is bullshit. And like they put like bubble wrap on one side, all the discs were on the other side, but everything was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
and he said that. It's like, why are they shipping like this? Everything was perfectly fine, but he bitched. And Cage left underneath. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, man. Your discs were messed up, or like that, because nothing was wrong. Like,
yeah,
you're
it's
bitching
bullshit.
that nothing happened. That's like if you almost got in a like. It's just fucking dumb. Fuck off, you fucking dork.
Well, at least these fucking people got their sets, though. God, I got nothing. I got nothing to complain
like one
about.
of the first humans on the planet to get one. It felt like
I got one like a day after you got it.
I was going to ask you, JP, did like after, you know, all this shit comes out and stuff, do you want to change your thumbnail? Because doesn't it say unboxing the greatest box set in the world? But is it really the greatest box set in the world right now?
I still think it is, even with the problems.
Oh my God.
What is a better box set?
Violent shit box set, Germany release, man. Hands down. Don't stop fucking around. That's some crazy awesome shit. It's even numbered too, man. They hand numbered it in some weird German numbers and shit. It's awesome.
Your German numbers.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's this one or the Halloween, because when you get like that many, I mean, the Herschel Gordon Lewis box set, I could see an argument for because of just like
it is honestly beautiful. The cereal box.
The most work you put in had to be like the Al Adamson box set because they dug all those fucking movies up. I know they're not that popular, but like the Friday the 13th box sets are owned by one company or two companies, so it's not that hard to do it.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, but it has so many new special features that they had to actually make.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude, a release like the Al Adamson box set is pretty unique and special, though, man. I mean, that took a lot of
movies, but you know the box set itself.
But it's great for like me and you,
make
Dave.
A box set of like some shit that I don't care about. It doesn't.
But you don't know
what
really
else happens.
But that's
Severin
the thing,
sent me
JP.
the replacement disc without even fucking making me fill anything out. It just automatically showed up.
Right, because they're good people.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know about the problems. Scream Factory did announce a while back they were looking into the issue. Now they've officially made a statement. They said, unfortunately, there were some unintended mistakes in our process due to human error.
What if they said intended?
Does it have to be
right.
unintended? Like, you have to put that there? Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like, it's like mistakes. Like, I'm just going to assume a mistake's on accident. It's like...
You just sound like an asshole
like
when you
saying
put that
there's
adjective
been some
in there.
mistakes.
Yeah. Wait, so that's like a double...
Yeah, I feel like it is.
They cancel each other out.
Yeah, so they did it on purpose.
Right.
Actually, I guess it's more like a verb. But anyways, it's just fucking weird to me that you're going to do that shit.
I mean, apologies. We plan to correct these errors by offering replacement discs for
free
Friday the
chocolate
13th
sundae.
Part 3, Jason Goes to Hell, and Jason X. So the
And a free
issues
sundae.
were, Part 3, when viewing in 3D only, the opening credits do not come on screen correctly.
What?
Yep.
So only when you're viewing in 3D.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not going to affect me because there's no way I'm ever watching part 3. I've actually never seen it in 3D because I hate 3D, but...
Well, I've seen it in the bullshit 3D, but I wanted to see it in the good 3D.
Is it in the good 3D?
Like, 3D
I thought it was...
TVs are so expensive.
I thought
Well,
I thought it was in blue and red. Isn't that how it was originally done? Obviously.
It looks cool in red and green. It's just I don't feel like watching it in red and green. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
It honestly never really interested me, man.
3D is like super fun if it doesn't give you a headache. But if you're like a pussy like Moods, it will give you a headache. So don't watch it.
Honestly, man, I've been diagnosed. Like my eye doctor's like, dude, you got super sensitive fucking eyes, man. Like I squint a lot, and it has nothing to do with my eyesight. Like my eyesight's actually perfect. Like I'm 40, and I still can see fucking 20/20, but I squint a lot because like I'm super sensitive to light and shit. So when 3D's happening, like I don't know, man. It's just like it's penetrating too deep. Wow, that sounded really bad. I used penetration.
Was a doctor like, I'm going to write you a prescription here for pussy eyes.
Right. It's hard to explain. Like, I actually laughed out loud when he's like, I'm like, that's your diagnosis? Like, that's your big fucking medical term is sensitive eyes? Like, it's a real thing, though.
That'll be $568.
People,
here
they literally always say, like, man, you squint a lot, man. I'm like, yeah, because it's just everything's bright to me. I just see shit too clearly, I guess. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
So, I would love to watch it in 3D, but of course, the damn 3D TV, that's why I'm hoping for another boom in 3D just so I can get a 3D
Somebody
TV.
told you that projectors are 3D.
I'm not buying a fucking projector
happening.
to
Why
watch
not?
3D because it's stupid.
It's not that expensive.
That shit ain't
and it's the same thing. You can do it in 4K or fucking Blu-ray or whatever.
But it doesn't look good on the wall.
I don't know. That's why you get a screen, lazy boy.
Nah. Or even a screen, it doesn't look as good.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Fucking 3D TVs, man, they're never making a comeback. They're about as popular as fucking Netflix and
they
chill.
Said that. You know what? They said that in the 50s. And then you know what? They said it in the 80s.
They
You know
didn't
what?
have
said it
3D
in
TVs in the
2010s.
50s, bro.
No, but 3D became really popular.
Not in
Remember
the
that
80s.
there's
3D was
three big
popular in the
3D
50s. I mean,
3D was
that?
popular in '83 too, but
yeah. Well, it started to make a comeback in the early. Yeah, Jaws 3D, but that was the
No.
gimmick, right? If you had a part
There
3, you
was-
had to do it in 3D.
There was 3 3D booms. It was in the 50s.
Yeah.
When it was new. And then there was the 80s with like 82 to like 85.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of 3D movies. And then in like the 2008 era to like 2000.
Yeah. My Bloody Valentine
probably.
3D. Like, are you fucking that? It just turns out cheesy though.
Yeah, My Bloody Valentine 3D. I mean, dude, for a while there, like literally every single movie came out in 3D.
Oh, I know. It was irritating too, because I remember going to the cinema and not having the option of 2 in 3D. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I got to sit through this fucking 3D shit.
Dude, one of the funnest things I ever did was smoke weed and watch Jackass 3D in 3D.
Oh,
in
give
the
me a
theater.
break. You did not smoke weed. You smoke crack.
No, dude, it was so funny. It was so funny. It was like I couldn't even handle it. I was like I was like getting to the point where I was like, people are gonna think I'm laughing too much. They're gonna
Dude,
know I'm
I actually watched that in 3D also, because not knowing that I didn't have the option, I'm like, I get there, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, really, when you start watching shit like Jackass in 3D, like, you really start to question what you're doing with your life.
Yeah, but they like pooped on stuff in 3D.
I know it's funny for 2 seconds, but then when you have a headache and you have sensitive eyes like I do, my irises and my fucking optical nerves, they don't process this shit properly, dude.
they don't
So
process the shit.
They don't process the shit, man. That's absolutely
Yeah.
true. So I have a hard time concentrating and laughing as much as I probably should at that shit, because I'm watching Jackass in 3D. Do I need to see poop in 3D? Probably, but
Only you can answer that question.
I know. I mean, I probably need to see that shit, but I mean, I just headache city, dude.
You just sometimes you gotta sacrifice your health for the well-being of.
Well,
of your
it's not
psyche.
it's not killing me. It's just making me feel like trash bags for like 6 hours after. It's fucking
Feel
weird,
good
man.
now. Feel like shit later. It's
Like McDonald's. Feel good now, feel like shit later.
Right, exactly. Okay, so yeah, that 3D thing, blah blah. The second issue, which to me was the true issue, the main issue, and that's the unrated cut of Jason Goes to Hell was missing the snapped wrist gore scene, which is great. Like, how does that even happen? That just feels like some dickhead had a bad day and he's like, I'm gonna remove this scene from the print.
Again,
You know what
I'm
I mean?
confused
Like-
too. Yeah.
Like,
Maybe they had to add all those scenes into the print.
maybe.
No,
Could be.
there's an uncut print. Like that doesn't make sense that scene
Maybe
would be
they
missing.
used the master and then added the clips from a print. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But that kind of sucks. Because like that's like a good key. That's a good
It's the
snap
best.
wrist,
It's the
too.
best part in the whole movie.
No, when the bitch gets elbowed in the face is the best part.
I'm just joking. There's no good parts in that movie.
Come on, that part is so epic, dude. He's just like boom, and her fucking mouth is like inside out.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the movie definitely has an elevated body count. Doesn't that movie have the most kills in any Friday film?
No, I don't think so.
It has like
But
24
it
or
has-
something like that. Yeah, it's crazy.
It does have good kills in the uncut version though. It has some of the best kills in the franchise actually.
Yeah, it does. I agree.
5's got a huge body count.
Yeah, 5 is 21, I think.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Jason
No.
versus Freddy versus Jason is a lot too.
I think that
Yeah,
might
'cause
actually be the most.
jump
I think
to-
the last two kind of elevated the body counts.
Oh, and
Yeah.
the remake has a ton too.
Yeah.
And the
Well, I think the
is,
opening
like,
25
fucking
minutes.
people.
Yeah, the opening 25 minutes has like at least 15 deaths or some shit. It's crazy.
And then the last issue was Jason X was missing an audio scene in which Jason kills the camp counselors.
You didn't get the 4th issue.
The peanut butter?
No.
The farting?
That it smells like farts.
Friday the 13th or 8 is actually in the box set. It was supposed to be.
Fuck. Of course, he has a single at the one that was fucking filming.
Dude, you're
This
telling me
fucking
you
guy.
like Jason X more than Friday 8.
I don't remember very well, but I do remember I hate Jason 8.
Oh,
So
dude, Jason Take Manhattan, man. I wish they had been able to make the movie that they were actually sent out to make, because you know the whole story with that shit. Like, they had to cut the funding for that, and they had to. Oh, it just looks so cheap now.
Paramount kind of fucks up their horror movies. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, this franchise has been making you money all
They
the
don't like
goddamn
It was
time.
going to be a lot
They're
bigger.
fucking embarrassed by it. It's like a fucking like stock fund and fucking dildos or something. They don't want to talk about it. We made so much money off vibrators this week. What? No, nothing, man. We didn't make anything.
Right.
Buy more vibrators.
Yeah, but you can contact www.discshipment.com with the filling out the form and putting Friday the 13th under the titles that you need replaced and uploading your receipt, and they will send you replacement discs.
You got to tell them which titles you need replaced.
No, you just have to say Friday the 13th.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I
they're
didn't
just,
do that. I
yeah,
said Friday the 13th.
I saw that. They're just going to send the package.
Yep. Okay. Moving on. Shudder announces 3-night Halloween event, the Shudder Drive-In, with films, performers, and more. Starting on October 29th, running 3 consecutive nights. The pair... What pair? This is pair. Oh, a partnership with Cinema Drive-In and Kilburn Live. Will produce an all-new immersive experience that combines 3 Halloween feature films with the live-action elements and performers to create a horror film meets haunted house style attraction.
What?
Yeah, so the multi-sensory live-action event kicks off with Blood Quantum on Thursday the 29th with host following. Is this... Oh, this isn't on Shudder. It's like actually at a drive-in.
Why are you telling me? I ain't gonna be able to get there.
No, I didn't know that when I started reading it. So, yeah, I mean, if you
Dude,
live
talk about
in,
quality control. Holy
if
fuck.
you live in California or in Texas or in New Jersey.
So this is basically going out to Venom and Mike. And
Right.
I think
And
Donnie.
Brandon.
And Donnie.
Brandon,
And all the toxic waste people in New Jersey.
right?
All right,
Brandon.
I should have
Yes,
said
I'm
that.
Brandon.
I shouldn't have said that.
The toxic waste.
okay.
Yeah. It's going out to
Dion
the toxic
Taylor.
offender. Me.
Toxic Avenger.
Offender.
Dion Taylor is directing Grave Hill, which is a remake of the Vietnamese horror The Housemaid. Have you guys seen The Housemaid?
Didn't that-
I think I have that.
Didn't the Housemaid just come out like a couple of years ago through IFC?
I don't know. It's Vietnamese.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's...
2016, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think they only put a DVD out too. They didn't put a Blu-ray, and I was like, "What the fuck am I buying this DVD for?" Oh, because they didn't put a Blu-ray out.
Are you sure they didn't put out a Blu-ray? I swear Derek has the Blu-ray, but I could be wrong. But
I think you know what, Dave, I think you're thinking of that other film, the other Vietnamese film they put out.
Well, what is it?
I'm
Call
not
Derek.
sure. All I know
Call
is
Derek right now.
I have heard that it's actually a pretty good movie, but it's being Americanized. So
Americanized.
why? It's brand fucking new.
We're gonna make sure it's the right movie.
I don't know.
Holy shit,
I
I'm
didn't mind
piping
the
up.
Inside remake, I'm gonna be honest.
What was this made? It's called Housemaid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
2016.
Housemaid.
I've heard from a lot of people it's really good.
What?
The Housemaid.
The Housemaid.
The
2016.
Vietnamese movie that came out from Scream Factory IFC line. So, yeah, it was just one I wanted to check out. I couldn't get my hands on it though, because all those IFC titles are only regulated to the U.S., so they're imports up here. So I don't know.
Ugh, so they're super expensive.
Crazy expensive, like it's retarded. I shouldn't say that, but no, it's stupid.
Okay.
It's stupid. They're all like $30-something, and I'm like, it's an IFC film. It's crazy.
So
Okay,
Amazon,
it is on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I thought so.
But
yeah, you're
I'm
thinking
not
of
sure.
the other movie that's on DVD that's Vietnamese.
I don't think this is an American DVD. The American DVD Blu-ray is currently not in stock, though. Well, no, the only one is in stock is the Montage Pictures import. So I don't know if this fucker is available anymore on Blu-ray.
Okay. So that's being remade. After that, James Wan is producing a I Know What You Did Last Summer television series for Amazon. A while back, that was being announced as like a remake. But then now it sounds like it's going to TV.
Why? Like, did they
That's
not?
gonna be
know,
so
I just have-
shitty.
Did they not learn from the shitty Scream series? Man, that shit was fucking terrible.
Yeah, but this is like the B-list version of Scream, too.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be even worse.
That'd be like if they made a bad Gremlins TV series, and then they were like, well, I guess we gotta do the Ghoulies TV series now. Like, this is not gonna...
Well, they
end
learned. They learned after they put out Gremlins 2, because that movie sucks.
You're wrong.
No, Gremlins 2 sucks, man.
I love
I
it.
can't stand. I'm you know, I'm a little bit biased because I'm not even a big fan of the original one. I like the original Gremlins. I'm not like in love with it. I don't hate it like I hate E.T. But honestly, dude, Gremlins 2 is. I do. I hate E.T. I didn't even like it as a kid. But Gremlins 2, man, that shit has never done it for me. I've never liked it. I always thought it was shitty.
I like it. It makes me laugh, and there's a bunch of different gremlins.
But they were smart because
like
they.
You got a bat gremlin.
You got electric gremlin.
Gremlins
electric
2.
Gremlin. He can go through electronic devices.
How can we make it? How can we make a TV series after we have a shitty sequel?
You got the one with tits.
You got one that is a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah, and then you got Grandpa Monster, played by the guy from Christine.
Oh, you guys stop!
But I don't think
stop trying
is
to
he
fucking.
Gremlin? Is he a gremlin? I don't think he's a gremlin. JP, is the Grandpa guy a gremlin?
The only good thing about part 2,
you got Dick Miller in it. Come on,
is that Phoebe Cates is
Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee's in it.
Zach Galligan.
No, Zach. That's not a selling point. Like, so oh yeah, Christopher Lee actually is in that movie. I forgot about that. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's great in that. That deleted scene is so great when he's in the lab and he's like. The guy's like, what is this? He's like, it's a vampire bat. And he's like, I heard they suck blood. And the guy's like, no, that's not true at all. He's like, oh. That should have stayed in the movie, I swear.
You know what? We're going to do Gremlins 2 for our franchise roundup. I'm just saying.
I love Gremlins 2.
For a
5 stars.
What fucking franchise are we talking about here?
Gremlins 1 and 2.
That's not a franchise.
When are we ever going to review Gremlins 2?
A franchise is 4 films or more, because if there's 3, that's a trilogy. That's not a franchise.
It came out in 92, I think.
Did it? I thought it was 92.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, I remember actually watching it when it first came out, being like, "Ugh, come on."
You Canadians hate fun. I swear.
Yeah, they do.
That is not true. That is not true. Oh, coming from JP, he's like the fucking full-time hater of fun. Hates everything.
Who?
JP.
What?
You don't like Todd Sheets, but you don't like a
fucking
like 3 out of 10.
I like Ghoulies 3 as well.
Ghoulies 2, Ghoulies 3, and Gremlins 2 is all that matters for fun. That's how we base everything is on fun.
I like all those little creature movies. I even like Hobgoblins a little bit.
I never watched Hobgoblins, but I watched all the rest and I like them because I'm dumb. I don't like Ghoulies.
Hobgoblins is so stupid. It has like such a long scene of like it's just so stupid.
Do you like Munchies and Munchies 2?
I've seen Munchies. I've never seen
Man, Munchies 2 is so ridiculous.
Back.
Oh,
there's 3 Munchie movies.
Yeah, that's right. There is 3 Munchies actually. I think the second one's like super comical. Like it's just like it's ridiculous comedy.
The second one has like a big guy on it. He's like not really a little creature. He's like a midget or something, and he's played by Dom DeLuise.
I like the first one though. It's actually kind of fun. I like me some small creature features.
I have it on Bluray from Scream Factory.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is actually some good news for me. Fury Road spinoff, Furiosa, will star Anna Taylor-Joy and Chris Hemsworth. George Miller is developing a Fury Road spinoff based on Charlize Theron's character, which will be played by Anna Taylor-Joy.
I thought this was like old news. Did we not know
about
this already?
I know he was trying to get it going, but I think it's like this is like, hey, we're actually trying.
Okay, because I thought I heard about this a long time ago, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool, because she was pretty cool in the film. So yeah, I think that works.
And Anna Taylor-Joy is fucking awesome.
Yeah,
I really love her.
Yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, and Fury Road was pretty epic in my opinion.
Great movie.
It's better than his original one, that's for sure.
The first Mad Max?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that one either.
The movie cost like $10 though, didn't it?
It's just
stop making excuses.
I haven't watched that movie in fucking 20 years.
Dude, the sequels are better than Mad Max is like one of those completely overrated films. Like everybody knows we're like, I like Mad Max, and I'm like, have you watched it recently?
The poster is cooler than the movie.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, have you fucking watched Mad Max recently? It's actually got a horrible narrative. It's really not that good at all in any
It's
actually.
pretty bland.
It is, man. It's like not a great movie at all. Totally.
Yeah,
overrated.
I watched it within the past year, I think. I watched it this year.
I would watch the fucking Thunderdome more. Actually rewatched that a few months back again.
So yeah, I actually don't mind it. It's definitely not as good as I remembered when I was a kid.
The Road Warrior's where it's at.
The Road Warrior's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's one of those sequels that just totally outshines the original film, and then Thunderdome is way step down, but it's still fun though.
It's humongous in Road Warrior.
It has fucking it's got, I don't know, it's just fun.
No, I know. Is Humongous in Thunder and then Road Warrior? Is he in the second one?
Fuck is Humongous?
He's a fucking weird guy with the fucking spike mask.
No, that's in the third one, I think.
No, he's not in the third one because I barely remember the third one. I know I've seen the first two more.
Spike mask?
I don't remember.
He's a fucking big bad guy. Who's the one where like fucking?
You mean the
Thunderdome?
hockey mask?
Is he not
like the
Thunderdome?
Jason
Yeah,
Part
yeah.
5
He's
mask?
got like a Jason mask, but he's covered in spikes.
Yeah, that's part Road Warrior.
Yeah, that's
Road
the one I
Warrior?
remember.
Okay, I can't remember. I always
That's
get
the
those
one I
shits
watched
fucked
all
up.
the time. With the kid who has the boomerang.
But
That's Road Warrior.
but
Yeah, that one's awesome.
Thunderdome
No, wait.
has fucking
yeah, that's
um,
Road Warrior.
Tina Turner in it.
Yeah, I barely remember Thunderdome. I remember that being real cheesy.
And she's like, Master Blaster.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's cheesy. It is cheesy.
It is cheesy, but it's fun.
I'd like to rewatch all those, to be honest.
I just did this year. Except for Fury Road. I forgot to do that one. Okay, so last little bit of news here. Michael C. Hall is back as Dexter in a limited revival from Showtime. It's going to be 10 episodes and follow the original end of the series from 2013.
It's
They're
gonna
trying to make up for the shitty last season.
It's gonna.
Yep.
Did you say the storyline's gonna take place right where it left off?
You're right, with
Okay.
Dexter. Well,
So they-
I won't spoil. Just in
They
case,
need to.
but-
They need to. Fix that
Dude, I
issue.
literally was obsessed with that show. It was like one of the first shows I got heavy into, and I was so mad by the end.
The first 5
So
seasons
I
are really
need-
good. What's the last 2 seasons? It went 7 seasons.
7 or I think 7.
I think it was 7. So
Yeah.
I think the first 5 are really solid, and then 6 it started to go downhill, and then the last season was just like holy. I remember too. I being like, what the fuck is
the
going on
last
here?
season was complete.
It's still not as bad
garbage.
as the last season of Entourage. That's the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, fucking terrible.
But I need this. People have been like, no, like there have been talks about a revival forever, and everybody's like, nah, like they ruined that show, and I'm like, yes, that's why we need a revival to fix the bullshit, because I need a different ending so I could be satisfied, or else I feel like I named my dog Dexter. Like I need to feel good about that.
Did you name him after you saw the first 3 seasons?
The first 4 because the 4th
That's
season
so
is the
bad.
best one.
That's like getting a bad tattoo, like getting a Slipknot tattoo when you're like fucking 15, and then like after then you turn 20 and you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it was stupid because I was like so obsessed with the show, and I got a puppy around like the 4th season, I think, and then I was like, what should I name this dog? And then I was like, I'm gonna name it Dexter.
Mr. Originality.
I wouldn't feel bad getting the Slipknot tattoo. At least Corey Taylor's like a legitimate horror fan. You know, he's actually.
Didn't you name your cat like Goomba or some shit?
Yeah, but that was just because he was fucking retarded. My bad. Shouldn't have used that word.
That's twice
He
we've
actually-
apologized.
he
Like here,
actually
I am the
is
most unapologetic person in the world, and I actually said sorry for saying retarded. This world's starting to get to me.
But he actually is mentally handicapped. The cat is like literally special. I didn't name him Goomba because I was like, he's a Goomba. He's like a little creature. And
how do you know
Mario's
that?
fucking timeless. What are you talking about?
Like, did like a vet diagnose him as being
At the time,
slow?
I thought Dexter was gonna be timeless too.
Name one cat you know named Goomba besides my cat.
I can't say I know another one named Goomba.
Yeah, but I don't know any cats named Shit either. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean it's a good name.
Dexter. Dexter is so unoriginal. Should have just called him Max.
Dexter isn't like a common name. Like who names
Yeah,
a
it
kid
is.
Dexter?
It's a common dog name,
It's
though.
usually Poindexter.
Is it really?
I'd say so.
Okay.
Maybe. Maybe
That's all
maybe
the
there's a
news.
dog in a movie named Dexter.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's all the news.
It's all the Muse.
All right.
Jason Muse.
That's all the Jason Muse.
That's all the Jason Muse we have for you guys.
Alrighty. And that is
Thanks
the
a lot,
news.
dudes.
Fucking thing sucks!
22 shots.
All right, so moving along here into a quick little knowledge segment.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
Yeah, so for this one, I mean, this being the Halloween special, I don't know what volume it is. I can't keep track of that shit. What is it?
Halloween itself, it would be our, I want to say seventh year doing
Yeah.
Halloween.
It's at least 7. I know overall for viewers' choice, it's 12 or 14.
12?
Yeah,
I think it's 12.
Yeah, we've had a lot of these viewer choice shows, and we appreciate that. So for this knowledge, I'm just going to break down. I literally just typed in like I usually do, and first thing that pops up, I just typed in, the best movies to watch on Halloween kind of thing. We'll just discuss maybe some of our picks or just see how this list goes and shit. This is from colander.com. This list was done last Halloween, October 31st. And it's literally titled 13 Great Horror Movies to Watch on Halloween That Aren't Halloween.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to do that.
And that's kind of what I was going for. Because, I mean, really, like, everyone's list is always fucking Halloween.
Like, at this point, I want lists that are like, I wish, like, next year this guy needs to write a list and he's like, 13 movies to watch on Halloween that aren't Halloween or Trick or Treat. Because those are the two really big ones. But
people will be like, I'm a little bit different than everyone else. I like to watch Halloween 3.
A couple years ago.
We fucking get it.
I mean, it is true. Halloween 3 has maybe the thickest Halloween atmosphere in the franchise.
Yeah. A couple years ago, I was going to fuck around on the 31 Days of Horror because every Halloween or every day 31, I always do a film that's, strictly a Halloween type film, right? And a couple years ago, I was actually laughing to myself. I'm like, I wasn't sure what I was going to review on day 31. And I was like, man, I should just do a Christmas movie just to throw everybody off. Like, I literally tossed around the idea and I was like, nah, that's just fucking dumb. But I laughed about it anyways.
Right.
So anyways, 13 great horror movies to watch on Halloween that aren't John Carpenter's Halloween. Oh, this is great. This is so great. Because this is actually one of my favorite John Carpenter movies. And I know JP is not too fond of this. I'm not sure Dave's opinion on the movie. I'm pretty sure he likes it. But The Fog. I absolutely
That's set.
love.
Oh, wait, it's not set. They don't have to be set on Halloween?
No, this is just 13 movies that are great to watch during Halloween kind of thing. Right?
I can see the reason for picking that one because it does have great atmosphere.
Oh, yeah.
I think the opening of The Fog is super strong. Like, I love it, but the it's like pretty boring. I think
I don't
leper thing is a cool idea, but it's just like nothing really happens with it.
I'm good with it. I like Buck Flower. He's like, that's the best part of the movie for me. He's like, that ain't no fog bag out there. Wait, there's a fog bag out there.
Yeah, dude. I just love all the characters. Like, there's a lot of fucking great characters in this movie too. But yeah, man, I like the whole kind of ghost zombie thing. I just like the narrative too, like why they're there and stuff. There's just a lot of great stuff about it. I just like the story.
Cool.
But you're right.
It's a good ghost story to watch with your family. Put it on, watch with your mom and stuff. I think it's good for that kind of scary, but not too crazy.
And it all, like you said, going back to the beginning, with the story. The kind of campfire story and shit. And like, that's just the greatest way to start off a film, man. I love that shit.
It's a good movie. It's just never been in my top 5.
I'm more happy with this list than like films set on Halloween. Cause like, I already know all those. This is kind of more fun.
I was actually going to mention that, but of course, 13 great horror movies to watch on Halloween that aren't Halloween. I should have added that aren't actually set on Halloween because I think that's kind of what it says right here. So, but anyways, The Fog is. These aren't really listed, but they're just kind of in.
Yeah, I agree with the pick though. So,
next up here is Sleepy Hollow. That is the Tim Burton film.
Okay, so some of them are set on Halloween then.
Well, I'm not saying they all aren't. I'm just saying, yeah. They could be, might not.
They don't have to be.
Yeah, they don't have to be. I think that's kind of the point of the list. But thoughts on Sleepy Hollow? I actually like Sleepy Hollow. I've noticed that, when Sleepy Hollow first came out, it wasn't really hitting hard with a lot of people and fans from my recollection. But over the years, it's become super cult. And like, I don't know what's with that film, but it seems like everyone kind of champs it now a lot more than they used to.
I don't know if I've seen the whole thing.
I
didn't see it when it came out. And then I tried to watch it like probably 8 years ago, and I got to one part where there's this real shit, like real bad CGI, and I was like, I'm gonna wait on that one.
You know what? I vote for it every year in the poll because I'm just like, I've never seen it, so I kind of always want to. Mm-hmm. But so far it's never won the poll. But I'll tell you what, man, the choices are getting slimmer and slimmer in terms of like the obvious ones that people want.
The problem is with this shit, man, is that people aren't picking the right ones. Like, that can't kind of came out wrong, but I'm just saying, like, demonic toys, like every year that I see demonic toys on the list, I'm like, man, there's like one part in the movie that's on Halloween. The movie doesn't actually take place on Halloween, which is kind of infuriating. There's literally a backstory that takes place on Halloween, and I'm like, man, I don't know.
Yeah, but isn't it like the anniversary of that? So you assume that it's on Halloween.
I know, but they never actually do say though. It's I don't know, but you know what I'm saying.
You know what? You're right. But I was watching it, and for some reason, I was like, wait a minute, does this even take place on Halloween? And I was like waiting to find out if it did, and then I was like, does it take place on Christmas? Because for some reason, I started thinking that it was like Christmas, because like the presents or the toy store or whatever. But no, I don't know why Demonic Toys went through. I voted for it just because I wanted to watch it, but
yeah, I just feel that
strange.
like you know, going back to the Midnight Hour, like a lot of people haven't seen it or just keep forgetting about it, but it's on the list every year. It barely ever gets votes, but that is like the most awesome Halloween fucking movie. One of the greatest ones out there, man. Like that would
underrated.
It would have been so good to do, especially with these other two movies that are so Halloween. You know, like we have two other movies that are very, very Halloween kind of thing. And
I would say Midnight Hour is one of the definitive Halloween movies as far as Halloween atmosphere is concerned.
Right, right.
But also, Lacey and Dan were doing it, so I was like, I don't want to do that.
Who gives a shit?
Okay. You know, but I mean,
I don't like doing the same thing.
I was a little bit disappointed because I thought maybe it was going to get a little bit more votes this year because, you know, I had it on my top 10 and a lot of people did get back like, man, you know, I need to rewatch or even watch
just
Midnight
nobody
Hour.
knows what it is.
Dude, somebody actually said that was the worst movie of 85 when I asked for the worst movie of 85, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like,
people
literally,
say
this isn't my
Under the
top
Stairs
15.
is the worst of 91. I don't care. Your people that you're friends with are dumb. Just saying.
Dude, honestly,
Dude,
I love when you
5,000
post those.
friends.
I love when you post those, Dave, because I'll read through the comments and like I think I did the same thing with 85 and I was like, they apparently have not watched too many bad 85 movies or 91 movies.
Rejects is the worst at 05, and everybody's like, what?
Dude, I just scroll down the
trolling,
list
though.
and I'm like, dumbass.
That's just somebody who actively hates
Dumbass.
Rob Zombie and can't think objectively. Even if you don't like the movie, it's not the worst. There's no way it's the worst.
Yeah, because you didn't say what your favorite or what your least favorite is. You asked what the best and worst was, kind of thing, right? So that's an objectivity thing. But I don't know, man. There is definitely a lot more picks that we can do from years to come here, and I'm just shocked by some of the ones that aren't being chosen. But it is what it is. Next up here is The Conjuring. Thoughts on The Conjuring? I actually really like the first Conjuring.
It's on my
I
blind
love it.
spot.
I think it's great.
Never seen it. It's on my blind spot.
I'm not a huge fan of the sequel. I know a lot of people championed the sequel when it came out, but I felt like it was a couple steps way down. I enjoyed it, but I thought it was not even close to the original one. But I felt like there were some moments in it that threw me off. There was one specific moment. I won't say it if you haven't said it, or have seen the movie or whatever. But it took me right the fuck out. It's kind of like that whole. This has happened a few times in movies, but I didn't think it was as good at all. Felt rushed to me.
Remember it, honestly.
It felt rushed to me, to be honest.
I think that the thing I like about The Conjuring a lot is it really reminds me of like an Amityville or something that came out in that era. I mean, it's set in that era, but it kind of captures what was cool about the haunted house film of the time.
It was just done really well. It was actually done really well. You know, it's hard to do a lot of these kind of ghost stories and stuff modern wise that are good. It seems like the majority of them that come out are very, very laughable. You know, they just don't seem to work in modern times as well. But Conjuring, I felt like it did. It was done really well. The next up is The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Great one.
Oh,
That's
dude.
a good choice.
Fucking
yeah,
so
me and Moods reviewed it and we pretty much blew it the entire time.
I think the set design on this movie is fucking incredible. It is so cool visually. You know, it's just done so fucking well, man. I could watch this shit all the time, dude. It's really damn good. Really fucking
Well,
good.
of course, it's 22 Shots Hall of Famer.
You know, it's 1920.
What's the guy's name? The killer.
Caligari.
The killer's not named Caligari.
Cabinet.
Shut up. He's super iconic looking. Like, you never forget that guy. Everybody knows who that guy is if you know horror movies.
Yeah, the imagery is just second to none, man. It's so crazy when you watch this movie and like that Kino transfer. Holy fuck balls! Like,
yeah, good movie, man.
Is some crazy shit that they did restoring this movie. Like, it looks like it was filmed like just recently. It's crazy. But yeah, that's set design, something else. If you've never seen the original Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, you got to check it out. It's amazing. Mm-hmm. Next up, this is one that I actually love to watch. It's fun. It's not as good as the first part of the double feature, but it's still really fun. And that's Planet Terror. I'm kind of shocked to actually see this on the list, but
Planet Terror?
Yeah.
I'd say just watch the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun.
It's fun, man.
Planet Terror is fun. I like Death Proof a lot more.
Almost a little too stupid at the end.
Yeah,
that's a little too the gun lag was too much.
Yeah, a little bit in the end, but yeah, I prefer Death Proof.
I like the
Death Proof. I watch.
It's like pure exploitation bullshit.
Yeah, but it's just a little too dumb.
But so was a lot of that dumb shit back then.
Not that dumb.
It was pretty dumb.
I love Rose McGowan's
doesn't
name.
Look like an exploitation movie though. At that point, it just looks too newish. It just didn't look good either. It didn't match it. Yeah, everything, the style. It just almost went too much for that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that was Rodriguez though. You can tell that was his movie though, right? Like you watched.
I like the movie.
You watch Death Proof and you see like how much. Obviously, it's a love letter to exploitation type films and shit.
It's
but
no different
Tarantino
when Ash
gets it a lot more.
Chainsaw in his fucking hand.
Yeah, but that's not really an exploitation movie. Not the time frame they were going for. That's 87. That's not the same thing. This movie, he was trying to go forward, probably be more like in line with a Nightmare City or something like that.
No, I get you, like a grindhouse.
Yeah, it just doesn't really match the aesthetic of the movie. Like the CGI parts just look off at the end, and even like it doesn't really match. Like there's serious dark tones throughout the whole movie, and then that just is like fucking so over the top. It's dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, but I still like the movie.
It reminds me.
It's still fun. It's got some gross shit in it, though.
Yeah, you're right. It turns into like Meatball Machine or some shit.
Yeah, it's like Japanese.
Yeah, it was super gross and shit, man. I always like Rose McGowan's name though, Cherry Darling. That shit's funny to me. Great name. Next up here is.
I laugh out loud when Bruce Willis turns into like that giant blob, and he's like, "Thank you for your service."
Right. Yeah, that is probably one of the greatest parts of the movie, actually. Is actually one of JP's favorite movies, and that's the original Fright Night.
No.
I like Fright Night.
I was obviously being facetious.
Honestly, Fright Night doesn't feel Halloween to me, man. It feels like summer or something.
It does feel more like summer. And it's also my number 6 on 85. So
you guys
that tells you anything.
Whatever.
Number 6.
I do think Fright Night has its place, but I've always kind of felt like that was a summer movie.
Does Fright Night did Fright Night even make your top 10, or did it not make your top 10 at all?
80 what year?
85.
It made your top 10. It was like 8 or something.
I think I was shocked.
It missed, I'm pretty sure.
It wasn't on there either. Yeah, because I don't understand. You know, it's funny, man. I've had a lot of different comments because I've done top 10 lists of vampire movies, and I was, Fright Night's always the one that's. I mean, this is the movie that got me into horror. Like I watched this shit, when I was 5-6 years old, in 85, whenever I first seen it, and that was the film.
I'm glad I didn't see that because it would have gotten me away from horror.
Oh, fuck off, dude! What a different time. But it's crazy. But the thing I always liked about Fright Night back in those days was I took it for being a scary film. I didn't realize it was a comedy and stuff, right? And it just always freaked me out, man. So many great memories, but I just don't understand the hate for it. Like I'll put this up there and people are like, really, you like Fright Night?
This fucking I think the love story between Amanda Bierce and Chris Sarandon is cringy.
But every vampire movie has that fucking romance element.
Lost Boys.
Every classic vampire.
Are you
that movie's
fucking
more of a
kidding me?
throwback to the old.
There's
ones.
a romance.
You're talking about Star and
there's a romance element in there.
It's a background, like unimportant, like subplot,
but it's still there.
Like this big, drawn out dance sequence.
If you want to get very hip, if you want to get fucking, into
vampires and love are synonymous.
They are.
It is, but that's what it's about.
It has to be interesting though, and that one wasn't. It was just stupid.
I don't think it's stupid.
I don't think it's stupid at all, man. It's not about her. It's about the fact that she looks like, anyways, we know what the story is. But, I mean, if you look at the Lost Boys, I mean, I get a lot of.
It was my number 17. That's pretty good for 85, dude.
Dude, that is fucking. But then again, if you're doing your list by favorites,
what was it for you? Number 1? No.
In 85. No, 80.
No, 85 is probably the best horror movie year ever, I think, to be honest. It has my 2 favorite movies in it, and it has has 3 of my top 10s of all time.
No, my number
honestly,
1 Day of the Dead.
It's one of my strongest top 10s, but like
Day of the Dead and then Return of the Living Dead and there's some top 5 films. Like honestly, my top 10 list
15 spots away from yours. That's not that big a deal.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge deal.
But then again,
spots in 85. This isn't like 91 or something.
If we're doing,
this is a big deal. But 15's a lot.
But you did your list by favorites. Like, I mean, if you're doing it straight objectively, would you have put Fright Night in a best of list from 85 though?
It could have maybe made my 10 spot because I think it might be better than Cat's Eye subjectively or objectively.
Are you fucking? You got to be fucking with me.
What's that?
It's way better than Cat's Eye. Like objectively, like as filming.
That's what I'm saying. I would have put it where Cat's Eye is instead. But it's not better than Reanimator. It's not better than Silver Bullet. It's not better than Demons. It's not better than Phenomena. It's not better than House. It's not better than Day of the Dead or Return of the Living Dead.
See, when you start ringing off titles from 85, it gets ridiculous, dude.
I'm telling you,
85
is the best year. Hands down.
But again, going back to our top 50 favorite lists of all time, like, I mean, half my top 10 was literally in that list. That's how fucking solid that list is.
There's fucking 50. Great movies from 85.
Man, like
Day, Return, Demons, Phenomenon, and Reanimator, and even probably Fright Night are going to make my top 50.
And it's crazy, like, and I'm talking like all those movies are literally like in my top, well, 3 of those are in my top 5, and, you know, top 10 kind of thing, top 12. Fucking gnarly. What a crazy year.
The top 2 of that year are my 2 favorite movies I've ever made. So, like, I was like,
I know. Yeah. That's like me too. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So,
yeah, Day of the Dead and Return of the Living Dead are in my, I think, top 5 ever.
It's my 1-2 spot, really. Yeah. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Which is one thing, but whenever you talk about, like, you know, 3 or 4 people also having it in their, like, top 5 or 10 of all time, that's where it really...
I still can't get over the 80s series on 85. Listening to that, the summer series, they picked fucking Fright Night and Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah, see, how does Day of the Dead not
have Day of the Dead there?
I'd be like, I know Return of the Living Dead's the greatest fucking satire ever, but like, Return of the Living Dead is literally like the good value, the best good value you've ever seen compared to Day of the Dead. You know what I mean? Like, it's still the good value version. Yeah. Not to be a dick. It's my second favorite movie ever made, but still, Day of the Dead's Day of the Dead.
Was Midnight Hour?
It legitimately shocks me that the lack of respect people have for Day of the Dead. Like, it blows my mind.
People forget. They forget. I swear, they must. Like, at the end of the day, like, if you put Day of the Dead in, you're gonna watch the whole thing. Like, Fright Night is a remake of another movie. Day of the Dead is its originality, and there's a lot of substance. There's not much you can have a 45-minute conversation about what's going on in Fright Night. You're like, well, it's really well made. It's you know, it's fun, but it doesn't have like the shit that Day of the Dead has, like the substance.
Let me ask something. Was Midnight Hour ever talked about for 85 in the summer series? Was it ever brought up?
They don't do TV movies.
Yeah, they don't do TV movies.
What do you mean? Right. What's the difference? It doesn't. I don't get.
They don't, just to make it easier on them.
Just to make it easier.
But it's fucking
no
good,
TV
though.
Movies in summer series.
Oh, that's
no. I agree, it's good, but like I think because they did the 70s first, and it's like if you do TV movies too, then it's like fucking a million more movies that they had to watch. You know,
but aren't at the end of the day, aren't they just a movie? If it's not theatrical or straight to home video, like it's still a fucking movie.
I don't know what the reason they never included TV movies were for. Honestly, I don't know. But I always kind of thought it was
creating that much more watches from the set. Like, I mean, let's face it, the amount of films that came out in each year in the 70s wasn't that crazy. If you add in the TV films, it's not much more. It really isn't. Like,
I don't know. We'd have to ask Duncan why they decided that.
I still don't think Midnight Hour would have made the top 10.
No,
not with those.
I would probably put money on it. The reason why they don't do TV films because they're probably hard to locate and find to watch. Maybe. And, you know, kind of research and stuff. I don't know. I mean, obviously there is a lot that are out there that have good releases and stuff, but I don't know.
Midnight Hour was my number 20.
It made my top 15, I think. I don't remember where.
You guys are insane.
Well, honestly, that was one moods where, like, I really liked it when I watched it, but it was the second movie I watched in prep. So by the time the show came around, it was
the first movie I watched made my top 10. Return to Oz was in my top 10.
I know, but it was also a first time watch, and it was the first watch of the prep. So I think it would maybe I just didn't even remember it by a year later.
I actually had a fucking dream. It was actually even recently too, man. I was having this really fucked up dream that people kept calling me fat, and I was like, dudes, I'm not fat. I weigh like 185 pounds. Fuck you. But it was weird. But I was having this weird dream that it was being rumored that the Midnight Hour is being released by Vinegar Syndrome, and I couldn't fucking like contain myself, and I was like, I need to find out. So I got on the fucking phone and I called Vinegar Syndrome. I didn't even, I remember in my dream being like, no, I can't email them because they might not get my message, or I can't contact them digitally. I need to call them. And I remember I called them on my cell phone, and the dude answered, and he's like, I can't tell you. And I just remember feeling this dread, and I was like, is it true or not? And like, I was getting so like,
see, I would have took it as like, if they can't tell me, then it's true.
Well, that's generally what you would think, right? But he's like, I can't tell you either way, because the way I kind of took it was, you just don't want either way getting out kind of thing. But it was just a really strange dream. I love that movie. If I'm having weird dreams like that, I was like getting anxiety in my dream, and I don't even get anxiety. Right?
I do. I love the movie. I almost fucking, in Halloween Spookies, I made an idea, like I had a story that was based like kind of in something at midnight hour, like coming back from the grave on Halloween to get something done. I love that concept. I think it's great. Like I said, it's one of the best Halloween movies.
Oh, it's got one of the greatest aesthetics, man. It's got one of the greatest Halloween aesthetics out there, man. And
small town.
I just feel like
danger and the stuff.
Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome would do a great job with it because, you get the awesome slip or whatever if you're into that stuff. But I could also see, like, Kino has been releasing, some of the older Anchor Bay titles too. So, I mean, a lot of companies have accumulated some of their older titles, but I don't know why that one hasn't been. It probably has something to do with the TV rights.
Music rights, too. Think about it. When you listen to that movie, there's all sorts of crazy music in that.
There's always issues with TV rights, though. Like, have you ever noticed that? There's a ton of movies out there. It's not just music. It's a lot to do with the networks that own these films and stuff. And it just, I don't know. It's just a weird thing.
Nobody probably knows who actually owns the damn thing, and that's the problem.
Probably. Well, like, when it aired in '85, who originally aired the movie?
Was it ABC? I don't know.
I don't remember. I would assume probably ABC would be a good choice.
I think it was an ABC.
Yeah.
ABC or NBC.
Yeah, that's probably sounds about right for that mid-'80s time period. So... all right, so moving along, no idea what number I'm on, but it's a movie that actually has been on our Halloween list that I think got some votes this year, actually, and I think I might have even voted for myself at one point, and that's The Guest.
Cool movie.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that. I feel like I might have, but I don't, like...
I did vote for it.
That's one of those titles that just sounds so... like normal and average that I'm thinking of like 10 different movies.
It's Adam Wingard.
It's a Wingard film.
I think that's his best movie. I think it's his best movie.
Oh yeah, he's done some really good ones. This one's good. I mean, I remember when this movie first came out and thinking to myself, is it a horror movie? Because like not the teaser trailer, but the poster and stuff was literally just a dude holding a gun, and I'm like, it looks like a fucking action movie to me. But it's pretty cool. It's actually set on Halloween.
I feel like I've seen this before, just based on the description.
It's cool, man. It's it's set on Halloween. It's pretty cool, man. I'll admit, I really enjoyed it. So,
right,
good stuff. Next up is fuck, man. When this movie came out, my God, this is one of those films that had one of the most mixed reactions ever. Like, there was people that loved it and people that hated this movie. It was just the talk of the goddamn town, and that's The Cabin in the Woods.
Love it.
I remember it being good. I think
it's amazing.
I think it's pretty cool too, actually.
It's so smart, the amount of references they sneak in there to like horror, the genre as a whole.
Yeah.
Hey. Remember, that bullshit with my weekly video?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's back up.
Nice.
They put it back up. I think that the people that company, Little White Lie, came through because it wasn't their fault. Mm-hmm. And Arrow, they helped me out. They helped to get back up.
That's cool.
Good stuff.
That's real cool. I was thinking that those people flagged me on purpose, but they actually were super.
I know
nice.
I was out there cussing them.
I always felt like
why? It made no sense. That's why I was confused.
I always felt like Cabin in the Woods kind of got a wrong reaction based on, because I mean, people were literally thinking it was like this kind of
Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah, it was a slasher film. Like, it was that typical storyline. It was kind of
marketed as that. That was the problem.
Well, I actually think the marketing was good, because I think if you give too much away, you're going to give away that third act. But I think the problem is, people are expecting, this kind of tropey fucking, slasher film that people, if you're a big horror fan, you like slasher films, you don't mind watching that shit. It's a slasher film. It is what it is. It's about the kills. But this one kind of goes into a direction where you're like, holy shit, there's a whole fucking crazy narrative going on here. But then it has monsters and shit. It's kind of like, I feel like this movie had the same reaction a lot of people did when they watched original It. you know, at the end of it, they're like, what the fuck is with this huge, stupid fucking monster, you know, kind of thing. And I remember actually even a movie that we're going to be reviewing later on today. I remember the consensus back in the day when watching that shit. They're like, what the fuck, man? What's with this fucking stupid ass fucking, you know, bat rat monster thing that's going on and shit? Like, people have those reactions because it's out of left field kind of thing. And I think that's what
they don't like to see. Different shit, man. Cabin in the Woods was cool, and then people freaked out on Cabin in the Woods. They're like, who's that? Rambo Ralph. Remember that? He went off on Cabin in the Woods, and he was like,
Rambo Ralph.
I've seen movies do it. I've seen movies do this before. That doesn't make it bad, dumbass.
Did you remember when I was told
hour and a half later on his review,
Rambo Ralph for life is a genius compared to me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, they're not wrong there.
No,
but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just dumb. Like, it's like this. I saw a movie do this first. Okay, so all Friday the 13th movies are bad because you saw Halloween first.
I know. I always hate that argument. I hate that argument.
Everything's been done. Damn it.
It's not the movie's fault. You're annoyed at how people are excited that is doing something different that you know is not different. It doesn't make the movie bad. It makes people, you know, they're not as well versed as you. Okay, sorry. It's not the fucking movie's fault.
So what you're saying is fuck Rambo Ralph for life.
No, I don't. Come on. But you know what I mean? There's so much that people getting mad for reasons that are like, we're all guilty of it. Like, back in the day, I like Scarface, and then like so many people like Scarface, I got annoyed by it. When you're like fucking like 15, you're like, Scarface ain't even that good, just because the fan base was so annoying. Like, people are like, I love Scarface. He's the coolest guy ever. Like, Scarface is a bad person. Like, you're not picking this up, you moron. So it made me dislike Scarface more. Now, as an adult, I register Scarface is fucking awesome. Except some of the fan base is fucking dumb. Just like the Joker has, not the movie Joker, the character has some of the dumbest fan base I've ever seen. Not everyone who likes him's dumb, but still doesn't make him a bad character. It just makes, and like, you know what I mean? Like, we all have that problem. We get hung up on stupid shit, and we hate the movie for a bad reason.
Yeah, but Cabin in the Woods is fucking dope.
Yeah, it's awesome, but some people got hung up on it because it had a fan base that said it was super original.
That's a lot of,
are like, well, I've seen stuff like that already.
That's a lot of mindless people, man. They can't make decisions on their own, man. They go with the pack. I mean, it's going back to the whole Rob Zombie thing, man. People are like, fuck Rob Zombie. Oh yeah, this person said fuck Rob Zombie. It is literally the same thing.
Some people go with the pack, they like it. Some people go with the pack, the opposite of the pack.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? They just
some
it's
people
people
go
following
against the
packs.
pack just to be like cool.
Yeah, it can go
As
either
an adult,
way.
you got to just find your way, you know?
Exactly. Just have your own fucking opinions, dude. Like, people are so afraid to give an honest opinion about shit. That's the fucking thing I hate watching. I've always said this too, man. Like, if you're gonna get fucking screener copies from companies and shit, be honest with your fucking reviews. Like, I hate, and I don't want to bring up Cool Duder because I actually kind of like, he's an alright guy and stuff, but you can tell he's lying through his fucking teeth on a lot of movies. He
never really review the movies. He just
but he never says anything bad. Like, every once in a while,
likes everything.
no, it's not true. It's not
before
fucking
you
true.
ever got screeners.
It's not. I mean, yeah, he definitely does like a lot more movies and stuff, but there's no way that he's liking half the, like, every once in a while he'd be like, this one wasn't really for me, but it's still an honest opinion. It's like, dude, if you hated the movie, fucking say you hated the movie. You know?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that even if you go back and watch his early videos, he rarely said negative shit.
No, for sure. I get what you're saying.
Wasn't that guy.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, man. I mean, I'm just using him. I shouldn't even have brought him up. That was a bad example, but there's other people. Like, I'm not going to start naming names.
Qualify as a reviewer. He just kind of talks about the movies.
But
you know what I mean? He's like, I got this. This is about this. This happens in it. I like this.
I know that you guys know who I'm talking about. There's other reviewers that get a lot of screener shit out there and stuff. But you can tell that it's bullshit. It's bullshit. The reviews are bullshit. Like, and they're giving detailed shit, and they're like, and they're just keep going and championing these films. And I'm like, there's no fucking way this guy's being truthful.
We've all cut slack, though. I guarantee we've cut slack. Sometimes I go think back, and I'm like, did I like that back then? There's no way I'd like that movie now. I think I was nicer back when I first started, just because you're getting into things. You know, you're a little bit less scared. But now, like, you can like, if you know the movie costs $10 and it's a family effort, you're going to be nicer than a movie that costs $10 billion.
Dude,
you will.
When I first started getting screeners,
if somebody sent it to me, I won't like tear it up. I'll just be like,
I never try to tear it up. I never tear it up. I'm always polite.
I'm just honest with shit. Like, I always go back to the Wild Eye thing, man. Like, they got fucking mad at me, man.
It's like, how much do I want to express? You know what I mean? I could still be honest without expressing everything that I have to say.
I'm not like sitting here going,
I try to be polite and respectful, even if I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not literally just, going to the point and being like, oh, this is a garbage piece of fucking shit and stuff. Like, I'll break it down, like why I didn't like this shit. And like,
I think you did on some of the Wild Eye stuff.
Oh, dude, but it was, honest to God, I fucked up hardcore. I should have kept the emails that they sent me based on my reviews, because I would tear apart a film and send them the review. And dude got so mad at me. Like, I got dropped twice, actually, from Wild Eye. It was crazy and running back.
I reviewed some stuff that I absolutely hated, and I was like, I don't know what this is, but this is really bad, and it's not for me. And then they were always polite. They never got mad at me.
Mm-hmm. Could have been a different dude.
I went through MVD. I reviewed stuff.
Yeah,
for
see, we went regularly through Wild Eye.
Yeah, I always remember the Absolute Zombies film that I did, man. That was the one that got me kicked off, I think, the second time. It was Absolute Zombies or something like that. It was a Wild Eye film.
I remember the Long Live the Dead was a zombie movie anthology, and that was absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Like, the zombies were wearing masks, and like you could see like their neck under the masks.
Yeah.
And their hands didn't have any makeup, and it was like, guys,
like,
there's only one zombie in the movie. There's only one zombie. It's not like, it's only one of them. You don't got to do this for 100,000 zombies. It's just one guy.
Like,
just one guy.
So true.
I've done this before. I don't know if you guys ever have, but like I watched a movie for a screener for His and Hers, and I was like, dude, like, that was garbage and I hated it. And I emailed the dude and I was like, look, like, I'll post this review, but like, it's garbage and I hated it. So like, if you would prefer me not to, I won't post it, but just letting you know, if I post it, it's going to be a negative review.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, because it's like,
especially
like,
if it's an independent movie, you don't want to kill it.
I actually did that one time too with Midnight Releasing. When Steve was actually working at Midnight, he used to send me all these movies to review and shit, and I was reviewing like pretty much all of them. And
I got a bunch too.
I think it was when I started doing my random horror reviews, and that's a lot of them were screener titles. It was Artsploitation, and it was fucking Midnight and Wild Eye and shit. It was just a reason to start up a new series, just to review all his films and stuff. But I don't remember what the movie was, and I emailed Steve and I messaged Steve and I said, yo man, like, I just watched this movie and I recorded the review, but I feel like I went really hard on it, man. Like, really bad. Like, I hated it so much. And I'm like, dude, do you want me to post this one? Because, like, I was hard on some of the movies, but this one I felt like I was actually being kind of a dick. Like, I think I was just, it pissed me off. And I just went to town on it. And I was like, I don't know if I should actually, like, I actually had a moment of clarity there. And I usually don't give a shit what other people are going to think or whatever. But I was like, man, I actually, because like, obviously I like Midnight, and a lot of the movies I did like, I didn't really care about Wild Eye. They released a lot of fucking just bullshit. And, but I was like, I don't want Steve, Matt. Like, I was having one of those moments. It was strange. And he's like, nah, don't worry about it, man. It's all good. You don't have to post it. And he's like, I get it.
Yeah, well, the people actually told me that I could go ahead and post it because they didn't care. But I figured I would give them the option.
What movie was it?
The
I wish
Cats movie. What was it called?
Oh, that Are We Not Cats?
Are We Not Cats?
Do you think I'll like that? Sounds like I'd like it from your description.
No,
I've heard that movie was pretty cool, man.
But I like weird stuff. I like that movie. What's the one where the girl's eating the guy's hair from last year? It had a cat. No, it had a cat title in it too.
Be My Cat.
No, that one's cool too, though. Be My Cat, a film for Anne. That movie was terrifying.
Cat Sick Blues.
No,
that movie is fucking awesome, man. I love that movie.
About that.
No, dude, I love that movie. It's fucking great, man.
I don't know about that.
It's awesome, dude.
I didn't watch it.
I have the Blu-ray. I have the Australian Blu-ray, and I have the DVD.
Too. It's fucking nuts.
It's fucking great.
It's gross. It's like one of those gross movies that I'd put in the same category as Bag Boy, Lover Boy.
Yeah,
like,
I love that
too.
You might like Cat Sick Blues then.
Yeah.
Have you seen Be My Cat, a film for Anne? Have you guys seen that?
Yes, that movie's awesome.
That's a fucking great movie. Yeah. It's so fucking weird.
Douchebag.
It's awesome. I love that. What's with all these awesome movies with a cat in the title? That's bizarre.
No, there's this other one. Are we not? It's not. Are we not cats? Are we afraid of cats or something like that? Literally, it's about this weird girl that this guy meets, and she has this weird fucking fetish where she wants to eat all the people's hair, but it makes humans sick to eat hair.
I don't.
So she's like,
think of
her boyfriend's all bald and shit because she's eating all his hair.
Oh, she ate all my hair then.
Is it Cats the movie?
No, stop it. I don't remember what it's called. It was pretty good though.
Some Broadway play made into
Shudder,
horror film. Yeah, I think I know what the movie is. I haven't seen that one. Definitely not. Because that would gross me the fuck out. Eating hair, dude. It's like making a fucking horror film about a foot fetish, man. It would just kill me. I can't even
I don't
stand
have
looking at
any
my own feet,
opinion
let
on
alone
fetish.
the fact that
Movies
people
about
suck on
eating
people's toes.
anything is gross to me in general.
Oh
Yeah,
like
feed makes me sick.
dude,
like
feed is.
what was that? Oh, was it Don't Fuck with Cats?
No,
Oh, yeah,
that was the documentary.
That was
I know what it is.
great.
That was good.
Oh, dude, the lead in that movie was so good, man. Oh,
What? Don't Fuck with Cats?
yeah, the documentary or style kind of film, whatever it was.
Yeah, it's a documentary.
I think that's the one. The one I'm thinking of.
About the internet killer that
Yeah.
killed cats on video.
What lead in a documentary?
Yeah, that's what I was like.
Also
No,
good.
I'm thinking the other one I'm thinking is like it's kind of like a found footage type film. This dude, it's like a serial killer film.
Yeah, that's Be My Cat, a film for Ann.
Yeah, dude. Okay,
Yeah, that
that's the
lead
one.
scared me. He scared me.
Dude, he was. That's right. I'm getting all these titles all fucked up, man. I'm getting
Dude,
overwhelmed
Yeah,
with cat titles.
She's allergic to cats is the one I was talking
Okay.
about.
I'm talking about the one that says, "Are we not cats?" Are we not cats is the one I was talking about. The guy, the girl eats the guy's hair, and your one is allergic to cats.
No, she's allergic to cats.
Fucking
Weird.
cat movie.
This is
Cat
crazy. Crazy.
Week. Cat week might
Dude,
be the
there's a
grossest-
lot of cat movies,
If we
man.
did cat week, it would be the grossest week.
Okay, what's the next one?
Okay,
Rich?
yeah. Next one here is classic, man. The Monster Squad.
Gotta love it.
Fred Decker,
I'm
man.
not a big fan of that one.
Dude.
Did you see it when you were a kid or no?
Nope.
It's a nostalgia movie for sure.
But I think it's legitimately good, man. Like it's got classic lines like
I don't
"Fat
think
Kid
it's not
Farted."
good. I just don't love it. Like it. I wonder if it's the same thing because like when I hear people say they don't like the Goonies or
the
like
same
they don't
thing.
love it, literally like I can't fathom or understand how. But like
Another
maybe that's the
85.
same thing with
Yeah.
Monster Squad.
I don't get
Give
it.
me the amulet, you bitch.
I
I
love
like
the German.
Monster Squad. I just don't. I think it's
Yeah, it's the same. Like, yeah, you're not like it's a terrible movie. I'm like, whatever, dude.
I gave it an 8. I
That's
think
fair.
it's great, but I
That's
just
fair.
it's like at most people give it like a 10.
It's those same fucking people that like I don't like the Goonies, but I love the Monster Squad. And I'm like, are you fucking
They're the same
serious?
fucking movie.
The Monster Squad is the horror version of the Goonies. Like,
They're very
yeah, but
similar.
the Goonies is the horror version of the Goonies. One Eye Willie's scarier than the monsters.
oh,
No.
fucking shut up, dude.
The
That's
Gill
not even-
Man is fucking amazing in that movie.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Creature
but
stole my Twinkie.
I love the Monster Squad. It's such a great movie. Should
Yeah,
actually pop that
okay.
on for my kids soon.
Yeah,
Next
One Eye
up,
Willie don't squeeze a cop's head in like fucking Gill Man.
right. Going
no,
back,
but the Fratellis try to cut Chunk's tongue out,
They don't though.
but they stick his hand in a blender.
but they don't blend it.
Goonies
But
is not
Sloth
as
is scary as fuck.
Sloth
He's
is
like,
scary as fuck.
Baby Ruth.
Rocky Road. Oh, it's just your echo.
you guys.
You know what's funny is that movie would be so inappropriate now.
Oh, you can't make any of this shit anymore, man. Ridiculous.
But people love Sloth. People watching Sloth probably made them more friendly towards some people like that, even though
I
everyone
almost
probably
cried when he's like, "You're gonna live with me now."
Did somebody bring that up on a podcast recently? I think that the Exploding Heads recently brought that up on a podcast, and they were like, "Nobody fucking let that guy come back and live with them." And that's the truth. As an adult, you're like, If that was your house, you're like, "Get the fucking guy out of here."
Oh, he was
It's like bringing
harmless.
Harry and the Hendersons in your fucking
Dude,
house.
no
He was
way.
fucking harmless.
He saved their lives, man.
He was
Dude, that
harmless.
big motherfucker's gonna break your couch in 10 seconds.
Yeah, but he's not. There's a difference if he means to do it or not. If he doesn't mean to
Dude.
do it, it's harmless.
You want this 400
just
pound
clumsy.
football
There are
player
people who
fucking-
adopt special needs kids. I'm just saying.
He's a fucking 45-year-old man.
He's not special needs. He's just fucking deformed, man. And he
I
can't.
don't know.
special
He is super
needs.
strong. He is super strong.
He seems a little dumb too.
Well,
Plus, his mom.
it might be the
dropped
fact that they have him locked up downstairs because he's hit.
Yeah, she only
hideously
dropped them
deformed.
once, maybe twice.
Yeah. Okay,
Remember
so
when we would get your teeth fixed and we spent it on Francis's toupee? Oh, wear a hairpiece. That's the best scene in the whole movie. That's a classic. Dude. You're something wrong with. You're wrong if you don't like the Goonies.
yeah, that's just absolutely wrong. That's like my favorite. That's my favorite non-horror movie of all time. All right, so going back to what we said, one of the greatest years in horror history, 1985, and Return of the Living Dead, which is a film that I always watch throughout the whole year. But yeah, it fits the whole Halloween mold for show.
Feels like a summer movie, but it fits Halloween too.
It totally does. I mean, you got that great graveyard atmosphere, and it's fun. It's just the ending still kills me, man. It's fucking hilarious. Love it. Ooh, this is a weird one. I want to know what your guys... I think JP's a fan of this, but Drag Me to Hell.
I never seen it.
I recently rewatched this, actually.
When it came out, and I really did like it. I thought it was super scary, but I feel like I was probably like a lot younger back then, because I've heard kind of different things about it.
I mean, were you younger, or
when did this come up?
You just feel like you were younger?
I feel like I was younger.
It must have been 2009, because I think I recently watched this for the summer series of 09. I think it was 09 when it came out. It had to have been. It wasn't 05. No, it was 09.
Yeah, it was 09.
Yeah, so Drag Me to Hell, Sam Raimi. It's an okay film. It has a couple nasty, gross parts and shit, but it still doesn't fully do a lot for me. I remember
the ending like blew my mind when I first seen it. I was like, holy shit, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I can see that, man. It's an all right film. It really is all right. I think you might like it, Dave. It's okay. It's worth a watch. I'm really actually quite surprised you haven't watched it before.
Yeah,
considering
me too.
It's Sam Raimi.
Dave has way more blind spots than I ever expected.
Well,
that's all from a certain time frame too. Like you know that time frame from certain. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I like the whole gypsy idea.
Zombie Bloodbath 14.
Yeah, I had to watch Zombie Bloodbath 2, Rage of the Undead, bro.
What? You haven't seen Zombie Bloodbath 2?
You ain't seen Zombie Bloodbath 2, Rage the Undead? It's so funny because it's like fucking like 10 freaking words long.
Fuck, you haven't seen Itchy the Killer, the prequel? You're a fucking idiot.
Let me think of a real bad. You haven't seen Lesbian Sweet Honey Rape Juice? I think I fucked that title up too.
It doesn't matter. That still worked. That was good. All right. So actually, this is one that I watch usually every single year. It's always been a film that I pop in. I think I even watched it last year, to be honest, on Halloween night, actually, and that's Suspiria. Argento Suspiria, I guess I have to note now, which is almost criminal that I have to say that, but yeah, because
that's a good one.
That's a good movie on Halloween.
I'm not a fan of the remake at all.
I still have a sealed copy of the 4K that I have not popped in yet.
Me either. I haven't watched my 4K either yet.
I think that is probably the one movie that would make me want to buy a 4K would be Suspiria, just considering what the Bluray, like the release is so beautiful.
The sound is so good.
I can't even imagine what it looks like.
Movie, man.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's amazing, man. It really is awesome. I need
to rewatch Inferno. That's Inferno like the only Argento I didn't really like that much.
Inferno has one of the greatest scenes, that fucking underwater scene that's,
I do remember loving that scene, but
I saw that movie on TV when I was a kid. It was on the IFC channel when I was like fucking 12 or 13.
Yeah.
And I only saw the scene where the old man was going outside and like drowned cats. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. I think what throws off a lot of people, and I think what threw off JP the first time he watched it, was just the way the narrative is constructed, because it's taking place in 3 different areas and it's telling the story about these mothers, and it comes together. I was
a complete Italian horror noob at that point, and Argento noob.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely have changed a lot in terms of like the stuff that I'll accept versus back then, where I like wanted everything to be like traditional narrative.
Well, when you're used to watching that kind of traditional narrative and you watch these narratives, I can see where we throw off a lot of people. It's kind of going back to actually, oddly enough, Necrostorm stuff is Italian, so it just must be the way Italians just think of their narratives and stuff. I don't know. They're just not what the Western audience is quite used to. You know what I'm saying? So. Told differently.
It's an acquired taste. Italian films are acquired taste. I had someone come to me like 4 years ago and they're like, I just saw Suspiria for the first time. Didn't really care for it. And they're not like they like movies, but they're not obsessed. And I was like, well, I just didn't even want to talk to them about it because I didn't value their opinion.
Yeah,
I didn't really
see. I've always been drawn to
it. It's so weird to try to explain like Italian cinema to someone that doesn't normally watch it. It's just like
Carly doesn't really care for it either.
Yeah,
but it's pointless to argue with them about it.
Italian cinema has all the shit that I love in movies, man. Great visuals, colors, and music, and usually the gore and stuff, right? Those are the things I love.
Yeah, it's got everything.
I want to do a video 10 Italian horror films for the uninitiated or something, because I think I have a good perspective on like the ones that I think are easier to digest and like appreciate to kind of get you into the stuff that's not like.
I would even start with Dawn of the Dead. I know it's an Italian co-production, but I think that is the gateway.
Argento cut.
No, I would do the theatrical. Argento cut.
I used to not like
Watch the Dawn of
Argento's
the
cut.
Dead the first time as the Argento cut. That would be criminal.
Yeah.
I think that one of the titles that I think is probably like one of the easiest to watch that is like, obviously there's some like demons and stuff that are gonna just be appealing to everybody, but
well, Demons appeals more to the Western, like the American audience, because of the soundtrack too, right? I mean, it was designed like that purposely. Hey, let's play some hair metal.
Gore films like Zombie and Demons are very easy, and then Tenebrae I would, because that explains the giallo too. Gonna
say is like Tenebrae is the easiest to digest, that is the most Italian.
You could also do The Psychic by Fulci. I feel that has Italian, but it's a smart. I just watched that for the first time. That's a fucking really good thriller. And
I like to throw people straight to the wolves, man. I'm like, yo, man, if you've never watched any Italian films, you want to get introduced to Italian films, you need to watch Cannibal Holocaust.
That's actually not a bad choice, though.
No,
well, at least it's easy to follow.
It doesn't feel like an Italian movie.
Bro, come here. I got something for you, fam. You need to check out Hell of the Living Dead by Bruno Mattei.
Yeah, see, it's amazing, man. Like, fuck, Nightmare City.
Give him something real fucking ridiculous that's impossible to follow.
Right. Get some like real.
I watched Deep Red again recently, and I still don't think it's that great.
What the fuck, man? Oh my god! Like, I swear you're half-assed watching it or something. Like you're
no. I actually watched it this time 100%. Like I didn't.
Okay,
you watched it at work, dude.
Time.
What is not click? Like, why is it not? I think it's fucking
just not
story.
that good of a story.
I have not watched that movie in years,
but it
just has issues. You can poke the plot to death. Just stuff that doesn't make sense in it.
See, I think it's better than the girl with the crystal plumage. Fuck.
The bird
with the crystal plumage, man. I think it's better than that.
I think it's about the same.
Opinion. That's just my
I
opinion,
don't love the bird with the crystal plumage like Jeremy does. To me, it's all about Tenebrae and opera.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, Tenebrae, man. I mean, fuck, soundtrack to gore. I
love that movie, man.
Yeah,
and Tenebrae is like
twist
my
is so good too. Yeah, that's my favorite too, actually. And then my next favorites are actually fucking Fulci ones. So what do I know?
Fulci's my favorite director.
I know we're getting into Italian Horror Month a little bit early. We still got 2 more shows before then, but
yeah, I mean, Fulci has 3 or 4 of my favorite movies in my top 20 or whatever. So I mean,
Fulci Don't Torture Ducklings, fantastic.
See, I've definitely come a lot higher on Fulci over the years. Like his films get better with rewatch. I think. I like New York Ripper way more than I did the first time. And what was the other one that I liked a lot better?
The Beyond?
House of the Cemetery.
No, House by the Cemetery. Yeah, that's one that I thought was like super basic, but I liked it a lot more on the second
once
watch.
you realize what you've watched and you watch it again, you're like, oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. You know,
I love the weird haunting qualities too. Like he looks into painting and the girl in the window is like, don't go here.
Yeah.
And they fucking go here. He's like, I was told not to go
well,
here.
the whole Gates of Hell trilogy, man, like The Beyond, City Living Dead, House by the Cemetery are obviously 3 of my favorite movies. New York Ripper, Zombie. Like I have so many Fulci films in like my top 20.
The Psychic.
Don't Torture Ducklings.
Those don't make my top 50, but I love those movies. Like Fulci's just done. But the thing is, I also love Zombie 3. I know Fulci didn't do the whole film.
I love Zombie 3.
Door into Silence. That classic.
What? I don't mind it, but yeah, Zombie 3, man. I mean, most people are like, oh, Fulci only did like 30%. I'm like, I actually got it wrong. Bruno Mattei is on record saying that he only did 30% of the movie.
Dude, you know what? Zombie 3, another one. I watched it the first time and I was like, that was fucking okay, I guess.
It's got a great score.
The second time I watched it, I loved it.
Yeah, it gets better on viewing.
It's got a great
so
score.
Fucking bonkers, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, when I watched the Severin that came out, I was like, dude, this kicks ass. It's like so much funner.
Zombies falling off buildings and jumping out of fucking water. You're like, this is bonkers.
Yeah.
I need to grab Killing Birds.
I just got that. That's it. I never watched Killing Birds.
I don't know.
I'm going to tell you. No, it isn't, man. It's it's definitely out of the the unofficial zombie movies or what do you want to call them, 4 or 5 or whatever. It's the weakest one, but it's still kind of fun.
Yeah,
I actually like After Death Zombie 4 a lot. It's so goddamn dumb,
I
love it.
Dude, that movie is
have machine guns.
That movie is amazing, man. It's so good, man. So
Yeah,
bad.
Can you
think,
imagine if Jeremy had to watch Zombie 3, 4, and 5 for a show?
I just think we should do the zombie series. I know we've done Zombie 2 already.
No, imagine Jeremy having to watch the whole La Casa series. You know,
That's so weird because it's like
it's all over the place, man.
it's like Evil Dead, House. There's like 4 different franchises in there.
Yeah, dude.
No, we got to do the Beyond the Door franchise.
Right? That would be awesome, man. You know what, man? I'm a really big fan of Shock. I know a lot of people don't like Shock, but, you know...
I only saw it one time.
I think Shock is really good, man. I mean, Mario Bava I think Mario Bava passed away during or just after that. But anyways, Lamberta, he was sick, and his son had to step in and film the rest of that movie. But I think Shock's pretty cool, which is considered Beyond the Door Part 2? Is that Shock?
Is it 2? Is there 3 or 4 Beyond the Doors?
Well,
no, there's
Beyond the Door 3 is Amok Train.
Amok Train's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's actually legitimately amazing. I've been champing that film for years, ever since Shriek Show dropped it, and I was like, this shit's amazing. Can't fuck with that.
All good Italian flicks.
Really, really fun. There's a wide range. I mean, people are always like, oh, I don't really like Italian movies. I don't really like giallos. I'm like, you do realize that they made other types of movies, right?
In fact, if I had to get people into Italian horror, giallos are the last ones I'd go to.
That's
Me
what
too.
That's what I say to Carly all the time. I'm like, you should check this one out. It's not a giallo.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so moving along, that was Suspiria. Next up is, it's definitely something I watch every year because I'm cool like that. And that's Trick or Treat.
Oh, dude.
It's just like one of the most
best
perfect, aesthetically done Halloween film. It's just, it captures everything so great. But it's the narrative, it's the telling of the stories. It's so cool, man. I fucking love the way this movie's told.
I think it's the best Halloween film ever in terms of like pure Halloween atmosphere.
It's definitely around there. It definitely is up there. And, people are always like, oh, when's Michael Dougherty going to do the sequel and shit like that? I'm like, honestly, dude, I think it's so far past and beyond. Even if he had done the sequel even relatively closer to this, this movie's so good that that sequel is just going to be pure letdown.
Yeah, I started thinking that too. And then the only thing is like Dougherty has done really well with like atmosphere, like he can still do the atmosphere because he did it great in Krampus, right? So at that point it comes down to what, like, really just can you do better stories than the original? And I started thinking about it. I'm like, really, those stories aren't that incredible. It's just that they're like classic Halloween stories.
The way
intertwined. And that movie came out like they hid that movie. They wouldn't let us get it. So when it finally came out, we were all excited.
It's not even the fact that they're like intertwined. Like, I love that style of storytelling and shit, but I love the fact that he gets into like telling the story from different angles and stuff like that. I fucking love.
That's the best part of it.
That's the coolest shit ever.
But I think with time you can do that again, because it's just about like intertwining it, like thinking of places to put other characters and stuff. But I, as far as I know, he's not rolled it out. He's just been busy, like directing Godzilla and shit.
As much as I worry about a Trick or Treat sequel, a big part of me wants to see Sam back on the screen, kind of thing.
I know.
He's just such a cool looking character, man. I just love the Sam character.
I just love Sam so much, man. He's so awesome.
Yeah, he's really fucking cool, man. So, yeah, Trick or Treat, I mean, that's definitely up there. And apparently that's the end of the list. They say honorable mentions. I'll just rip through these quickly because I have a list of them. But Scream, American Werewolf in London, The Craft, Poltergeist. I almost said Poultrygeist. Wow.
That's a good one.
Poltergeist, yeah. Poltergeist would be amazing.
I'd rather watch Poltergeist than
Me too, dude. I was actually just talking about Poltergeist the other day because a movie where I reviewed was linked to that, blah, blah, blah. Evil Dead 2, Night of the Living Dead, It Follows, Reanimator, Hellraiser, The Exorcist, and Nightmare on Elm Street, Street Warriors. Us.
Street Warriors.
Did I just say Street Warriors? Dream Warriors, Us, and Annabelle Comes Home. Wow.
The street warriors.
So that just got really kind of straightforward at the end there.
I don't want a street no more.
So, quick question. So
give me your wallet.
You guys don't have to name off a lot, but like, what are some titles that you go out of your way or personally just kind of watch, relatively every year? It doesn't have to be every year, but I mean, just shit that you make a point of watching.
Ernest, Scared Stupid, Night of the Demons, Night of the Living Dead, and Flesh Eater, I think, are all good choices. Besides some of those ones I have on the list.
Fucking stole my Flesh Eater, motherfucker. I love Flesh. And then where's the Blu-ray of Flesh Eater, man? Seriously,
I have Blu-ray.
Like a good Blu-ray.
I've never seen Flesh Eater.
Isn't that
If
Blu-ray
you
just like an up?
Night of the Living Dead ripoffs, you'll love it.
Isn't Flesh Eater just like an upkeep or an up?
So,
whatever. It's not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
For me, the big thing that I always try to do, and I think that it's like, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because this stuff always ran on TV when I was growing up, but there's like a handful of like go-to movies that aren't set on Halloween. Usually Stephen King stuff, like Graveyard Shift that we're going to talk about.
Good choice.
Like Children of the Corn.
Good choice.
And then others, like, honestly, like Child's Play 2 and 3, like they just always have felt like they fit in the time period because they always used to run on TV. But mostly like Stephen King things is like ones that I'll really try to get to. Pet Sematary is a good one. Pumpkinhead is huge for me.
Oh, great choice. Great choice.
Yeah, Pumpkinhead I try to throw on at least once a year. Sometimes I hit it every other year. But I don't really have titles that I make sure to watch every year besides Trick or Treat and maybe like the original Halloween. But like I rotate titles. Like if it's okay, I haven't watched Pet Sematary 1 and 2 in a couple years, then I did that this year. Cujo, stuff like that. Carrie is another one. All the Stephen King titles are really big. And of course, Night of the Living Dead is another big one. This year I decided to watch the remake because I hadn't seen it in so long. But yeah, I kind of go with those, man. Just like Stephen King gives me mad Halloween vibes. Pumpkinhead is like super atmosphere stuff with, if it's not set on Halloween, stuff that has thick atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm exactly the same way, man. So I honestly, during this month, I usually watch a lot of Fulci. I watch Gates of Hell trilogy, The Beyond, City of the Living Dead, shit like that. I'm a huge
Italian horror month is next month.
Yeah, and it leads into it, man. I mean, I make Italian horror month
double Italian horror month
all year, basically. I watch a lot of Italian films usually,
Italian horror year.
But I also like I love Beetlejuice, so I watch Beetlejuice like every October type season.
Great choice.
I think it was a couple years ago. I actually watched it like 3 or 4 times in the month because I love Beetlejuice, man. It's great.
I just picked up that 4K.
Nice. Did you watch it?
Nope.
No, okay.
Because I saw it. I reviewed it last year for 31 days, and then I also saw it at the drive-in like a couple months ago. So I just I just watched it recently twice.
I think I did mention Demons before. I mean, that's definitely something I watch every fucking. Oh, love it, man. And actually a couple newer films that I've championed. I know you're not the hugest fan of Tales of Halloween, but I fucking love it. I think it's great. I think it's a great anthology. But speaking of like Halloween atmosphere and shit, I think that one captures it quite well again. And it's got moments of that Doherty in there where it's kind of filmed from different angles too, and everything kind of intertwines and shit. It's pretty cool. Not as much as Trick or Treat, but
one I should mention that I think would be good for it is Demon Knight, The Tales from the Crypt. Demon Knight would be a good one.
Yeah, that is.
Love Demon Knight.
That's a great movie.
Well, Dave said Night of the Demons, which is a staple for me. I watch it every fucking year. I love Night of the Demons. It's one of my favorites. And
Blair Witch 2 is another one for me.
Blair Witch 2, wow. Halloween 3 is obviously one that I always pop in multiple times. And in the last few years, man, leading into this, our featured reviews and stuff is WNUF Halloween special. I've watched it every year it's come out except for last year.
Did that make your top 10 that year? 2013 or 14?
No, because I think I'd seen it for the first time like right after. I don't know if the DVD came out until 50. I'm not sure, but I hadn't seen it until it was already out.
For some reason, I thought that made your list, but I guess not.
No, I hadn't seen it till about a year after it came out or whatever. So Camp Motion put it out. So, but yeah, I watched it every year since I've owned it, which has been the last 5 years or whatever, except for last year. I kind of forgot to watch it. In the barn, ever since that come out, I've been watching that one too. Just thick Halloween atmosphere and shit like that. But what can I say, man? Suspiria was mentioned. And just a lot of Fulci and shit. That's generally my October watches. I generally watch The Evil Dead quite a bit too. It's another one that I love to watch. But then again, I'll watch The Evil Dead. I watch The Evil Dead during the summer, actually. But gotta do it, man. Love The Evil Dead.
Okay, I had an additional knowledge segment, but that one was kind of long, so I'll be really quick with it. If that's cool.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
it's funny because like.
Are you gonna say it or are you gonna laugh about it?
Because it's like obviously fucking stupid that we just talked for 2 hours about 13 movies, but this is the ultimate guide to Halloween. 100 films on Halloween.
Stop! No.
I'll just read them off. I'm
not gonna. No comments on any of them.
Okay.
What about
100?
We'll just
So
say
if you're wondering,
yay
what's
or
that?
nay. Yay or nay
Okay.
on everyone.
Yeah, yay or nay. Yay or nay for you guys. So if you're wondering what to watch this Halloween, these guys are going to tell you out of 100 which ones get a pass and which ones don't. So Rob Zombie's 31.
Nay.
The Addams Family 1991.
Yay.
Yay.
All Hallows Eve 2013.
I don't know.
For one segment.
Okay. The Amityville Horror 1979.
Yay.
Blind Spot.
What the fuck?
No, I know. I've seen only some of the sequels.
You got to
okay.
be fucking kidding me. You've never seen
That's
it?
crazy.
Oh,
Wow.
It's one of the biggest ones I've ever seen. I've seen all the other classic 70s movies. That's like the one I haven't
Yes,
seen.
I'd watch it.
That's crazy. The Amityville Horror 2005.
Nay.
Among the Living 2014.
Yay.
I'm not. I'd say yay.
Bad Reputation 2005.
I don't know what that is.
I haven't seen it.
I don't know. It's an 05. It's a Survive 05, and it takes place on Halloween. Maybe we should watch it.
I got it on my list, I think.
The Barn 2016.
Yay.
Oh, we're going to do that later.
Okay. Beetlejuice
Yay.
1988. Blair Witch Project 1999.
Yay.
Yeah.
Boo 2005. Moods just reviewed this.
Yay.
Never seen it.
Boo 2018.
What was that one?
Boo 2018.
I haven't seen it, but I heard it was shit.
Not seen it.
Boys in the Trees 2016.
Not seen it. Couldn't find that one.
It was pretty good. Yay.
Okay. Candy Corn 2019.
Hey.
Yay. I liked it.
1985 Cemetery of Terror.
Yay.
Oh, absolutely.
The Changeling 1980.
Absolutely.
Yay.
The Child 1977.
Oh,
Yay.
Yay.
Bud the Child.
Yay.
Bud the
Yay.
Nay. I
No way.
hate Bud the Chud.
Chud. Yay.
I love it.
Not
You're crazy.
me, man.
I love Ghoulies 3, man. What's the difference? There's no difference
Bud the Chud
between both.
sucks.
You're right. There is no difference in Ghoulies 3 sucks.
They're similar. I mean, like at least Foods is being like logically sensed here. He doesn't like Ghoulies 3. He doesn't like Chud 2 because they're the same goddamn humor.
Exactly.
Okay. The Clown Murders 1976.
No one watched that.
I have the VHS of it.
Is
John
that
Candy.
John Candy?
John Candy.
I
Yeah.
have the DVD of that.
It's a bad movie, so nay.
Yeah. The Collection 2012.
Yay.
Yay.
The Collingwood Story 2006.
Never seen it.
Never heard of it.
Creep Show 1982.
Yay.
Yay.
Creep Show 2 1987.
Absolutely.
Yay.
The Crow 1994.
Yay. Why not?
Yay. Yeah.
Cry Wolf 2005.
Been
Nay.
too long.
I'll say yay. It's worth a watch. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow.
Absolutely.
Not seen it. Have the Blu-ray.
Dude.
Oh, dude, it's
I know. I
fun.
know.
It's so good.
I've had that movie. I bought that movie like I think 2 or 3 times already and never watched it.
Yeah.
I'll get to it.
Deadly Friend 1986.
Yay.
Oh, basketball
Toys,
basketball head scene, man.
1992.
Yay.
BB.
Sonic Toys 1992.
We're gonna do this one too.
Wow.
Donnie Darko 2001. Big fun.
Yeah.
Yay. It's
Yeah.
great.
Ernest Scared Stupid.
Yay.
Nay.
Are you serious? Fucking nuts.
Dave sounded genuinely hurt.
No, and Canadians are fucking haters.
Yeah,
Oh,
Exorcist.
it's got heart in it. No, I'd rather just take an ice hockey game with some beer.
The
Right.
Exorcist.
Hockey's not my favorite sport, so that's kind of odd. But
I don't watch hockey.
Exorcist, yay. Flatliners 1990.
yay,
Oh, yeah.
I like that movie.
Me too.
20
I know
years, though.
you just picked that up, Dave. Flatliners.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in so long.
Flesh Eater 1988.
Yay.
Yay.
Flick 2008.
Ooh, I haven't watched that one. That's a zombie one, isn't it?
What's it called?
Flick 2008. Yeah, it's zombies.
I don't know if
Never
I've seen that.
I have the DVD though.
The Funhouse Massacre 2015.
Didn't watch it.
I actually liked it. Yay. I liked that.
Ghostwatch 1992.
I still haven't seen it.
That's
Okay,
the 82 one?
Ghostwatch is Wine-off, basically.
I know that's yeah. I've always heard that. For some reason, I think it's because it doesn't have a region 1 release, and I've just always didn't want to pay £15 for it. So,
how are you gonna say nay on Ernest Scared Stupid on a Halloween? On Halloween,
He's still mad.
No, I'm
Ginger
serious.
Snaps.
That literally is the best Halloween movie.
Ginger Snaps.
it's I gave it a favorable review. I don't mind. It's not something I like to watch though. I'll be honest.
Goosebumps 2.
I never watched Goosebumps 2.
I haven't seen it.
Either. Grave Halloween.
What?
Grave Halloween.
Nay,
13?
sucked.
I don't know what that is.
It sucked.
Gravy.
Sucked. Oh,
I didn't watch it.
fuck. That movie sucks.
The Guest.
Yay.
Yay.
Hack-O-Lantern.
Yay.
Yay. Big yay.
It's awful.
Halloween 2. There's 3 movies named Halloween.
Yay on all of them, I guess.
Yeah.
No, not 2018.
Sure, yeah. Watch it on Halloween.
No.
Why not?
No.
Halloween 2, 09, Halloween 3, Halloween 4, Halloween 5, Halloween 6.
Only
H2O.
Halloween 3. Only Halloween 3.
Yeah. Don't watch. You can watch
Resurrection.
4. 4 is probably okay. After 4,
Oh,
stop.
dude, I
We
made
made-
the mistake last year watching 4. That shit is boring as fuck. Halloween 4 is terrible.
I like them all.
It's so
Dude,
overrated.
Except for Resurrection, of course.
Nay on 5 for sure. Nay on 6. Nay on 7. and
6
nay on
is awesome.
No.
Halloween
Double Nay on
Hell
6.
2014.
What is that?
No.
I don't know. Halloween Night 2009.
Yay! It's a
Yeah.
shitty Halloween ripoff.
It is.
Haunt
I like it.
2019.
Yay on Haunt.
Yeah.
Hellbent.
No.
2004.
I didn't watch Hellbent.
Yay. Love Hellbent. That's the gay slasher film.
It's good though. I
It is-
bought it.
I remember, like, I haven't seen it since it came out, but I remember liking it.
No one ever says anything like that. Like the people are like Hellbent, and then they're like, what? It's a Gary Slasher. That's there's no review. That's all I know about it.
Yeah.
Hell House 1 through 3.
Didn't watch.
I liked all of them. I did.
Yeah, they were all okay. Hellfest.
Haven't seen Hellfest.
Me either.
It's good. It's good. I'll say yay. Hell Night.
Oh, that's the one with Linda Blair. Yay, yay.
Nay.
It's been years since I've seen it.
Hell Yins.
Yay, I love
That's
it.
Oh,
a Pittsburgh
love
movie.
Hellions.
It's Hell Yins.
Are we?
I'm gonna that.
Is this the one by the guy who did Pontypool?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
love
the
that
one that
movie.
came out a
Everybody
couple
hates
years
it.
ago.
I
No.
don't get it.
Hocus Pocus.
Yay.
Yay.
Holidays, the Halloween segment.
I don't remember it honestly, but I remember hating holidays as a whole.
Yeah, 50-50 on that one.
Yeah, I think I was
The
like,
Hollow 2004.
I didn't watch that.
nay.
Wait, is that the one with the tree creatures, the changelings? Or is that the Hallow? That's the Hallow.
No, that's the Hallow, I think. Yeah.
Hallow. Sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Hollow.
I don't know this
Sleepy Hollow.
one. Yeah.
Hollow Gate 88.
Yay! It's a piece of
Yay.
shit though.
It's fun.
I haven't seen that.
It's a piece
Hollow
of shit,
Gate.
though.
It's funny. Home Movie 2008.
Didn't watch it. Heard's good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yep.
House 2, The Second Story. Yes.
Yay.
Big yay.
I like it.
House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yay.
Yay!
House of Fears.
Yay. I like that one.
I've seen it.
It's got a
The
good
House with the Dicks
good-
in the Wall.
House with
Is
the
that the
dicks in the wall.
Eli Roth movie?
Yeah.
I've not seen it.
The sequel, Glory Hole. Oh man.
House with the Clocks in the Wall.
No, it's actually called Glory Home, where it's just a whole
Glory
house
Home.
of fucking dicks
It's good.
through the-
It's
Big
fun.
fucking
kid
hole on the
stuff.
side. I haven't seen it actually,
It's
but it's Jack
actually
Black,
probably
isn't it? So fuck off.
One of
Yeah.
his better movies of the recent ones.
Yeah.
The House is October Built.
I turned that off.
Nay.
So nay.
Nay.
Yay. It's good.
No.
House is October Built 2.
I didn't see it.
No.
I Am Not a Serial Killer. I feel
Yay.
like I like that movie. I
That's
can't.
with Christopher Lloyd.
I haven't seen
Oh
that one.
yeah, that one. That one was awesome.
That was IFC
Give that
release,
yay.
right? IFC release.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good movie.
Yeah,
I missed that one.
I was a teenage werewolf. 57.
Oh, I love it. Yes.
Not seen it.
Idle Hands 99.
It's been years, but I'll
Yeah.
say yay. I think I've only seen parts of it on
It's
TV.
fun.
Yay! I'm yay with it as well. The Invasion 2007.
I haven't seen that one. That's with
Is that a Body Snatchers one, right?
yeah, that's with Nicole Kidman and Daniel Craig.
Yep.
not
Jacko 95.
Yay.
Never watched the whole
Yay.
Big no.
Big yay.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That movie sucks.
I love it.
Lady in White, 88.
Never watched it.
Yay. It's fantastic, man. Screen Factory did a good job. They got 2 cuts on the Blu-ray of that. So
Which cut should I watch? I have the Blu-ray.
they have the extended cut's actually like 20 minutes longer. Some shit's crazy.
Is it better, though?
I haven't watched the theatrical in a long time, so I can't quite compare.
Livid, 2011.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
Didn't watch that one.
Great French film.
I
Absolutely
had
loved
that
it.
Blu-ray, though, in import.
I think it's
The
fucking...
Little Girl Who Lives Down the Lane,
Yes.
76. Yay. Made my top 10.
Not seen
May, 2002.
it. Yay. I'm
10 out of
Definitely,
10 out of 10.
The Midnight Dicks, 85.
Yay.
Yay.
You laugh every time I say that. You should listen to his and hers.
Oh, man.
Mischief Night, 2003.
Which one is it?
2013.
Oh, 2013?
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 movies that came out in the same year.
No,
Called Mischief...
there's Mischief Night 2013, Mischief Night 2014.
Ah, shit. I don't remember which one's which. The Home
Made
Invasion.
of both of them, man.
Well, one of them I actually really liked. The other one's shitty, so...
The Monster Squad.
Yay.
Murder Party.
Yay.
Neon Maniacs.
Yay.
Night of the Demons.
What are you on Neon Maniacs moods?
Yay. I like it. It could be
Okay.
better, though.
Yeah, it's fun.
Could be
Neon
all
Night of the Demons 1, 2, 3, and the remake.
Yay on all of them except the remake.
No.
I'll say yay on
Part
the
3
remake.
sucks.
Part 3 is better than the remake.
And the remake
I like
is
all 4 of them.
fucking
Fuck yes.
horrible. Fuck, the remake is so bad.
Once
it's not
Bitten.
that bad. No, nay. Fuck fucking Jim Carrey. I hate that fucking movie.
Which
I like
movie?
it. Once Bitten.
I gave it 1.5 out of 5.
Oh, I
hate it.
love One Spit, man. It's fun.
It's
Yay.
fun.
Awful movie.
Yeah.
Objectively
Paranorman.
bad.
Yay.
seen it, Parallel.
Yay, it's good.
Pay the Ghost, 2015.
I don't know what
seen
that
it.
is.
Haven't seen it.
Pet Cemetery.
Yay.
Yay.
Pet Cemetery.
Nay.
Nay.
Up to you.
Nay. Pet Cemetery 2.
Nay.
Yay.
Yay.
Hate it.
Clancy Brown's worth it.
The Pit.
Yay.
Oh, big yay. Good Canadian
Poltergeist.
stuff.
Canadians got it right once.
Oh, he likes the Canadian film. Look at this guy. What a hypocrite.
Poltergeist.
Yay.
Yay.
The Predator, 2018.
Not watched it.
I'm going to say a big nay on that.
I'll say yay. It was okay. I don't mind it.
Primal Rage, 88.
Love it.
Didn't watch it. Have the Blu-ray now.
Oh, it's so fucking fun,
This
dude.
movie looks like shit.
You are going to love it.
Killer Baboon.
No, I'm
it's
talking about
so-
this next one.
Oh, it's so good. Dave, you'll love it. Great Italian
The
shit.
Pumpkin Carver,
Oh, I
2006.
had
Oh,
that
it's
DVD. I don't think I
horrible.
watched it.
It looks
Big
like
nay.
shit.
Big nay.
The Rage, Carrie 2. Was
Yeah.
that on Halloween?
Yay.
Yeah.
The Return of Count Yoga.
Yorga.
That's what I said.
Big yay.
Return of the
Yoga.
Grave, Rave
The
to the
Return
Grave.
of our Count Yogi Bear.
Oh,
Return of the Living Dead, Rave to the Grave. Dude, there was a shit ton of movies in 2005 that came out and were on Halloween.
Hey.
Satan's Little Helper from
yay.
2005? That has
Yay.
to be a 2004 movie.
I'm saying yay on that one. I liked it. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Satan's Little Helper?
Oh, Santa's. I like that too. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
I
Scare
know.
House, 2014.
I don't know what that is. Oh, wait. I might have that.
Scarehouse. Yay. It's good.
Scary Movie, 91.
Yay.
Yay.
Scary Stories to Tell in the Dicks.
Yay. It's good.
Yay. I'll say it.
Yay. Silver Bullet.
Yay.
Yay.
Sinister, 2012.
Nay.
Yay! Get the fuck out of here. Sleepy Hollow.
Didn't
Yay.
watch it. I told you that.
Slugs, 88.
Yay.
Yay.
Oh, yeah. Tales of Halloween.
Yay.
Yay.
Terrifier.
Yay.
Yay.
Tormented.
What was that?
14. Tormented, 2014.
You know what?
Berkshire County.
Ah,
don't
dude,
know.
I'm gonna go with a nay on that one. I honestly didn't really care for that.
Sammy Kerr, 86.
Yay.
Yay.
Trick or Treats, 82.
Oh,
I didn't watch that. It looks
nay,
like shit.
dude,
I
it's
like
so
it.
bad.
I like it.
It's
Fuck
so
you guys.
bad.
I have I didn't watch it. I have the Blu-ray.
I mean,
Trick or Treat.
the fat kid's kind of funny, but whatever.
Trick or Treat, 07. Obvious, yay.
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 VHS, 2012.
Yay.
Nay.
What?
It's half and half for me.
VHS?
The first one, I love the second one. First one's okay.
Oh, get it.
First story on VHS is great.
All of them
First-
are good except for the slasher one.
No.
Volumes of Blood
I can't
2015.
stand that Ty West fucking one. It's
Volumes
lazy.
Volumes of Blood is awesome. Big yay.
Yeah, on that. That's the independent one, right?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Wacko 82.
I haven't watched it.
It's honestly pretty funny, man. I enjoy it. Yeah.
It's fun. We need to talk about Kevin 2011.
Great
Yay.
film. Big yay.
That is a great movie.
WNUF, we're going to talk about.
We know.
Wrong Turn 5, Bloodlines. That's the last one.
I made it to part 2.
I like Bloodlines. I'm probably in the minority there, but I actually like part 5.
That's 100 films from Bloody Disgusting. I know there's more, but
It's the
that's
most
a pretty
random
good
list ever. It's pretty random though, to be honest.
They didn't put Halloween Spookies on their list?
Yeah, where the fuck is Spookies? Where the fuck is Spookies, man? Come on.
What about
I think this list was published before that came out, or else it would have been on there.
I doubt it.
Okay, so yeah, that is gonna do it for the longest knowledge segment ever.
Hey yo, it's about that time for the 22 Shots crew to get buck wild and do what we do. You got that fatty in hands, so throw us a few, and we gon' hit your ass up with a bonus review. Yeah.
All right, so moving along into tonight's bonus review here on episode 190. What is it? 93. No, we're on 94. Fuck, I already forgot what episode we're on, for Christ's sake. This is a Patreon pick coming from Tom Brooker, I believe, picked this one for us. Yeah, Tom Brooker. I think I might actually
He picked Willard for me on my channel, so he must like rats.
Wow.
I like rats.
That's interesting. So we actually got the Patreon pick right this time. It's actually a good thing. So, and he, of course, picked the movie from 1990, Stephen King's Graveyard Shift, directed by Ralph Singleton, who is not really known for being much of a director. In fact, this is like the only full-length feature he actually ever directed. He's mostly known as, as a producer in some sort, either a co-producer, associate, executive, or whatever. But he was involved with Pet Sematary, Harlem Nights, which is a fantastic movie, Another 48 Hours, Pet Sematary 2. He worked on Clear and Present Danger, Murder at 1600. And then, man, his quality dips hardcore, man. Hardcore. In 2008, he was an executive producer on Trailer Park of Terror. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, I actually did.
Yeah, man, that
in
movie.
2008, though.
Yeah, it's very, very. It's not even low budget. It's like no budget. So, but kind of fun. All right, so Graveyard Shift, 1990. Synopsis. In a very old textile mill with a serious rat infestation, deadly accidents start happening, but the corrupt foreman continues to put his workers in danger until they discover a horrifying secret deep in the basement.
I love this movie.
It's kind of a weird Stephen King adaptation, because I've read the short story.
It's only like 10 pages long.
Yeah, and I'm like, huh. I wouldn't really think that's one that they would. Same thing with the Mangler. I'm like,
yeah, another one.
Doesn't really seem like a story that would translate to film.
Oh, and the Lawnmower Man.
I've never read that.
Yeah, they're all in
like 7 pages long too.
They're all in Graveyard Shift, right? Like in the anthology film or a book.
Night Shift.
Or
Night Shift.
Did I say Graveyard? Yeah, I meant Night Shift.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Night Shift and Skeleton Crew have pretty much all the short stories that were made in these movies. A bunch of them.
Yeah, for sure.
They're good.
Yeah, I mean the ones
Children of the Corn
in Night Shift are really short though. Really, really short.
Yeah, it's so Skeleton Crew. There's a lot of short ones in there.
Yeah,
those two are both really, really easy reads too.
Yeah,
big time.
I love those compilations. But yeah, Graveyard Shift, man, I love it too. Always have.
Yeah, the cover grabs your attention when you're a kid. I was 4 years old when this fucker came out. Just seeing the skeleton on the cover with the fucking hard hat, that and the Supernaturals with the Confederate or the Yankee hat on. Those two movies with the skulls on there. Something like that. It just always drew me in.
Yeah, man.
Always loved it.
I got that
Stephen
VHS.
King's name.
I got that
Mom would let me rent
VHS.
it.
The Supernatural is actually kind of a fun film too. I've got the VHS of that one, but I've actually got an original one sheet of Graveyard Shift. It's one of my favorite poster arts of all time. It's definitely one of those things when it came out in 1990. I remember going into the film or into the movie store and just seeing that poster and being like, "Holy fuck, it's amazing! Like that's an amazing shit, man."
This is also character actor heaven. You got some real good character actors.
Oh,
and
big
Stephen
time.
Mott, Vic, the big fat guy, Vic Polaris, and how do you say his name? And of course, Brad Dourif is the MVP of this movie, right? Andrew Divoff's in here. He's got a really nice cast. And they all got their moments to shine too.
Yeah, freaking Brad Dourif's like
monologue
is so
BC
amazing.
rat.
Oh, his monologue's the best.
You know
He's
what
like
a
an Academy
BC
Award-winning
rat eats?
performance. They turned their backs for a hot meal. A hot meal. That's like a fucking Academy Award-winning performance in a fucking B monster movie.
It is, man. It's
Dude, he
fantastic.
takes it so seriously. It's like Quint's Jaws speech.
It's exactly that. What's he scream when he pumps all those rats out of the hose in the beginning? He's like, "Take that, you fuckers," or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I just love the atmosphere. Like, there's two segments of atmosphere. First of all, the town, it just seems like run down and cool. And then the warehouse house is like super just crazy looking. And then like when he's just operating the big cotton gin or whatever the fuck it's called at the beginning, it's all like hot in there and shit, and there's all these rats. It just seems like a shitty night job, but like the atmosphere of just him working at night in a sweaty ass hot building, that atmosphere is good. And then the under the basement atmosphere is fucking amazing too.
Yeah, that whole set design is amazing. I'm assuming they probably built that or did
And
something
they have
like that.
matte paintings too, I think, too, in the basement. Then at the end, there's some matte paintings, I think, going on.
Yeah, I always thought it was very interesting. You know, you got this textile mill like right next to this crazy creepy fucking cemetery type thing, and like where do you ever see that? I guess maybe in a small town kind of thing, right?
In the Stephen King story,
right? Like you just never would see a cemetery right next to a fucking production plant. Like it's just crazy,
it's like
weird.
on top of it practically.
Yeah. It is. It's such
like
a
on
weird
a cliff.
set. It always
that's
took
where
me.
the creature had to come from, right? He
Right.
was probably feeding on those corpses.
Well, that's exactly what the connection is. He was feeding on that, and it kind of leads underneath where they, and I like that they explain why there is, a total hidden basement down there is because it used to be, they used to have the water power down there, right? It was used for water power and shit. So that kind of made sense, and I'm glad that they put that in there because when I was younger, I think I might have missed it. I'm like, why the fuck are they why is there a hidden basement and shit? But
Yeah,
when I was
it's
younger,
like a
I didn't even care.
because it doesn't make sense. In a mill, there shouldn't be a place. But even the fact that that Warwick doesn't know about that is kind of weird to me because he is the guy that runs this place and shit, and he has no idea that there's this hidden kind of basement and shit. I mean, it doesn't matter.
I think it would have been on the blueprints.
Well,
right?
exactly my
maybe he
point.
didn't even look at them.
Right, because it's a big fucking area. But anyways, that whole thing that they created, like aesthetically, is amazing down there. Like there's so much carnage and awesomeness down there.
Yeah.
It's so gritty and grimy and just dirty and filthy and disgusting looking. And they capture it so well. So many bones and coffins and shit. I love the third act in this movie is fantastic. It's really, really
the
good.
monster too, man. It's subterranean horror, which I love, but the monster is so great. I know people, I don't know what they're expecting if they don't like this, but you don't get creature features like this. The effects on that monster are amazing. He's a fucking giant mutated bat rat. It's
a bat rat, dude.
It's a bat and it's a rat. Is it a bat? I don't know, but it's a rat. It's both.
Yeah, it's
I
crazy.
know, dude. It's such a unique thing, man. It totally is. It's a fucking rat that has bat wings, man. That's what it is. Then that's how it controls the other rats and stuff. He's got that connection because he's half rat, half bat.
There's something weird going on with those
but
rats,
like,
man.
and like every time I watch this movie, I'm always like, where did this thing come from? Like, why was it? I mean, obviously we know why it's in that area because he was feeding on fucking bodies and corpses and shit like that. And but he just happens to exist, and I love that fact. It's just there's really no other reason that he just exists.
Yeah, it's not like a chemical waste runoff or anything like that.
You just don't know.
Like this fucking thing exists down there, man.
Right? Dude, Stephen Mott in this movie, he's one of my favorite characters because the way he talks. There's lines I have memorized. He's like, Stevens is down there stringing up lights and he's pissing and moaning. It's gonna get hotter. He's like, it's hot. It's gonna get hotter. I love him. And he's such a prick, dude. He looks like Fred Ward from Tremors, too. Looks just like Fred Ward from Tremors.
He does, man. I used to actually think it was Fred Ward.
I did too as a kid. I did too. He's like, he's so funny in that movie. Show's over.
Shows up.
Man. It just works so well. Like it doesn't waste its time with the too much bullshit either. Like even the lead, like we don't really even know shit about him other than he was like
he's a drifter.
He's a drifter.
His wife died, and that's it.
Yeah, that's all. That's all you need to know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how hot they make it look too. Like, everybody looks sweaty as shit.
But I mean, again, if you've ever worked in a mill, you can relate to that shit, man. Maybe not those type of working extreme levels. I mean, honestly, man, that shit would have been condemned in a second, at least where I live. There's no way they would have ever allowed you to work in those conditions.
He was paying that guy. Remember that?
Oh no,
Christ, man, this is bad.
But
this is real bad.
But but for sure, like,
but it reminds you of, like, if you ever knew a family member who, like, worked in the mines, like back in the, like, 70s or 60s or something like that, like how poor the working conditions and dangerous and stuff. It kind of reminds you of that.
Yeah, it's the type of place that you complain, they call you a pussy, and then they die next week. You know what I mean? Like, man, this is bad. They're like, shut up, pussy, and then they're dead next week of lung cancer.
Man, I always thought too, like, you know, when everyone gets put on the cleanup crew and stuff like that, I'm like, why the fuck was that area of the mill like that in the first place? Like, that shit was a disaster, man. Like, what the fuck happened there? It's crazy. But
I bet he oh, sorry, something was breaking up.
What'd you say, Dave?
No, I said, I was like, because you guys said they got to put on the cleanup crew. I was like, I bet he said he liked your style. Yeah, but I love when he walks in the bar at first and he's kind of just walking through there, and like that music's playing in the background and everything. I love that. And they fucking give him the rat and shit.
You know, I always wondered what, like, these guys went out of their way to bring a dead rat into a fucking diner just to play a joke.
Right,
like, these guys are king dicks, man. Not only is that totally fucking asshole-ish shit to do, it's totally unfucking sanitary to bring a dead fucking rat into a fucking place of
it
eateries.
Looks like they give everybody the rat too, because they gave the other guy the rat later, Carmichael.
Right. I actually like the scene. I think it's the second time they go into the diner, and I believe it's who was it? It was in, like, his character, he's in the back and he's reading fucking Ben.
Ben, yeah.
I thought that's a little cool note to fucking.
I noticed that too.
Rats.
That is cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is still actually this film is not set in Castle Rock, but it's mentioned. Actually, the girl, I guess she's kind of like the half love
Castle Rock.
Yeah, the half love interest of our main character. I mean, they're not really a couple or nothing. I'm kind of glad that shit doesn't really go that angle.
Right.
But I mean, you can see where it's kind of going. They're kind of friends and stuff like that. But she says in the film that she's from Castle Rock, and he's like, oh, you know, that sounds okay. And she's like, nah, it's just Castle Rock. I like that, man. I just miss the whole Castle Rock world of Stephen King.
Mm-hmm. There is a couple weird things in here that don't make much sense. Like Warwick, at one point when he fires the one guy, you're like, you get why he fired him, because he doesn't like him, and he caught him like doing impressions of him. But when he's like, you're fired, punch out your card, I was like, why would he fire him right there? It's kind of weird that he fired that guy. Just probably because he was trying to take lead and tell them what to do, and
that was
Ibbotson. He just didn't like him. But that's still kind of stupid.
Well, it is stupid because they have a deadline. He even says it in the film. He's like, we have till next Thursday at this time to get this place cleaned up, so when he comes back, you know, we can open up for production. Blah blah blah. You know, with a guy down, they only have like 5 or 6 people working down there. I feel
like something was missing, like a scene was cut or something, where like he pissed him off earlier or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a weird movie because it really is like very fast paced, and it almost feels like it's such a simple story that it almost feels like there could be more.
Yeah, and like Warwick goes nuts completely right away.
Mm-hmm. Which I've always thought to be very interesting. What, like, it's like he turns into this fucking insane, like almost Rambo character. Like he's fucking painting up his face like he's in Vietnam and shit. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You were this overpowering dick boss that was delegating everything, over delegating shit. Now you're just gonna take this. It was weird. It is definitely strange. Of, you know, just progression of his character is very odd. It's very, because you think the people on the cleanup crew would be the ones that end up going insane, because they're the ones that are pushed to the limits, right? They're working in the shit, you know, the elements and stuff, and this guy's not really in there until that point. It's a weird development for sure. Actually, I really like the scene where we got Warwick and fucking Brad Dourif's character, which is, I don't think he even has a name. I think he's just the exterminator. And does he have a name in the film? No, I don't think
they do call him something. Cleveland. Don't they call him Cleveland?
Do they call him Cleveland? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think they do.
Tucker Cleveland.
But I like that when he's basically blackmailing him into going into the graveyard and stuff because of that whole angle with with the dude
pumping the rats down the river,
when he's like, oh, you shouldn't have been doing that shit, and you could lose your license and stuff. So if you don't want to lose your license, you need to go and do this for me. You go into the graveyard and find out exactly where this rat's nest is, kind of thing. And then the camera pans in, and Warwick's like, he goes, when was the last time you've been to the graveyard? I fucking love that shit, dude. That whole scene is just fucking great, man. It's awesome.
He's got that great line where he's like, no job's worth this. Hell, ain't no dog worth this neither.
I always thought it was funny when Brad Dourif is like, the dog's barking. He's like, go get him. And like, you got a fucking killer dog there. And all of a sudden you hear this.
The cemetery's all broken underneath because that thing's been eating all the fucking corpses and shit.
Right. I always felt actually kind of good for him, though, because he never got to see his dog die, but he dies a pretty horrific death, which is actually a really cool fucking, man, when he goes to the graveyard, man, the atmosphere and just the actual design of the graveyard's insane. It's super cool looking, man. It's great atmosphere, great design and stuff. It looks creepy as fuck and it's just dirty. Love it.
Yeah, and like all the bones in the like main chamber there.
Yeah.
Super fucking cool looking too. Brad Dourif when he's like chewing and talking, man. I don't you just want more of him in the movie?
Oh,
I could just deal with him.
You want
so
more
much
though instead of too much. You know?
Right? Yeah, but he's just Brad Dourif is a really good actor that just never gets the parts, man.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I mean, did he win an Academy Award for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, or was he nominated? But it's just weird to see him start off such a high point in his career. And not that this is a low point, but literally like people would look at this and Body Parts and other shit as low and Wizard of Gore as low points.
Child's Play. I mean, I guess once you get into that realm of horror, I mean, there's a lot of people that have, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, there's a lot of people started in horror that made it big and stuff, but he kind of went the opposite, didn't he?
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Right?
I've always thought like his actual acting chops though, like if somebody had given him like a good role, he could kill it like a big starring role.
You ever see One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
No,
I just meant like later in his career, like
he should have got it. This is the same year as Exorcist 3. He had a pretty intense performance in that movie too.
Yeah, I actually never seen that.
Oh, that was the one I watched for my blind spot because I'd never seen it. It's really good.
Yeah, that's what I hear. It's always good. But like even when I see him in like random stuff like Trauma, you know.
Yeah, he's always better than the movie would. You know what I mean? Than a lot of movies he's in.
Yeah,
do you think maybe that's his choices
too? And when he yells and stuff,
maybe he just didn't have a good
agent.
I guess I don't know what the hell that is. I mean, I'm assuming that he probably didn't. I'm assuming his agent was probably bringing him these roles. I have no idea how it works, but it is interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting his career path.
I think that's kind of what happened.
He's one of my favorite people to see pop up in movies.
Yeah, because he definitely does have the skills to be in. You know, I don't want to say better movies like these. I love these movies and stuff, but I get what you're saying though. To do bigger thing, I mean, get the notoriety, I should say.
Right.
Really. But
I'm also a big fan of Brogan in this movie. He is such a fucking idiot. Brogan, that scream every time he does the hose, he just is memorable as shit.
Dude, I can't even ever figure out what the fuck is that just him just like overacting or like I can't even imagine anybody just having. Oh, you think so? Is that maybe what it is?
Yeah, that thing's powerful. It's painful to shoot
fire hoses.
Yeah, painful.
Yeah, I seen somebody get like literally like a cut and a black eye from getting hit in the face with one.
Just from the water, but holding that pressure. It's hard. It's not easy.
Yeah.
That's why he just screams every time. He's such an idiot, man.
I like the fact that this movie has like some pretty subtle fucking comedic shit. Like when the dude dies, I think one of the first deaths. It's more in the beginning of the film. The dude dies, and it kind of cuts to the lady or the office keeper or whatever.
Now hiring,
hanging the now hiring sign. I love that. Just kind of subtle comedy and shit. That's funny. It's like instant cut. It's great.
You notice what they do with the credits too? They try to do a Return of the Living Dead where they keep repeating a lot of the lines. Graveyard shift, and then there's hear Brogan laughing like
he's like 11 to 7. That's the graveyard shift.
Yeah, they just keep doing the credits voice thing and stuff, trying to like make you.
I kept thinking like a rap song was gonna start or something.
It was definitely the time for that. Fucking like, what is that? The Fat Boys?
Like you ever watch Maniac Cop 2, and then it's like the Maniac Cop.
Nightmare on Elm Street 5 does it too, don't they? Fat Boys?
I think so.
Oh yeah.
There's like a few. Like what was the other one? I think Waxwork 2 has a rap song.
Fucking ridiculous. Anyway, I don't know. I've always enjoyed this movie, and I don't know what people expect. I see like lower ratings, and I think people are just embarrassed to admit they actually like it. Like, just because it's just a rat bat that eats people. It's like, dude, we don't get a lot of creature features, and we didn't get a lot in the 90s, and we didn't get a lot with good special effects. So, You should be fucking grateful you even got this.
It's just a core narrative. I think people are overlooking the great set design and the atmosphere and the great performances in this, man. Like you said, Warwick and the Exterminator. Like, there's some really fun, memorable performances in this shit, and it never really goes in the wrong directions. Like I said, you know, there's a potential love story there that never really happens and stuff. It's got the whole third act is literally, pardon the pun, but batshit insane. It's fucking
it goes by fast. Like this is a quick watch,
right? And I just love like every scene. Like, I mean, right from the opening scene where the dude's working the cotton machine or whatever, and you know he ends up fucking getting his demise and shit. But like right from the opening scene, it's just like it creates this just this thick. It's just so memorable. You know, like those type of scenes. Like I couldn't imagine being in those situations and shit like that. I don't get it. I really don't understand the hate for the film. Maybe it's because of where it goes. They're expecting some type of other type of reveal rather
maybe
than
people
a big
wanted to
rat
know
bat.
where he came from. But
maybe
I don't know every goddamn detail about everything. That just makes it. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
I just think there's.
I remember when I first started working at the original hotel I worked at, and I was back in like 2013, I was like cleaning a room, and it was October, and I like every day I would just throw on AMC in the room while I was cleaning, and this was one of the first ones that I watched, and I was just like, I just kept like stopping and watching TV because I was like so into it.
You know what I will say though, man? Like when dude is shooting the fucking rats with the pop cans, you know how hard it is to shoot a fucking pop can with a slingshot?
That's why they never show it actually fire from the
because it doesn't work. As a kid, I think
work.
every kid that had a slingshot probably put a pop can in there and did that shit. It doesn't fucking work. Tell me. It just does not work.
It's too big. It's going to hit
it crumpled. Like when you pull it back, like your strength, it just crumbles. Like even if you try to shoot it from the bottom, it flutters out. It doesn't work, man. It doesn't work. So it's unrealistic, but it's still fun to watch.
Fucking always Diet Pepsi.
Always Diet Pepsi. I mean, that product placement, man. They had to pay for the movie somehow, right?
That's probably one of the cheesier aspects of the film is the whole slingshot, foreshadowing.
Shaw beats hitting them with soda pop.
And it always kills me when he
Warwick
says
is great, man. Like, he's just the way he's
such a piece of
delivery. Shit. Yeah. He's like, we start at minimum.
Dude, I think it's actually kind of
in the coffee right in the beginning just sets the whole thing up.
Dude, and I was thinking, like, what is minimum wage at that time? Like $5.50 or something like that?
God,
$3.25.
Dude, I love when
2
this
weeks
fucking
before the union comes knocking on your door. It's actually 4 weeks.
Well, it was 90 days. I thought it was 90 days. Was it?
No, he says 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Yeah, it's different.
Usually it's 90 days, but 4 weeks ain't bad.
I remember when I was working in the mill here, it was like 3-month probational period.
Yeah,
it's usually
90 days. So,
or 70 working days or something.
Dude,
like that.
You know, man, as much as fucking Warwick is such a dick in this film and shit like that, and he obviously just some dick as shit, and he kind of, it was warranted that his car got all fucked up by the bitch and stuff, but man, seriously, if that was my vehicle, I probably would have killed her. Like,
I mean, he deserved it.
I know he deserved it and shit, but man, you don't go fuck with a guy's ride like that, man. I was like cringing. I was like, no,
you gotta
get
him where it hurts. You gotta get him where it hurts.
I'm not even.
I love how everybody just watches. Everybody just watches.
Right?
Nobody tries to stop her or calm her down. They're all leaning on the cars because their life is so boring.
Yeah.
What the hell is she doing? Just fucking like idiots.
Oh man.
Yeah. Can one of you guys tell me another movie that Brogan's in? Just off the top of your head.
Dude, I can think of shit, but I don't know.
Oh, he's got a very good line in a popular movie from '86.
I have no idea. I want to say probably. I'll
give you the line and see if you can get the movie. If we used a different stretcher for every piece, we'd be here all night.
Night of the Creeps?
Yep. He's the coroner in Night of the Creeps. He's in a couple scenes in that one. I always remembered him in that too.
Yeah, Night of the Creeps.
He's in Chud as well.
It's fucking bizarre. I was actually wearing my Night of the Creeps shirt earlier today, and I changed it out for my body bag shirt. That's bizarre. Right. Maybe that's why I was thinking of Night of the Creeps. That's crazy. Yeah. I don't know, man. Graveyard Shift just a fun ass movie.
Easy watch, man. Very easy watch.
Yeah, that's why when this came up, because we just got this pick this month, I was like, we got to do it on.
The Blu-ray just came out too. I was super happy to watch my Blu-ray. I was like,
know I didn't own it, but
it's the second time I watched it.
It was in HD on AMC Plus, which I guess is a thing now, and I watched on that.
Yeah, man. So getting into that third act and shit, like there's a lot of craziness, man. Like, again, going back to the whole design of that shit, I think they did such a great job. But the scene where the black dude gets his fucking arm bit off.
Carmichael.
When Carmichael.
What do you feel, Carmichael? Oh,
dude,
man.
that scene is so crazy. And like, I don't think I ever noticed this before because I'm always like looking directly at his arm. But like when he flings his arm, there's fucking pieces of flesh flying around off his arm.
Dodges it. Doesn't Warwick dodge it?
Maybe he does, but I'm like, holy fuck, dude. I don't think I ever noticed. I've seen Graveyard Shift many times, but maybe it was the high definite. Maybe it's the high def, but there's literally pieces of flesh flying off his fucking bitten off arm.
Carmichael. He's probably the nicest guy in the whole movie.
Such, you could tell, like, he was one of those characters that like, he was like such a nice guy and shit. Like, hey man, I heard you're looking for a few good men. You know, he's that dude. He's all hyped up to work in a textile factory under shitty conditions, but he's like, yo man, I'm willing to do it.
He was in college.
I'm a hard worker.
You notice they all make fun of Warwick when he's gone? Like, even Andrew Davidoff does it. He's like, break's over. They all do that stupid fucking voice.
How could you not, dude? If you had a boss like Warwick, it's the fucking accent, dude. It's the way he's talking.
Like, has that accent, but some of the characters do. Some of the characters do. Yeah, but that's Andrew Divoff,
Yeah, I love Wishmaster.
I like when he has that freak out. Like,
Andrew Divoff, yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite interesting. I've always thought it was pretty interesting, like, when the chick fucking gets killed in this film, man. I was like, damn, they go fucking hardcore with that. Because
you don't and her to, like, run out of the building exploding at the end or something.
You totally expect them to beat that fucking rat.
They find dynamite down in the fucking thing or something. You know what I mean?
I've watched this movie many times, and every time, she meets her demise, I'm like, holy shit. And like how she meets her demise too, I'm like, fuck, man. That just kind of sums up Warwick too, though, right? Like the guy goes completely insane. Of course he's going to start fucking killing the women.
The short story is completely different. Like, I think the end of that, like, it's implied that the guy's crazy or something like that.
Or the rats eat them. There's only rats, isn't there?
I mean, if we look at it from that perspective in the narrative, it honestly doesn't really make a lot of sense because, I mean, he's just perceived as being a dick boss. Like he does. He's a womanizer.
I think the lead is.
Yeah, Warwick's not in the book. He might be mentioned by name.
Yeah, I can't remember. I've read it. I don't remember. It's been years and years and years.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
Like, it's just a guy working that mill at the graveyard shift, and there's rats watching him, if I remember.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Stephen King has a thing with rats. He's done a lot of different rats. Stories.
Which just kind of makes sense why I've always liked rat movies and shit. I guess. Oh yeah. Maybe that's where I got it from because I'm big Stephen King fan, and maybe that's where the rats come from.
I like Willard thing, the remake of Willard.
Even Trilogy of Terror, which kind of reminds me of this one a little bit.
That's the second one with the rats, right?
Yeah, the second one with the
fucking Food of the Gods, man. Got some good rats.
Of Unknown Origin. Of Unknown Origin's a really good one.
Oh, dude.
Peter Weller.
Cool.
Peter Weller is absolutely fantastic in that movie, dude. Just man versus beast, dude. It's great.
Food of the Gods 2 is actually better than 1, I think.
I haven't seen 2.
It's goofy.
Is that the one that's just rats?
I actually did that in one of my Killer Rat weeks. It's fun. It's actually kind of fun. But yeah, the first one's amazing. It's got miniatures and fucking just there's so much awesome effects.
I don't care for the first one so much because I don't normally get like this, but it's rated PG and they literally just shoot rats with 22 rifles and tie rocks around their tails and watch them drown. It's like probably the most animal cruelty movie of all time, but everybody's like, Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. It was, it was made.
But Wake and Fright's different. It was just a kangaroo hunt they do every year, and they follow them with the camera.
I get that. I just thought
it's completely different, dude. It's completely different if you just bring in like 500 rats to
I agree
shoot and drown.
I agree with you. I just thought you meant like
fucking Food of the Gods,
visual, animal deaths.
It's probably the most exploitative animal killing movie ever. When people do that, it's like literally they kill like for fucking Food of the Gods. You're making a B fucking movie right here.
Yeah.
For Food of the Gods. Making Apocalypse Now.
See, Wake and Fright.
What about the fucking Italian one? They kill a shit ton of rats in that one.
In Rats.
Rats Nights of Terror. I still think they kill less rats in Rats Nights of Terror. And they certainly don't.
I'm pretty sure they're flamethrowing them.
Dude, there's a scene where they actually they must kill like 101 scene. It's like ridiculous, dude. It's so.
But we kind of expect that out of Italians, right?
Yeah, they were known for it.
We don't expect that out of a PG fucking beloved fucking cheesy movie.
I mean, honestly,
nobody ever registers it. Nobody ever brings it up for some fucking reason. You know why? Because it doesn't have an impact like Cannibal Holocaust does.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not.
They didn't have a PG-13 rating back then. I think that movie probably would have maybe got 13. I don't know.
They would never even release Food of the Gods now if it got made.
Well, not nowadays.
they're
Everyone's
just,
super sensitive.
like,
you can't fart in a
just
movie
can't
nowadays.
Kill an animal for film. Period. Now,
I still think it's trashy.
Well,
it's even back
hard.
then I thought it was trashy.
It's even hard to use real animals in films in general now because of
you
PETA
have to
and all these
actually
other.
have like certain like there's someone that has to be there to regulate it.
It costs so much to put real animals in films now, and they did that purposely, right? So they don't use animals because they think it's kind of cruel.
Is it weird to say, like, Cannibal Holocaust I'm not as mad about because it makes me sick to my stomach, but I feel like it's an important film. And
Of course.
For the gods, I'm like, just fucking.
But you got to remember, Cannibal Holocaust is misunderstood too. The animal killings, people perceive them as being cruel. Oh, they're killing animals and shit. But you got to remember where it was filmed. They were filmed with the natives. The natives live off that's their food.
Yeah, but they weren't preparing
there's some
those meals.
stuff
They weren't preparing those for meals. You can't gut that kind of muskrat thing like that and then throw the guts on the ground and say, "Oh, that's food. That's food." That was not
not
food.
the
That's
guts,
not
but you're
fucking
gonna eat them. You're gonna eat the food.
the way they killed it is completely inhumane. There's no justification.
No.
I'm not.
I'm not saying that the killings was proper. I'm saying at the end of the day, you can still eat that no matter how you killed it. That's my point, right? I mean,
that's not what they're doing it for. I don't buy it. I never buy anything the Italians say.
I mean, that's the story. I mean, they literally film with the real natives. I mean, I buy it. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, but not the muskrat. I mean, you kill a muskrat like that, the way they did it, it's not actually muskrat, it's something else. But you can't prepare it like that. You know
I don't
what I mean?
remember the fucking movie.
I remember it very well. I've
All
seen
the
it for like
kills.
30 times.
I mean, honestly, when you watch Wake and Fright, it's if you take it out of context and stuff, if you just perceive it how it's given to you as a viewer, and they're holy fuck, they're blasting away these animals and shit. But they
That's
also
the
did
most brutal one.
But they did it for population control, and I get that because we have
kangaroos, I guess, are pests in their country.
They
we have the same
just
problem
like deer
here.
Like
They
we
say
have
they're
to
deer
kill
somewhere.
deer.
Yeah, see, we have the same problem here with wolves, man. We have like so many fucking wolves and shit, and they put bounties on the wolves around here. It was like $100 a fucking wolf or some shit because they were killing all the fucking deer.
Yeah, but that's maintained though. They kill a certain
There's also
amount.
pigs.
No,
like,
but
there's areas with wild.
You know what I mean?
boar
Like we got so many wolves killed. That's good. That's enough. That's controlled. And a gunshot to the back of the head it's as humane as possibly can be. Sometimes you miss, but like just grabbing a fucking long knife and being like, stab this fucker in the
and it's just
stomach
up to
a couple
hunters.
times.
Anybody could go out and fucking do it. You don't need to I mean, obviously, right? It's just bring your fucking wolf in, get your money, kind of.
Yeah, but there's a major difference.
I mean, to
between
be
killing
fair,
shit.
I've killed some rats in my days.
Yeah, it's your job though.
I don't see a lot of rats where I live. It's kind of cold up here.
I've had rats in my house.
Yeah,
but we do
I've
have.
never had.
But we have
mice.
fucking wolves that stand 6 feet tall, though. It's fucking crazy. My God, they're freaky.
There's just differences and everything like that, you know.
Yeah. No, I get it. I understand both points of views and stuff. I mean, honestly, I've always kind of believed what Ruggero Deodato said, about the natives eating the food and stuff. I'm like, but at the same
I'm sure they
I don't
hate it.
trust the Italians.
I mean,
I just like at the same time, it's just like I love the movie and I think it's a great piece of art, but at the same time, there's just not really any guilt-free way to watch that movie. It's just not. No matter how you justify it.
technically there is.
You
You
know,
can watch it without the animal killings.
Yeah,
The
but-
Grindhouse version
the
does have
fucking
that.
Grindhouse did that.
Yeah.
And the point doesn't work though. The message isn't as strong.
It works for me.
I like to feel the misery. I like to know I'm a piece
Then
of
stop
shit.
complaining, you fuck.
I'm not complaining. I'm just basically saying did you not understand my fucking point the whole time? I said Cannibal Holocaust is a fucking amazing film. While Food of the Gods, pretty much basic bottom line, is a piece of shit.
I don't think it's a piece of shit. I get where you're coming from with
I
the
like
animals
it,
and stuff, but
but
yeah, I
it's
think
a piece
it's
of garbage. It's a double feature. It's a B movie. It plays at the end. Cannibal Holocaust fucking will go down in history as something talked about. Food of the Gods is a cliff note.
Yeah.
It's a great story,
but it doesn't. But it doesn't affect my.
they
It doesn't
were
affect
making
my
Cannibal
enjoyment for it,
Holocaust.
though. I'm a big fan of like miniatures and the way they did the effects and stuff. I just have a fucking blast. But I personally love. Though I would love to go to a drive-in and see the double feature with like fucking what's on the double feature. No, it's not tentacles. I don't even know what the fuck's on the feature, but
just put it with.
We're speaking of Italian films. I think Tentacles is actually an Italian film, but
Is it frogs?
oh, maybe it
not
is frogs.
Frogs is not with Food of the Gods.
Nah,
but
I don't know.
It's in one of the double features.
I don't remember. I have them all, but whatever.
It
Frogs-
changes between DVD and Blu-ray, so it's confusing. But
You're right,
the miniatures kind of are ruined in that movie, considering the fact when they shoot a rat in the side, the bullet's as big as its fucking like head. So
I
it's
don't
like,
know.
okay,
It's
that
goofy
makes
to me,
sense.
man. Again, B film. I can't take the shit serious. It's fun to me.
Yeah, I know.
But anything with
Just
rats,
why-
I'm just
when
like,
I watch a B movie, I don't want to watch a bunch of slaughtered animals. It's not my.
It's
You know
fu-
what I mean?
It's funny.
I
I
don't want to
never.
watch slaughtered animals in any of them personally.
I never even kind of looked at it like that. Now you just ruined the whole fucking
just
thing.
the
for
way
me.
they do it, man. They tie fucking rocks to their tails and watch them drown.
It is true.
Well, they
That's
can get them
fucking
out.
inhumane as shit. They know they did.
You know why I can't be taken
Because
serious?
they watch dead rats floating in the fucking water.
You know, it would have had more an effect on people, and it probably would have been noticed if the rats were normal size in the movie. But when they're fucking huge, they seem scary, and they seem like, you know, they need to be
they are
destroyed.
normal size. I can tell when they're normal size when a bullet fucking blows up their whole entire side, even though it would literally be the size of like tiny. But
Well, maybe,
in the movie,
maybe
The
they're
size
using
of
hollow
tiny.
points or something.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm just basically pointing out the hypocrisy and everything where everybody's like, cannibal holocaust. That's all they bring up. But it's like, what about Apocalypse Now? What about Friday 13th? What about Food of the fucking Gods?
Oh, because they kill
Fucking-
a snake in Friday the 13th?
Yeah, you know what I'm just saying? It's like, when does it end? When does it start? The sea turtle is fucking repulsive, but I guess rats don't matter when they kill them by the hundreds. I mean, they do it in labs too, and I guess animals' lives are valued at
Well,
different points.
it's so true though, man. I mean, how many movies from the 70s do you see someone either shoot or chop a snake in half?
Yeah, they
Tons
just
of
go the
American
fun of it.
movies. Actually, I watched
Every
it the other
movie.
day. I watched a real snake get fucking blasted away, and I can't even remember what the movie was. And I was like, God damn, dude! It's fucking.
What about fucking
Like snakes are-
Fire, when they cut a baby, fucking kill a baby deer on screen?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I mean, that movie's a piece of shit. Let's be honest. It's fun, but it's a piece of shit. It's not a good movie. It's not
I
like
mean,
a
I
work
think
of
we
art.
all agree that animal violence in movies is bad.
I'm just mad at the hypocrisy of what people are picking one movie or another.
I think more people have seen Cannibal Holocaust than Food of the Gods, though.
This one's effective, though. This one is effective to you, so it should be. This one got its message across because it's well made. But this one's a piece of shit, so you don't notice. Okay, it's just dumb. I'm sorry, I got on a whole trail about rats because I feel bad for those rats.
I don't even like rats. But I don't want to see animals killed for film.
It's not that they killed them; it's how they killed them. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, inhumanely is sad, but the
And you guys
bullet
know
is.
me.
But the bullet's humane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it's a movie. You know, I like movies, so it's not like I'm saying ban this or don't watch this. I'm just saying look at this. And fucking, before you open your mouth about something else, just take this and take all of it in.
Dude, like I said, for me, the worst one is Wake and Fright. That's the
It's
most
rough. It's rough.
rough one I've watched. It was just like so sad. It's because of the way they react when they're killed.
Yeah,
They'll be
yeah,
fine.
because they're not dying
Scream.
right away most of the time. That's why. So, it is a rough one.
It's still miserable to watch.
I never really thought about it, like, but two of my favorite movies, like, of all time have like crazy animal killings in it, and I'm totally against animal killings.
Because they're effective. That's why Wake and Fright works, because it's well made. And Cannibal
Well,
Holocaust,
the fact
too,
that Donald
just-
Pleasance plays the greatest drunk of all fucking time. Donald Pleasance, that's the best movie he's ever done. His acting is the fucking
wasn't
best.
acting in that.
No, I think he was actually legitimately shit-faced for sure.
I think
he
he's
was.
actually a drunk, but he's just that good of an actor. You don't pick up on it a lot.
Dude, have you seen Circus
Yeah,
of Horrors
some of
before?
those actors could be like absolute alcoholics and be
Oliver Reed, and they're still the
professional
best.
shit.
Have you seen Dave? Have you seen Circus of Horrors before? 1960
Which
movie.
one?
Circus of Horrors.
No, is he in that?
Yes, he is. He's briefly in the movie, but the irony is that he plays he plays the owner of the circus and stuff, and he gets his daughter all fixed up. He can't pay the guy to do it, so he lets him kind of take over this thing. But he's fucking drunk the whole time. In this, and this is predating Wake and Fright, and he's completely shit faced in this, and he's obvious like he's completely, they show him drinking and stuff, but you can tell like he's either acting really good or he's completely shit faced. It's great, but his death has to be one of the funniest fucking deaths in horror history in that movie. It's so good. You gotta check it out, man, just for that.
I love Donald Pleasance. He's one of my favorite actors of all time.
Yeah. So I was like, man, Donald Pleasance likes to play a drunk in these movies, not really play, quote
I think
unquote.
I just like drunks that are good actors. Because
Yeah.
I love Oliver Reed's one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah, Oliver
too.
Reed's fucking amazing, man. It's great.
Probably remind me of my grandfather or something.
Like Burnt Offerings, what the fuck is with Jeremy? Like he has this hard on against that movie, like hardcore. He's like, dude, that movie sucks. And I'm like,
it's slow, but it's a great movie.
but honestly, like, coming from his background and being, objective and stuff, like that movie doesn't suck. I don't even think it's that slow. I think it's a slow, but the type of movie deserves a slow burn, right? Given the narrative, right? You
Just
don't want to
watching
go.
Oliver Reed beat his kid up in a pool is well worth the time.
Right. I mean, his kid was a little shit though. Maybe he wasn't, but
You're all justifying it. You should have drawn that kid. The house is getting to you.
it was getting to him,
House-
man. He
the
didn't
house
even
needs
do
souls.
anything. It wasn't the booze. It wasn't the whatever. It is what it is, but
He didn't take out the fucking garbage.
all right. So, are we going to review any more movies with animal killings in
Got
them?
on a tangent.
Top 10. That should have been the top 10 for tonight, man.
Oh,
Top 10
animal
movies
killings.
with real animal killings in them. I don't even like to fucking see fake dogs get run over and shit. Like we just reviewed The Rage Carry 2, and Walter takes a fucking tumble, man. I was feeling bad for Walter.
Fuck Walter. He owes me $5.
I reviewed Lake Nowhere today, and it's funny. You've probably seen Lake Nowhere. Actually, you reviewed that movie years ago, Lake Nowhere.
Which one?
Lake Nowhere.
Oh, yeah. I like it.
It's great, man. It's fucking really good.
Short.
You want to talk about?
like
I even said in my review today, it's a great companion piece with WNUF Halloween Special because it's throwback, but it's pretty authentic, man. It's pretty authentic.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
but anyways, Graveyard Shift, 1990. You guys have anything else you want to spew about this movie
Nope.
besides all the
sorry,
rats
I
that they
drove
really
off.
killed in the movie?
They didn't kill no rats. Maybe a couple died, but it was an accident.
Oh, there's definitely the rats that died in this movie for sure.
Oh,
There
yeah.
had to be a couple.
Yeah.
Sometimes a trip or fall or something, but I don't think that they were sitting there stomping them or
No,
throwing them in a fucking
you can tell that they were
grinder.
being pretty conscious of like not showing rat deaths in this movie and stuff. Like, I mean, even when they're being powered by the hose and shit.
I mean, even in shit like Kingdom of the Spiders, they were like, we tried not to step on them, but sometimes.
Oh, dude, that movie is fucking... Man, that movie might have the most killings of real creatures in it of all time. There's a scene where there's hundreds of tarantulas on the road and they're running them over.
They're trying to avoid them.
They run over a fuck ton of them, man. I've had this discussion with a couple people before, and it's
I
like
called up William Shatner
absolutely
yesterday.
crazy how many tarantulas they kill in this
Listen,
movie for real. It's
was
got to
about-
be in the
what about-
hundreds. It has to be in the
Creeping up on
hundreds.
you. I'm sure they've killed some cockroaches in there, right?
I
Yeah,
want
but they're fucking cockroaches.
I want some numbers on this.
I'm sorry, that's where I draw
Kingdom
the
of Spiders. I want some numbers on this. If someone can actually put a real number on this, it's got to be super high.
I don't think so. I think
It
there's less
is,
than you
man.
think.
It is. There's tons of fucking tarantulas that get killed. I think they
All
took some
right.
heat over it actually too.
Let's do ratings.
Let's start with Dave.
I'm going to come in higher than I should, and I don't care. 9 out of 10. It's one of my favorites.
Wow.
It is. It's literally one of my favorite movies. I love this.
All right. I love it too. I can't come that high, although I kind of want to because I do love it. But I'm at an 8.
That's the real rating it should be.
I'm actually at an 8 too. I rated it about a month ago, and I think I came in at 7.5. But I came up when I rewatched it last night. It's fucking fun, dude. I mean, there's a reason
on the
why.
surface, I used to think like, okay, that's probably a 7.5, but like, there's really not much wrong with it. It's fucking great.
Except some Warwick stuff where he doesn't make any sense in his actions, but he's all
Right.
fucked up.
Well, that's probably the
It's
biggest
so
downfall
fun,
to the
though,
film
man.
because
it
when
really
he,
is a super fun movie.
when he goes all fucking batshit Rambo at the end there, it's like, what? Like
Yeah,
it
it's a
happens
little
so,
out of left field.
it
It's
happens
too
so
much.
quick. You're like, what the fuck? You were
Yeah,
the
it
one
feels
working
like there
down
was
here.
some shit missing.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
right.
I said, even when he fired that guy, I felt like there's shit missing.
Yeah. I get it. So yeah, a little bit of kind of narrative issues, I guess, a little bit, but whatever. Anyways, that is Graveyard Shift from 1990.
Show's over. Gotta say it, right?
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moods, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, player. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
All right, so moving into the featured reviews here on episode 194, Halloween special, Viewer's Choice, volume 12, 13. Be cool if it was 13. All right, so getting into the first one that was chosen by you peeps. From 1992, coming from our good fine folks over at Full Moon, and it is Demonic Toys. This one kind
This was a Patreon vote.
Yeah, Patreon. Oh, yeah, it was picked through the Patreon, yeah, because I think we had a poll and it wasn't decided, so we had to go to the Patreon, and Demonic Toys somehow outvoted some of the other choices that we talked about earlier.
The Guest was in second place, I believe.
It's still crazy to me because I don't really consider this movie to be like Halloween. Like I said, it has one part of being Halloween, but it's not really set on Halloween. It's kind of a strange choice that this was even there, but it is what it is. It's here now. This is directed by Peter Mangunia. I don't know how to pronounce his name. All I know is this guy worked for Empire / Full Moon. He did the Dungeon Master, did a segment in there. Eliminators, Enemy Territory, Arena, Demonic Toys. He also did See People in the same year, 1992. And later on, he did Devil Dolls, which was fucking terrible for Full Moon. That's when Full Moon was just awful. But you can see the quality in films. Empire, a little bit higher. Full Moon, a little bit lower. And then all the other names, after they go bankrupt like 20 times, you get Devil Dolls.
You're telling me...
I think I've seen many Moonbeam films.
Pre-Hysteria is probably a Moonbeam.
Yeah, I know there's a handful.
Yeah, Phantom Town, it might be. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm a grown man. I can't remember that far that back.
Right.
Okay, so Demonic Toys, 1992. Synopsis. A pregnant policewoman and her quarry and an innocent delivery boy become trapped in a haunted toy warehouse.
In this opening of this movie, that is the worst undercover cop I've ever fucking seen in my life. He deserved to get shot. He fucking pulls his gun out when he doesn't have either of them covered well. The dude throws a fucking gun at him. So the guy's unarmed, so he just shoots him, which is probably fucking illegal. It's like, dude, you made like 4 mistakes. You kind of deserve to get shot. And also, you wouldn't make the arrest yourself if you're undercover cop. Other cops
like,
would pull up and
basically today's police.
Maybe. But David Goyer wrote this. You guys know who wrote like The Dark Knight and all that stuff, and like all his movies. Like I know people love those movies. They all have weird loopholes and plot holes, like that kind of shit in it. Just
no,
like, huh?
I said I don't know.
David Goyer? He fucking wrote The Dark Knight, the Christopher Nolan movies, the Batman movies.
Like The Dark Knight, like Batman movies?
Yeah, he wrote a bunch of big superhero movies. This is one movie he wrote. He started here.
That's quite a career.
Yeah, I was wondering about the name. I thought I recognized it, but I couldn't put 2 and 2. Yeah, he did write the fucking...
He wrote Blade and all that shit.
He wrote Dark City, which is a great movie, man.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is Charles Band made Batman.
Why not? Why not? Charles Band is solely responsible for The Dark Knight. And Heath Ledger's Joker.
Wow. Yeah. That's bizarre. If you want to put it in those terms. So your guys' thoughts on Demonic Toys? Right? Early Full Moon.
We all grew up watching this one, right?
Demonic Toys? Oh yeah, I've seen it.
No. I got really into Full Moon around like 2008 to 10. So
how old are you?
Well, that'd be like 12 years ago. I'm 29 now, so like 16 or something.
That's about right.
Late teens.
Yeah. So I bought a bunch of Full Moon films during like their infamous Valentine's Day 50% off sales, and the Demonic Toys DVD was Charlie Band didn't own the rights.
So it was a kangaroo, baby.
So he got a Mexican import and sold it on there, but I'm almost certain that they just made a bunch with Mexican or Spanish fucking titles and
was
stuff.
It like
and
El Diablo Toys or some shit?
Yeah, it's something like Juggernauts or something.
That's the same thing with the Kangaroo label. So he basically made all these region discs over in Australia where he had the rights, and they would just like sell him on his site, but they were just region free discs, and they just had a little kangaroo on the side, said Kangaroo, because there was an Australian label.
Yeah, I tend to believe that he made them here in the U.S. and just said that he was getting them from Australia.
No doubt.
Yeah. That's it's like Demonica Juggernauts or something like that. But that's how I got it. But I don't even think there's Spanish subtitles.
No.
There might be. I don't know. But I bought that and like Castle Freak and like a bunch of the good ones, and so I watched it. This is probably only the third time that I've seen it.
I dig the actual dolls in this movie a lot, like the toys, the demonic toys themselves. But I kind of hate the fucking stupid storyline where it's like, I want to impregnate your phone. I'm like, fucking cut this out. This is shit. Like, I know you need a reason why the dolls are there, but it's just a boring subplot, and I don't like it, and I never did.
I don't really mind the whole, the demon need to be reborn and stuff. It's just how he comes back a little bit, You know what I'm saying? Like how the dolls come alive and shit. Yeah, it's just like this dude happens to be bleeding, like he's bleeding right on this, this specific spot and stuff. It's just, man, dude, like you got to come up with something a little better than that, man.
It's pretty unlikely that'll happen, right?
Right. It just comes up, and it's also the way it's done too. It's like super cheesy and shit. You see the blood, kind of, you're like, what the fuck? And all of a sudden, we have this demon boy, and then we've got these kind of these animated fucking dolls and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I
do like the dolls though. The dolls
are cool. I like the puppet.
Yeah, the clown.
Jack in the Box one.
Yeah. Oh, he's vicious, man. But Oopsie Baby steals the story or steals the show with her fucking filthy mouth, man.
The one line's the best. I can walk. I can talk. I can even shit my pants.
Yeah. Can you shit your pants?
Yeah. That voice they use.
Yeah. Yeah, that big fat guard's awesome too. It's like, you notice everything tastes like chicken? He's like, yeah, except this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big fat guard's funny.
Does the cheesy shit too, where they're like watching Puppet Master on TV. It's like, come on, guys, cut it out.
Well, which is kind of, it's not even ironic too, because this is basically a ripoff of Puppet Master in a sense. Killer Dolls.
That's all Charles Band's fucking movies, pretty much.
Yeah.
I know, but it's just like, there's going to be killer dolls in this movie, so you put killer puppets or something on the TV. It's like, this is too much. This is just too much.
Right.
No, it's not too much. Leave it.
That's like naming your character fucking like, his name is George Carpenter Romero Fulci Craven. That's his full name.
Yeah.
You're stupid.
That's what it reminds me of. Or it's like a guy with the fucking, like, everybody does it though in independent movies though. It's always like that. Everybody's guilty of it. Like,
yeah, well, it's because we love stuff and we want to share our love.
Or sometimes it's just you don't want to change your set design. It's just in the background. You're like, you know what that don't make.
I don't know. What do you think of like the warehouse setting?
It's a good place to spray blood.
It's okay. It feels super low budget. It honestly doesn't feel like a real warehouse at all. It just feels like they're filming in rooms that I don't know. It doesn't have that warehouse feel to it at all. It's very small. There's no wide shots at all. I feel like they were just shooting in small rooms and stuff.
I feel like those boxes are filled with full moon VHS tapes.
That's probably the fucking full moon warehouse.
It's probably in their warehouse.
Yeah, exactly. But it just doesn't feel like it at all, man. But I don't know, man. Like,
he probably found some fucking wizard video.
That's what I was trying to get at, but none of you guys got the joke. You guys were like, yeah, it probably is, yeah.
You know what I fucking hate about this movie though? Like I think this movie is kind of fun and stuff, but I hate when the fucking like homeless girl just like randomly shows up in the heat ducts.
I was gonna say the same thing. Thank you, Moose.
That shit just drives me nuts in movies. It's a terrible trope in horror. All of a sudden, like this person just shows up and then she knows all
another kill. We need another kill.
But she also is there to have a little bit more information. She knows when the closing docks and like shit where they can't go, and like she knows all this type of stuff because she's living in the air duct. Yeah, it's dumb. It's just really convenient type of filmmaking and stuff, and it just doesn't really add anything. And then of course she fucking dies.
It's so dumb. She comes in, tells the story so everybody knows what's going on, then gets killed.
Right.
That is some sloppy David Goyer writing.
Right. You just got to put another character in there to die. It's just like the typical slasher type film where the cop shows up just to die. Right. That's it.
Do you think this is better than Puppet Master?
Yes. The first one.
The first.
Maybe the first. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the animatronics in this aren't that bad. Like, Oopsie Baby's okay. Like, the dolls look pretty cool. Like, even the gore and the blood isn't bad. Like, when the Jack in the Box fucking demolishes that dude's neck, it doesn't look that bad. It looks evil and vicious and shit. I'm like, holy fuck, man, that's actually not that bad. Like, I hadn't watched Demonic Toys in a while, and I was like, oh shit, not too bad. I can fuck with that and stuff.
Jack in the Box gets smashed too.
I think it's a good bit better than the original Puppet Master.
I do too. That's what I said.
I think, acting wise and stuff, I mean, again, I don't really it's pretty low budget and stuff, but I mean, there's some moments in this, man. The delivery guy, holy fuck, man. There's some moments where he's just like, he is overacting to the point where it's pure laugh. It actually had me bursting out laughing, dude. Like he's screaming and yelling and fucking just going off and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Relax, buddy. Relax.
Yeah. He's in one of your favorite movies from 1991. Can you tell me who he is?
He is in.
Are you looking it up?
Boneyard?
No, he's actually Boneyard's similar to this, but better. He's actually in Sometimes They Come Back. He's one of the kids. He's one of
the
shit.
You know what? I wouldn't even have put that together because I'm not.
I recognized him and I knew it. And I was
I'm not good at recognizing actors. Like sometimes I'll watch a movie and I'll be a popular actor in it, and I won't even realize it's them.
I'm good at that stuff.
Well, I can see that happening in the Wizard Gore remake with. You know what I mean? It's fucking terrible, man. Jeffrey Combs does not look like but
no, he's just barely in it too, and it's so cloudy.
Jeffrey Combs is always one that I don't notice in like a lot of movies.
You know why? Is because he changed. Like he does a lot of different type of character roles, right? So he changes the appearance quite often in films. Yeah. I mean, look at him as Poe in The Black Cat. Like it doesn't even look like him, dude. It's great aesthetics or great makeup. I mean, so.
And just shows range because he could feel like different people.
Oh, absolutely. One thing I like about early full moon movies, and I mean, even into the 2000s and when they got really cheap and shitty and stuff, I mean, not so much later and stuff, but these ones all have that score it's like a full moon score.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like the second this movie comes on, if you saw Demonic Toys on TV and it was the opening scene with the couple undercover cops and shit, and as soon as the music hit, you'd be like, well, this was made by Charlie Band. This is fucking full moon. Like it just has that feel. And that's what I like about early full moon films. It has that, it's like a comfort film. As soon as you hear that score, you're like, oh man, this is why I like these movies, man. It sucks me in. And I mean, these aren't great movies, but they're really entertaining. There's a lot of stupid shit that's happening in them. Yeah. But at the end of the day, man, it's entertaining from top to bottom.
This is actually one of the longer full moons too, because almost 90 minutes. It's still under 90, which is good, but it's 86, which is like a little longer than normal. But it reminds me of the Dream Child, the Elm Street with the whole being pregnant thing.
Yeah,
not a fan of that one.
Not a fan of that one.
It grew on me over the years, man. When I was younger, I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but
Freddy.
It started to grow on me a little bit. It actually kind of made sense in the franchise why it went to that narrative, with the child being reborn and stuff. But
I get that. Demonic Toys 2
sucks. Stuff. Demonic Toys 2 looks like garbage.
Demonic Toys 2. Oopsie, they were CG'd and shit.
Ugh,
it's so bad.
Trash.
Like they just lost all hope.
Like about these adults. So why the fuck are you going to CGI them? They don't even know why people like these movies.
Mm-hmm. What did you say?
I said they don't even know why people like these movies. So when they make the sequels, they're like, what?
It's so true.
I totally agree. Like sometimes I do feel like Full Moon really doesn't, like Charles Band really doesn't
get it.
He seems like he's really in tune with the audience, but I swear he doesn't actually know what they like.
He's like, let's make Ooga Booga. These are not horribly dated and offensive now. People will love it. It's like, this isn't. What are you doing?
Yeah,
what's wrong with you? This isn't clever or witty. This is not gonna.
Did anybody see Unlucky Charms? I never watched that one, but I was curious because it was a Leprechaun movie.
It's pretty bad. It's honestly pretty bad.
Of course, Mood wants to everything.
I have. Honestly, dude, I'm like this weird kind of I wouldn't even say closet fan of Full Moon. I've been pretty outspoken. I like Full Moon. Early stuff for sure.
I used to keep up till 2010. I watched everything they put out, but
I'm still stuck. I'm still buying all these fucking Evil Bong movies for fuck's sakes. I've got 7 of them in the damn collection now.
I've seen the first 3.
When's it going to end?
I stopped watching after fucking the late 90s, early 2000s. I was like, I'm out.
There's some good ones in there. Like Killjoy Goes to Hell is a really good one.
I heard that's good.
The later Killjoy movies are legitimately decent, man. There's probably some of the better later Full Moon films out there for sure. I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they just don't.
I wish they would cut all the chess scenes out of this movie when they're like, where they're playing war. It's like, war. I'm like, it's so bad. Literally, it takes the movie down tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
Should we talk about the Halloween scene in the movie?
Yeah, bring it up.
So
There's a Halloween
is this
scene in the
film
movie.
so
Well, that's
it's
what
not
makes this a
Halloween then?
Yeah,
No, there's the one scene where the baby was born and it's like a demon and they give it to the kids to wrap. They fucking open it. They just leave it sit there.
Yeah, and the story
That
takes
shit
place.
cracked me up. They're like, ugh.
The story takes place like, what is it? Is it 80 years before? Or 60 years before or something? Anyways, the backstory takes like 60 years before or some shit like that. And he's been cooped up in this place waiting for, to be reborn for that long and stuff. And I'm like, so I kind of took it as, now that I was like fully paying attention to the narrative, I was taking it as like where he was buried. That's where they built the warehouse.
Factory was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's been literally in this hole
66 years ago on Halloween night.
Yeah, because he was born like this fucking demon child or whatever, and yeah, so they bury him, and he's been waiting there ever since to be reborn. I mean, the narrative is really, really poor. Honestly, it doesn't even really make sense when you actually think about it. So he's buried right here, but then I'm assuming the blood's supposed to go right through the concrete, and that's how it resurrects.
It's magic, bro. That's like in Hellraiser, like the blood.
That's how it works,
right?
The blood just,
I mean,
yeah, but
it's where
Hellraiser
they
doesn't
die.
suck.
Yeah,
And the blood soaks in the wood.
But there's more. Exactly, they show that and stuff. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, what the like? He's buried here, and it's going like this is concrete, motherfucker. It ain't going through there.
I think there was
cracks
in the
in
concrete.
it.
Oh,
Yeah,
give me a
cracks.
break, man! It ain't going.
He
was mad, Moot. He was breaking out of there for years, just waiting for blood.
No,
just
see,
waiting
you guys,
to play
you
war.
guys
with
don't
the
understand. It's you guys don't think fourth dimensionally. The devil controls these narratives and kind of pushes them together. You know what I'm saying?
Right, ratings then.
Okay, so JP, like if you wanted to get real technical about this, like if he can control this shit, why the fuck couldn't he figure something out in the previous 60 or 70 or 80 years before? Come on.
It took 66 years
Because
for it to happen.
666, man.
Yeah.
Where's
Yeah.
the sixth? Where's
I mean,
the
I
third
get the whole
six coming?
angle. He gets
It's when
reborn.
the kid turns 6.
I get the whole angle that he can, once he gets that little bit of blood and he needs more power, and so he can control these toys, I guess, to do his
demonic
bidding and
toys,
stuff.
Booze.
I mean,
They
I
are
get that
demonic.
whole thing. It's evil. Evil can do what the fuck they want. There's no written rules to it. You can do whatever the fuck you want and stuff. But whatever. It's not even really about the narrative. Who gives a shit about the narrative?
He even says he uses all of his power to control the toys.
Yeah. That's why he needs more
You know
of it.
what? They definitely had the fucking title and poster of this movie before they had the fucking script.
They did.
Yeah, I agree.
They actually
No
did.
doubt. They're like, they're demonic toys. We had Puppet Master. Now, dudes, listen, we have the demonic toys.
Dude.
It's going to be really cool. They're
Then
going to
we'll
be
do Puppet
evil and
Master
straight from
versus the
hell.
demonic
Charlie
toys.
Band has literally admitted that to most of these early movies.
Oh, yeah.
They would come
It's
up with
the
the
formative
concept and the name.
Killjoy.
Do the poster?
He on Shockwaves and Killer POV. He said he came up with the poster for Killjoy and went to a video store like Blockbuster and was like, they're like, all right, we'll take 100,000 copies by
Nobody said
next week or
100,000 copies of Killjoy. That's
It wasn't 100,000, but it was like 10,000.
it may have been 10.
Yeah,
10,
But-
just 10, not 10,000.
No, just 10.
but no, like seriously. So he went and fucking made Killjoy in fucking 10 minutes.
And it looks like
too.
it made it in 10 minutes, man. Okay, man, Killjoy is one of the most bizarre franchises, man. That movie started out with an absolute piece of diarrhea.
0.5 out of 10.
And then it got a little bit better. And then it
1
got
out of 10.
really good. And then what the fuck? The franchise got better and better. Name another franchise
like-
where the films got better as they went along. Not one. There isn't another franchise in the
Pretty fair.
history of
'Cause
horror.
Usually, if the first one sucks really bad, they don't do another one.
Exactly.
Puppet Master got better over the first one. The second 2 and 3 are better than the first one.
Yeah, I agree. It
I
goes
I
1,
agree
2,
with
3.
that actually. But I mean, as a whole franchise, I mean, they start to get pretty. Let's face
I like
it.
4 and 5 over the first one too. But
I
then
like
after that, I know JP likes 6. So.
Oh God, I like 4 and 5 too because it's like one big movie. 4 and 5 is fun to watch back to back.
It's okay. I don't like when the puppets are good. It just bugs me.
Who cares?
Yeah, but
I
that
care.
happens in all these franchises. Look at Godzilla, man. Godzilla was bad and he
I
became
hate
good.
that too. I don't
yeah.
want Godzilla to be good. He's a monster.
But he's had a change of heart.
Fuck
Godzilla found
Conscience.
found the real
They gave him a
God, okay?
conscience, and he's like, "Oh, I shouldn't be evil for the rest of my existence. I should help and be good." I mean, I
Yes.
guess it's kind of corny, but
Godzilla found love. Him and Mothra.
honestly,
got it
I
on.
prefer Godzilla as a bad monster.
I hate when villains turn good. It just always has annoyed me.
Well, one of the taglines is when bad puppets go good or some shit.
Yeah, that's 4, and I don't like it.
But number 3, they're also good.
No, they're just anti.
They kill Nazis.
No, they're technically
but that's
good
like
in the
an
prequel.
Evil killing another evil. It's
the puppets aren't evil. They're not evil in part 3. They're not evil at all.
I know.
Toulon's made them from people who were actually fucking killed.
That's what I'm saying.
Right
and the weird,
I am definitely right about that.
No, he is
actually good people. I'm 100%.
It's weird too because it's a prequel to the first film where they're evil in there.
Yeah.
So they went from good to evil. They actually started out being technically good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but see, it's a little
puppets.
bit different because like Toulon is like telling them what to do.
No, well, the puppets were never good nor evil. The puppet master controls them. That's why it's called Puppet Master.
Yeah, but
it's
he's
also
a product of his environment.
Who's controlling them?
But he's a product of his environment, man. He's in Nazi Germany, dude. Like, you're fighting an evil.
Honestly, the Puppet Master movies are a fucking sloppy mess because they did not actually. They never thought any of this out. But in Puppet Master 3, they're good. He has this whole speech where he goes over all of them, who they were. This was a fucking truck driver who tried to get Jews out.
This is my wife. Each woman was his wife.
Yes, this was a librarian that hid Jews, and they fucking beat him and killed him. So I turned him to a puppet. And that doctor, Ian Abercrombie, he puts in the Blade doll because he was a good doctor that actually turned on the Nazis and tried to help him. So they have to have a soul within the puppet.
You know what the most wrong thing to do is with the Puppet Master franchise is watch them in the actual narrative order. So if you watch Puppet Master 3 first and then you watch part 1, you'd be like, what the fuck happened? They're literally good and they went to like straight fucking evil motherfuckers.
And why are puppets reappearing?
It doesn't even make sense.
Like Torch.
It's a very, very fuckery franchise.
It's like so messed up, dude.
It goes part 3 or wait. Yeah, 3 is the begin. Is 3 the fucking first one?
Yeah, 3 is the first one.
Timeline wise?
Yeah, timeline wise, I think 3 is the first one. That's because it starts
no.
in the 40s. Yeah.
The first one
the first one is like part 7 or something or 8 or something like that.
No, the first one is Retro Puppet Master, 1902.
Yeah, so Retro is what number? Like 8?
1902.
Retro is 7.
Okay, so part 3.
And then Puppet Master 3 is the second in the series.
And that takes place
then the Axis trilogy, so Evil, Axis Rising, Axis Termination.
Mm-hmm.
Then Blade the Iron Cross. Then Puppet Master. Then Puppet Master 2, 4, 5, Curse. Legacy.
2 is the last one.
You know, I'm pissed off about that shit, man. Fucking Charlie Band, dude. He re-releases that awesome box set that I got, and now they have a new fucking Blade movie in there. I'm like, motherfucker, now I gotta get that shit. It won't fit in my set because it's not big enough for the fucking movie.
It's not that bad. It's better than the last 2 Axis movies, but it's still not.
I mean,
why are you guys still watching these movies?
We can probably agree
what
that.
Do you mean? I like
because we torture ourselves on here, we have to watch everything. But lo and behold, the latest Puppet Master film, which is the...
I'm sorry, it's not fucking Tempe Zombie Bloodbath 6.
Zombie Bloodbath 2.
Okay, Dave.
The Undead, bro.
Did you see the new Puppet Master movie? The new franchise one?
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, it's fun. Fucking... I can't wait for the sequels for that. That shit was great, man.
If it ever happened.
I don't know, man. It's kind of a shame because it could get decent. There's potential there. There's potential.
Puppet Master.
Yep.
Did you guys notice when that bear is like freaking out behind like he's hiding behind something, he's just like biting and shit. He just looks like a ghoulie puppet. I really think Carl Buechler did the effects on here. I guarantee he reused some ghoulie shit.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that
there
actually.
There was like a little bear looking ghoulie, right?
Not really.
I wouldn't say not looking like that one,
and
but
an ape. There was an ape in the first one.
What's
there's shit in Troll? The fish thing. He's like an alligator tail fish.
Yeah.
He definitely was a fucking used ghoulie. That hand puppet, you could tell.
Probably.
Oh my god, so fucking funny. So I just kind of scrolled down on the IMDb page and it says, "Did you know?" was originally titled Dangerous Toys, but later changed to Demonic Toys after a rock band of the same name issued a cease of desist claim against the title.
The script.
There was a fucking band name. Fucking Dangerous Toys. Oh my god, that's just so like.
I wish it was Dangerous Toys. We would have this stupid fucking demonic subplot.
Hair metal band. Oh my god, that's amazing. I love it.
Well, guess who outlived them? Demonic Toys are still fucking around. Well, Dangerous
I'm
Toys.
actually surprised that Charles Band didn't do more Demonic Toys films, since he usually like fucking milks every little ounce of
Did you guys?
franchise.
Did you like the Dollman vs. Demonic Toys films? Did you guys see that one?
I've never seen it.
I like it
Yeah.
as much as this one. Not as much as this one, I guess, but I remember liking it.
I love Dollman though. I
Dollman's
fuck with Dolls, man. That movie's great, dude. It's fun as hell.
It's 13 inches with an attitude.
Yeah, and it's fun, man. Oh, I love the scene when he fucks with the gangsters in the beginning. Oh, it's great.
That gun's gnarly, too.
It's great shit, man. Yeah.
All right. Ratings?
Yeah, do we have anything else on it? I mean...
No.
Not really.
I might come in the highest here. I really like this movie. I do think that it's a full moon film. It's not very like greatly done. Like how many are?
It's fun.
But I really like the dolls, or the Oopsie Baby doll and the Jack in the Box, and I guess the robot's okay.
He's cool.
The teddy bear's cool. I don't know. It's just it's an easy watch for me. It's entertaining. I gave it a 7.
That would be me.
I
don't know why this keeps happening lately, but I have the same rating at 7. It's pure entertainment value for me. Not a great movie, narrative-wise. It's very simplistic, but, it's entertaining as shit, man, because you got Oopsie Baby with a filthy mouth, and I find that shit funny as hell.
It is funny.
And honestly, the effects are pretty good, and the animatronics are pretty good for being a really cheap kind of full moon film. It definitely
that shit nowadays.
Oh, it definitely shows its budget, though, man. It's just, like I said, no wide shots or nothing. It just feels like they're filming in a fucking room. It doesn't do much for that type of angle, but it is what it is. This is not a Halloween movie. It has a Halloween part in it. I'm sorry.
Counts.
But it does count, I guess. And yeah, I'm going to say 7, man, because I enjoy the shit out of this. Fun.
I actually really like this movie, to be honest. I've always really enjoyed it, but I just don't think it's very good at the same time. I love the puppet shit.
It's not very
like I said.
good, but it's good.
It's entertaining as shit. I love the puppet stuff. It seems like they kill the best actors right away in the movie. It's like you got the one criminal, and then you got the fat guy, and it's just like, we're just going to leave the worst actors because we got them for longer. I don't fucking know.
That is usually why, right?
Yeah, that's usually why. Also Krampus does a nice little shout out to the Demonic Toys. When some of the toys come to life, you get similar puppets in that.
So Charles Band made Krampus.
Yeah, but
sure, why not?
The first time you see that though in theater, it's so jarring that you're like, "What the fuck just happened here?"
No, I knew right away it was Demonic Toys.
Oh no, I know what they were doing, but I didn't.
The gingerbread
the gingerbread shit, man. I didn't expect.
I'm not talking about gingerbread, man. I'm talking about afterwards, because they actually have like a baby doll and like a clown, and they do the whole thing.
Bear.
Oh no, for sure.
They do it right
no, that's
away.
definitely Demonic
like,
Toys. But I mean, the gingerbread kind of leads into that, though. It's kind of the same level. I mean, it's on
gingerbread happens a little earlier, and I literally didn't like the gingerbreads either when I saw them. It took me a second to go.
No, but I the first thing I said, I leaned over to Dylan and I said, "What the fuck's with the full moon shit?" Right when the gingerbread man happened, I was like, ask him straight up. We're in the theater. That part happens. We both looked at it. I said, "What the fuck's with the full moon shit?" Because this movie was like crazy serious and like dark and shit, and then it goes full moon with the toys later on. And I was like, "Holy shit, dude! This is fucking weird."
It's kind of crazy that
it was very jarring.
Shouted out about Demonic Toys.
I mean, the gingerbread man kind of made a little bit of sense. I mean, they have the ginger dead man and stuff, so yeah, it kind of made sense to me. But
I'm gonna give this a 6.5.
That's a fair one.
Yeah, I would probably, honestly, back in the day, I would have gave it a 7.5. I like it. Like I said, I will watch this again. It is one of my favorite full moon movies. But I hate that fucking stupid subplot with the kid. It's just garbage. 6.5.
Dave's more elevated than us and advanced in reviewing. He's like, nah, you guys are still at the 7 stage. I would have been there 15 years ago, but I'm gonna come up with a 6.5 now.
It's not as good as Ernest Scared Stupid or Bud the Chud or Ghoulies 3.
Bud the Chud. This is better than Bud the Chud.
I love it.
I thought, oh my god, I thought I was gonna come in the highest with my 7.
Chud 2's better than Chud 1.
JP surprises me sometimes. Actually, I shouldn't really be surprised.
Chud 2 is not better than Chud 1.
Yeah,
shut up.
Chud 1's boring.
JP's
Chud
biased.
1's a missed opportunity.
JP is so boring.
Chud 2 is just Return of the Living Dead Part 3. and I like Return of the Living
But not
Dead
as
Part
good.
2.
I'm really
No, it's not as
fucking
good as
happy
part
that wasn't
one.
Return to the Living Dead Part 3 because Jesus, I prefer the
Yeah,
the one that
the
came
real
out.
one.
So.
Why you guys
Return of the
hate it?
Dead Part 3 is better.
I guarantee anybody will be like, "It's stupid." That's the only thing they'll say. It's stupid. Why? It's just stupid.
It's boring.
Uh-uh. I'm a walking. I'm a talking. Come up
Okay,
in your
we're not
room
reviewing
tonight.
Shud 2.
Okay, that was Demonic Toys from 1992.
Halloween is Satan's night, the night of the devil.
Reporter Frank Stewart has a special Halloween treat in store for viewers tonight. He'll be leading a group of paranormal experts to the infamous Weber House.
Do you know what happened here in the Weber house? Some people got killed. Their son went haywire.
All right, so moving along into the second voted pick. This is a film from 2013, and it is called WNUF Halloween Special. Yeah. Synopsis. This is like the quickest one ever. Is there a different? No, I'm not going to read that whole fucking thing. No way. A VHS recording on a TV Halloween special from 1987. Whatever. I'm not reading the other one. The other one's like 10 times longer. Thoughts on WNUF. Now, was this a first time watch? This was first time watch for you, JP. What about Dave? You'd seen it before.
Oh, I've seen this a few times.
Okay, cool. So JP, why don't we start with you? Why don't we start with you? It's a first time watch. I think people more or less probably know. I've reviewed this film on my channel. I've champed it so much over the years. I kind of saw your thoughts on this one. How about you? Enlighten us.
Yeah, so WNUF Halloween Special is very special. It's probably, in my opinion, the most realistic look at capturing 80s or any retro, especially the news stuff and like the ads and stuff, but just even the look and the feel of the actors capturing 80s on you even the barn, which we'll talk about next, really just feels like a movie that is made with today's everything. It's really hard to do 80s or any retro stuff for that matter, but like the 80s always feels like an interpretation of the 80s, not the actual 80s. But this thing legitimately feels like it came right. Like you're almost, if you don't get later in the film and some dialogue where you could tell like, oh, this isn't real, obviously. You would, if you just show somebody like the first like 15 minutes of this, I think a lot of people would think that it was real. It's so well done. And I can only imagine these guys making this and like filming each thing and being like, oh, we got something special here, man. This is going to be cool. This is going to be cool. And like each one that they do, like the pumpkin patch and the arcade, and just being like more and more proud of like what they're coming up with, because it feels insanely legitimate. Like I was like kind of in love with it.
I'm happy to hear you say that.
Oh,
like,
man.
It's also clever that they continue not just the main story, but there's stories told throughout the newscast, and they also like through the commercials, through like the political shit, and then through everybody.
Yeah,
you can see all the stories happening at one time. It's pretty clever, and then they tie in
like,
with
even
everything mixes together.
Yeah, when they talk about like something that's happening in the mall or something, and they'll be like right next to the arcade. You know that.
It's just
they're like creating their world building. And it's so cool to see like certain things reference other town, because it makes it feel like this is a real town.
Yeah, it makes it feel like you're on like, you know, a small kind of cable network and stuff. You know, it's TV 28 and shit like that. And I like the fact that they played like the rug commercial a couple times, because if you guys ever watch your local station and stuff, they always play the local commercials over and over and over again. And that was fucking clever to put that on. It wasn't just to fill in time and shit. It was how it is. You know, if you were watching TV, you would have seen that commercial a couple times and stuff, and it fucking is so brilliant. Like, but
it feels so authentic, man.
It does, man. The commercials, and like right from the top, man, right from the beginning of the news anchors and shit, like it just feels so damn real. It's like someone just popped in this thing. You're watching this broadcast that was recorded, and it just, oh my God, it plays out so perfectly, man. I love the commercials. I've heard a lot of people complain that there's way too much and stuff, and I'm like, you got to remember what the narrative is here, man. We're watching a live special that's, you know, first of all, it's building up to the live special and shit. And when you do live television, you got to be careful. You have to have lots of commercials. You have to make sure that shit's not going to go fucking crazy and stuff. So you go to commercial quite often and stuff. And I think what they did with that is fantastic. But the actual commercials that they create, even the fake trailers and shit, like the sarcophagus movie and shit, like the Mummy movie, look fucking phenomenal. I honestly, God, I want that fucking movie made. I honestly want to see that Mummy movie. That looks fantastic, and I love that shit. They made simple commercials.
How real does it feel when they're like, tonight's special movie on the, you know what I mean, like the midnight movie, like it just feels like some shit you heard back in even the 90s for me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But that's the thing, man. All the commercials feel so real because everyone's like, oh, the commercials weren't funny and shit. I'm like, dude, we're not watching the fucking Super Bowl. We're watching real television. That's the idea behind here. You don't watch fucking funny commercials on real television, maybe every once in a while and stuff like that. But these commercials felt real because they had the variety there too. You
felt
had
very authentic.
Rug commercials, trailers. You know, you had even this commercial, that commercial. It's like, what the fuck? It's great.
And the monster truck commercial, dude.
Brilliant.
That was just dead on.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff, man. Absolutely.
I feel like I wonder if they mixed a couple real ones in there. Like they definitely stole quotes actually from trailers.
Well, I was wondering what they did is they just watched a ton of actual footage from that time and
no doubt
make their own version of it, which is, I hope they did that because
as far as I know, the commercials, everything that they created is their own creations. So it's just done really, really fucking well. I've looked up on it.
Had people who made trailers work on that from back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember. I mean, a film like this, you look at it and you go, oh, crazy low budget. But if you think about it, in the long run, there's a lot of shit going on here. There's a lot of small things that they had to fill. There's a lot of money that went into this, man. There's
a lot of hard work that went into it.
A lot of creativity.
Well, you figure there's
a lot of creativity.
Like each commercial is pretty much its own set. You know what I mean? So
exactly. Like even making that sarcophagus trailer and shit, it was super short. But man, you still had to do that. Right?
I bet those were probably, some of that footage could have been like from student films too with the Mummy.
It could have been. Maybe they grabbed some, some older. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Stuff,
it's
you know
just,
what I mean?
It's just truly incredible. And I think for the most part, the acting in this is really good. And I heard one person say, I think it was years ago when I reviewed this on my channel, someone said, oh, the actual news anchor, what's his name? The guy doing the live broadcast, Frank Stewart, played by Paul, whatever. They're like, oh yeah, he was fucking terrible and stuff. And I'm like,
he's amazing.
But I'm like, no, he was actually fucking amazing, because they're like, no, he was fucking up his lines. And I'm like, like, are you not realizing what you're watching here? It's supposed to be done.
Thing I ever heard.
It's supposed to be done on live television. Now, it doesn't matter who you are, you're going to fumble words every once in a while and stuff. It's left in there because it's supposed to be live. Right? It's not him fucking up his lines.
The people he interviews are fucking him up, especially when he asks all those people about ghosts. And they're like, well, my grandma. And then he's like, okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's why it comes off so
he's
authentic.
Awesome,
it's super authentic, man. And he has it's a great look for him. He's got a great voice. He's got a great demeanor. He's got a great delivery. Everything,
he's the heart
man.
and soul of this movie.
It's really, really good.
There's a few moments where they break like the seriousness of it, like the reality of what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? Like stuff that just wouldn't happen or be said.
Says, somebody died in this house?
Yeah, just like stuff like that. But it's okay because you're already far into
I don't mind those parts. I don't mind the parts when he goes around the crowd and he's like, what do you think about this and stuff? And he's like, well, if there is ghosts here, I know who to call. And he's like, who's that? And he's like, Ghostbusters. And like, you got to remember, this
seems legit to me.
No, that's
legit. I'm just saying the scene with the vampire where he's like, somebody died in this house, and they focus on him long. They probably wouldn't have focused on him that long.
Right.
Well, see the thing I like about that joke right there. This is 1987. Ghostbusters came out in 1984.
Right,
I mean, Ghostbusters was relatively still and fresh in people's minds. Like, it made a lot of sense to make that joke and stuff, right? But
yeah.
And actually,
that was great.
The one person in this film, man, the other journalist, the other reporter, the female one that was doing like the doctor stuff and like the other kind of stories that were going on. Man, she is brilliant. Like, super authentic, man. Like, it actually feels like she's a real fucking journalist. Like, she's spitting her lines so perfectly and shit. Like, just phenomenal. Really, really phenomenal, man. Great shit. But
and even like all the little just the design of the whole from start to finish, like what they're gonna show, like when they're gonna show it, like how it starts off with like a couple commercials, and then each time you go back to the news, it's like the little intro, and then the Halloween tips, like for trick-or-treating and stuff like that. That seems like something you would see on the news that night.
Oh, the candy trade off too, right? You know,
the candy trade off for the dentist thing, and they do a little story, and they're like, you know, his worst fear is trick or treating or something. You know what I mean? And it's just the design like of what the filmmakers shown when they showed it, you know, throughout the whole thing. When they cut to commercials, it feels just perfect in its timing.
Absolutely, man. I think, you know, I mean, again, I've heard people say, you know, like the end of this movie was fucking awful and shit. And I'm like, man, I don't think you watched the same movie as me, man. I think it's actually quite brilliant.
August Underground?
No, I think it's quite brilliant how
what the fuck do they want?
They introduce these characters throughout the broadcast and stuff, and it's not a focus, you know, it is this and that and shit. It's there because that's what the news do. They, you know, they report on certain things, right? And like just how it goes down, and there's a lot of shit being said there too. Like I don't want to give anything away because I feel like there's a lot of people haven't seen this. I really don't want to spoil this shit, but there's a lot of things that are happening in that third act that are really, really brilliant. Really brilliant in the narrative.
Everything's set up and told. You showed to you before it happens. Like there's lots of stuff going on in that town. You can tell. Like I even think it's funny with the political campaign shit where like they're fast forwarding, they stop, and he's like, I'm not going to talk about his infidelity.
Right.
It's
so good.
Right.
Yeah.
I love the satanic panic stuff because that was all over the place, you know, at that time. And it was so like when they start showing all the, you know, the graffiti in the town, and the one politician talks about it, and even the way he's talking about it sounds like some shit that, because we all know that like the satanic panic was completely overblown, and there was no sacrifices happening at a dramatic rate and stuff like that. Like that shit was all fake and overblown.
Kind of like we got that QAnon bullshit happening now, where people are like, "Oh my god, there's QAnons everywhere."
Yeah,
I like it. All these people conspiracy. Everybody thinks like they're the ones who are going to find it if it's happening. Like, I know, you know, I know.
You know, the screening process on these cable companies, right? Not really the greatest. Like, our main rules, white line sucks.
No, but I love how he keeps trying to lead, like, because he's got to keep trying to save the show. He's like, all right, we're not going to go upstairs now. We're going to come back later and see what's happening.
Right.
Like,
well, because they had to make up the time, right? They were broadcasting for so long. They needed to do this. So you got to fill in that time, right? It's great, man. It's really,
and
really
I like
great.
the ghost hunters, too. That one part's really great. That would
it's like Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Yeah,
it is.
He's like,
I think that's what it's a play on,
nice
right?
Pussy. That's a nice pussy. And he's like, yeah, she does. Like, he corrects himself before he finishes the sentence.
Right.
Yeah. But that's the part that I was talking about, where it kind of breaks like what feels real to be a movie is like that part right there. But I still liked it. I'm like okay with it. It's like whatever. It's fun. But they're definitely the Warrens, right? I mean,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
They look more like the real Warrens than fucking people from the Conjuring.
With the movie Warrens.
Right?
Yeah.
We got Patrick Wilson and fucking it's like, okay.
Dude, I love when they show like the killer or the dude like Ted Sheets who killed his girlfriend. I'm like, that guy definitely killed his girlfriend.
They had Stanzi and Officer Bookwalter. They had a bunch of shout outs to independent directors.
Yeah, all the shot on video
guys that JP seems to hate.
Yep. What? Every single one of them. I'm like, that's amazing that they use that name, man. I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I wonder if they should have asked about Zombie Bloodbath 2 Rage of the Undead.
But it's short too, man. Hour 23 minutes. I just loved everything about it, dude.
Yeah,
it was like I don't know who watches this and doesn't just look at it in awe.
This is why this has become a staple for me, man. It's so incredible. I would love to throw this on. You know, just throw this on for somebody who didn't know anything about it and be like, yo, man, I'm just going to watch this old tape. Like, to pretend you're actually throwing in a tape kind of thing and, you know, check this out, man.
It's a true independent movie, too, man.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
This director worked at, like, Camp Motion, Chris LaMartina. He used to go to Wasteland all the time. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
No, that's cool, man.
He also made Fall Girl of Cthulhu and shit.
Yeah, he wrote that, didn't he?
Good.
Yeah.
He directed it.
Oh, did he direct it? Oh, shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's been doing shit forever. He's done a bunch of older movies, too, like from Camp Motion and stuff.
Holy fuck. Yeah. Faces Shalak. Oh, I didn't eat.
President's Day, all that stuff.
Which is
he's got lots of cool stuff.
Man, President's Day, fucking cool dude in that movie. So funny.
Witch's Brew is actually pretty fun.
Isn't he in that one, too? Doesn't he have a part in that one too?
He is in that one.
Yeah, man. Call Girl of Cthulhu, which I reviewed, I think, last year on 31 Days. I've actually reviewed every one of his movies. It's crazy. Like every one of these.
Funny.
Faces Schlock, I even did that one. Wow.
I did that one too.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen President's Day though, but I have it.
It's fun. It's actually legitimately good, man. He gets props, dude. He gets props.
Yeah. He's good.
So let me give you guys a little update here. So in 2018, which is what, this came out in 13?
Yeah.
So quite a few years after the first one came out, the director Chris LaMartina put up a GoFundMe, and it ended up he had a $50,000 goal. It ended up raising $33,652, which is pretty decent. It's over half of the goal. He actually just gave an update back in September, so a month ago, and he says, "Hey gang, hope everyone's doing good during these wild times. Here's a fall 2020 update on the status of the sequel. Like most film productions, the COVID-19 pandemic has complicated our production schedule significantly. We lost about 15 days of shooting that requires scenes with crowds and multiple characters on screen that can't safely be filmed until after the pandemic is calmed or there's a vaccine. There's no way I'm risking someone's safety for a micro-budget horror film. Sorry, not sorry. That being said, we've been doing everything that we can to keep the film active and on track. We've done plenty of socially distanced shoots with minimal crew for all the scenes possible and have been editing everything as we go so that as soon as we can fill the remaining scenes, the remaining post-production will be swift. While this isn't how I imagine making the sequel, we're kicking ass and getting some great stuff under the incredible circumstances. The current goal is to have the film out in fall 2021. But to be clear, if COVID still is disrupting life in spring 2021, we'll have to revisit the timeline. Also, if you have donated, make sure to send your name, email, and mailing address to WNUF Halloween Sequel at gmail.com. This is how we're keeping tracking. I guess that doesn't matter so much. So, yeah, update, which is pretty cool. I didn't even know they were doing a sequel.
Mm-hmm. I thought it had failed like miserably for the campaign or whatever, but that's good to hear an update on that. I didn't realize they were going through with it.
I should have went with just trying to get 20,000, and then when you hit that, like, you would have been in demand and other things. You know what I mean? You'd have got benefited more. If you want 50, put 20.
Well, I'm sure. See, the thing about getting 33,000, right, is you can then take that to investors and look, we already have this.
Yeah.
If you can add this to it, then we can make this movie and you have a good chance of getting your money back. When you just go to try to get 50,000, it doesn't really work when it shows that there's an interest. You know what I mean? But I'm not joking, dude. Like, I love this movie.
It's a great movie.
Good. I called Carly about it immediately, and I was like, dude, you need to watch this. Funny thing enough, we do a Halloween I did watch it on Shudder. We do a Halloween movie marathon every October, and we each pick a film that we try to go with something nobody's seen, that's amazing, that's funny, that's like the greatest movie ever, but chances are you're not going to hit that mark. And funny enough, Austin actually picked this, but he saw that I posted that I watched it, and then he's like, fuck, now I gotta find something else. This would have actually been a tremendous pick had I not watched it. So he probably would have won the night if he picked it.
Crazy.
But yeah, it's so cool, man. I mean, I don't know what the general consensus is about this. It's like, for the most part, I feel like I've heard everybody say positive things about it, but Moods was mentioning some people were bitching, so I think
man, it doesn't matter what I review. I always get people, this is fucking terrible low budget shit, doesn't feel authentic, it's fucking garbage, the fucking end's garbage. Like, it just never ends, man. But it is what it is, man.
It feels like a good creepy, like, what your news thing would do.
Dude, I don't think people are paying attention to how well
legit.
I don't think people are paying attention to the narrative, like how well it's created. The construction of it is really brilliant, man.
Cheesy as hell, but legit. That's how news stations are, man. They're out there like, hope you have a very happy Halloween and don't let the bed bugs bite.
But that's
stupid shit.
That's why it works so
man.
well. That's why it works so well, because it's like this TV 28 local fucking station doing their cheesy ass shit, and like, hey, we have this haunted house, let's go do that. Like, it's so perfect, man. It's absolutely perfect. I think it's executed.
History too.
Yeah, man. It's great.
Just the DeFalco story though.
And obviously,
it is.
Never in a million years would this happen on live TV, and once they saw a dead cat, they would have cut the program. But it's a fucking movie. Who cares?
I don't know. Unless they thought it was a prank.
Maybe, but I don't know, man. But it doesn't matter.
Well, they would have had to think it was somebody was doing something fucked up there, because I don't want to give too much away, but
yeah, you got it.
But I think. Because Ghost Watch is kind of like this, and that movie's really cool too. But I think that this found footage format with the authentic, trying to make it authentic. It doesn't matter if you buy it, right? That's an old argument that was only used for Blair Witch. You don't need to buy anything in 2020. You're not supposed to really think the footage is real, but what's cool about it is it fucking feels really real. All the stuff is super authentic, so it makes you into the story, and it's a simple story, yet it's effective because it makes sense for the time, and it the reveal and stuff is set up throughout the film really well. I think it's pretty brilliant. Like, for an independent film, this is the grand slam. This is what you hope to create, is something special like this.
I agree.
I love the end too, man. It's just like no credits, just tapes over,
and it just play, stop or whatever, blue screen. Yeah, it's cool.
It's awesome.
Have you watched Noroi the Curse yet?
No.
Yeah, I love it. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. JP, you should watch it for 2005. It's on Shudder.
Yeah, it's.
I was thinking about not watching it, even though we have a podcast for it. Of course, I'm going to watch it,
dude. It's a top tenner.
It's really good.
Potential top tenner.
Yeah. Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
It's
and if you like that
is it
style,
like 2 hours?
JP, I reviewed it on the podcast here one time.
I know. I remember it when it got in, because Shudder was doing this thing a while back where they were putting stuff up there that was like pretty much unavailable anywhere else, and that was like that Ghost Watch was two of the titles.
Yeah.
I would love to see Agfa release Ghost Watch.
Right. I'm surprised that it doesn't have a Region 1 release yet. It's crazy.
Yeah. But you guys got anything else on this?
I'm good.
Not unless we want to go into spoilers, but no, I think we're good with that, man. I mean, I think it's my go first. WNUF, I mean, people that have followed me for years know I've been championing this one forever. I know I've even mentioned this to you before, JP, about watching this shit, and of course you don't listen to me. It takes people to pay you to watch fucking movies, apparently, but this one is just, it's just so much fun, man. It just looks so authentic. Everything. I mean, really, the only weak part in the film, I think, is the producer's acting while she's in the van. But at the same time, I always try to explain it away a little bit, because when she gets on screen and she's like, "Oh no, we got to go to commercial and stuff," she's not a reporter, she's not a journalist and stuff, right? She's the producer. She's not meant to, play that type of part, talk like a fucking reporter and stuff like that. So I can see why she would come off being a little bit awkward, which she does play it awkward. So maybe her acting is really good and it just comes off being bad. I don't know. But that's really the only, kind of thing that I would notice about this movie. But everything else is just fantastic, from the trailers to the commercials to just the realism of, small kind of cable television shit. And that's what this is all about. It's great, man. 9.5 out of 10. It's great.
Am I up on this one?
Dave.
Yeah, I really like it too. I hadn't seen it since for a few years now, but I mean, it's pretty much perfect for what it is. I'm going to give it an 8.5. I could go higher next time I watch it.
Damn, I thought you'd be higher than that. Shit. Crazy.
No, I mean, I mean, it's great, but also it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's limited.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Honestly, as far as independent filmmaking, I should probably bump Graveyard Shift down to an 8.5 as well. But I'll give this an 8.5 for sure. I really like it. Could go up higher. As always.
All right, yeah. I mean, I loved it. I thought it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and that's not even a exaggeration. Like, it was literally the whole I was waiting on the edge of my seat to see what the next commercial or something was, and I was just fascinated with like how they made it look so authentic in terms of clothing and like even the cars in the background and stuff like that, and then also acting, but also the way it looks. Like it looks like this film. Like I don't know what they shoot. Did they fucking shoot this on like a VHS camera or something? Like what did they shoot it on? How they make it look like that? You guys know?
That was probably shot on tape, I imagine.
Yeah,
I would assume to get that type of authentic look, man, definitely shoot it on video. But
yeah. And so I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, dude, how many movies have I seen like that are set in the 80s? Like even It Chapter 2, right? It's set in the 80s. It actually doesn't feel like you're watching a movie from the 80s. You know what I mean? Like if you look at Friday the 13th Part 5 or something, it looks nothing like that. They're not acting anything like that, because it's really hard to capture how someone moved and talked and just looked in that time, even in modern day. It's just really hard to recreate that authentically. It's even like Stranger Things and stuff, right? Like it doesn't actually look like the 80s. It just reminds us of the 80s.
Well,
which
the music
is cool.
suggests it's the 80s.
It's the synth music. Yeah.
But this like legitimately looks like it was made in 1987 at times. It's like crazy. So it was just mad impressive. It's one of the coolest things that I've seen in a few years. You know what I mean? Just in terms of like, wow, I really like that. That was so entertaining, and it made me happy. Like it made me happy that somebody made this. It made me happy that somebody made something, so with I assume like very little money, and made something this cool. It's inspiring. It makes you want to like root for this person and stuff like that. So it's one of those reasons why I've always loved doing podcasts and being in this community and stuff, because every once in a while you see stuff that really like blows you away. So I'm giving it a 9. I think it's amazing.
Cool. And that is WNUF Halloween Special from 2013.
Meet Sam, Josh, Michelle, Russell, Chris, and Nikki as they embark on a Halloween night they'll never forget. The Barn. The legend of the barn isn't just a campfire story anymore. It's something far worse. Trick or treat! The Barn.
All right, guys. Moving into the last film here on the Viewer's Choice episode. From 2016, we have The Bar, directed by Justin M. Seaman. I wonder if that's his real name.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's his real name.
Just having that last name, Seaman, is just like, wow, that's just pure ammo, right?
In the Navy, they actually call you Seaman, right? And before it?
Yeah.
My cousin, his last name was Berger. So his name was Seaman Burger.
Seaman Burger, over here and swap the deck.
Yeah, exactly.
So
my other cousin told me that.
That's amazing.
My great grandfather's name was Gaylord, and I was like,
oh man,
dude, I'm so glad that didn't continue.
It's a tough name.
Because his son's name's Gaylord.
Wow. But Justin Seaman, he actually, he directed obviously The Barn here, and then he did a film that he did a segment in a film that we mentioned earlier, Volumes of Blood, which, I guess Horror Stories, that must have been the sequel. Is that the second one?
I'm not 100%, but he runs that company, doesn't he? The Scream Team Releasing?
I believe so. Yeah, and he also did the segment in 1031 also. I haven't seen the sequel to 1031. Have you seen either one, Dave?
I've seen the first one. The second one I actually has, it's been released too on DVD and Blu-ray, so I'll have to check that out.
This guy, the director, he lives 17 minutes from where I work.
Oh, nice. I actually really like the company Scream Team Releasing, man. They put out a lot of really cool stuff over the last
Your favorite, Close Calls.
Yeah, honestly, dude, I really do like. But they've released. They have a couple duds in there and stuff like Bong of the Living Dead, which was horrible.
It was okay.
I didn't care for it. I didn't think it was funny at all. But
I didn't think it was funny. I thought the drama worked, and I thought the comedy fell flat.
Yeah, the comedy, and that's the problem, because I think with a title like Bong the Living Dead, it just screams like it should be super. I don't know, but anyways, yeah, exactly. That's comedy, man. That's
comedy is so subjective. Like, I didn't find it funny either, but I thought the drama was good.
All right, so The Barn from 2016 synopsis. It's Halloween 1989. Best friends Sam and Josh. Oh my God, this thing's so long. Sam and Josh are trying to enjoy what's left of their final Devil's Night before graduating high school. But trouble arises when the two pals and a group of friends take a detour on their way to a rock concert, finding an abandoned barn and awakening the evil inside. Now it's up to Sam and Josh to find a way to protect their friends and defeat the creatures that lurk within. You got it. The Barn.
Crazy.
Wow, I actually read that pretty good. Thoughts on The Barn? JP, let's start with you, because I know you haven't seen this one before again. So,
yeah, this was one that I remember in the year that it came out. It was doing like some local drive-ins. It was screening there, and it was like, Pittsburgh-based horror, so that's pretty cool. I never actually ended up seeing it though. I remember you had it on one of your top 10 lists, and I'd heard like mixed things. Like, some people I heard really liked it, and then other people I heard didn't. Like, I think Dave Z hates it.
Well, this movie to me is like WNUF. It's the same thing. I mean, I've heard people say they didn't really like it at all, and then The Barn's the same thing. I mean, it's these low budget independent films, man. That's the consensus you're gonna get, man. But yeah. It doesn't surprise me Dave didn't like it, but, judging by the artwork, he should probably have a higher rating, right, by his system?
It does have good artwork.
It does.
Yeah, so I liked it. I didn't love it. I thought it was pretty cool. I like the little mythology that they set up with the three villains. I almost wish there was a little bit more to it, though. I think that.
Okay, what do you mean? Because I actually think the mythology and the story. I mean, they create a lot of story here. I mean, we're not looking for character development here. It's not about the characters. It's about the mythology and the characters within. The three characters that we played in the beginning of this podcast. The miner, the boogeyman. Hollow Jack, and of course the Scarecrow.
They try to do some character development with the kids. They try,
a little bit, but I mean, like I said, I didn't say they're not doing that, but it's not really the main focus. I think the main focus is about these characters and what they are about and stuff.
I would say the main success rate is in the monsters.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I think that's probably the heart and soul of the movie.
Absolutely.
I think making a more of like, because they do have cool little. It's like a cool little backstory, and the designs are cool and stuff like that. But I feel like they're kind of just eventually just transition into slasher killers. You know what I mean? Like I almost wish they were like almost like bosses in a video game or something. Like each one you had to take out in a different way type thing or something.
I think they did it with the pumpkin guy.
Well,
I think he was like a boss.
The other two kind of go into the background,
but they kind of do though. I mean, in a sense, they are. I mean, if you want to put it slasher killers, but their job is to, obtain flesh to bring it back to hell. So they have to kill somehow. I mean, their goal is to kill. Right. So, I mean, it's there. It's explained away and stuff. And I think it's really fucking cool, man. The backstories that they give him, like the miner, like why he's the miner, the boogeyman's the miner and shit. Cause he's digging that pathway from hell to earth, and that was the pathway that they were gonna feed hell with the flesh and stuff, and like Hollow Jack, man, with the fucking like how he can use every pumpkin around the ways.
That's great
to see
the glowing eyes too. The
glowing eyes, and he could use these pumpkins to see everywhere. So his eyes are literally everywhere. And then the Scarecrow was protecting the crops and shit. Like it's really cool that they took the time to actually put this in there. And I think the actual monster characters are the look and the design of them are actually pretty fucking cool. I think the effects are not that bad on him. I think that's
great, and I think the music's really good too.
Oh, dude,
the music's fucking great,
dude. The music is so fun, and it's all original too. And I think that's one thing that people kind of forget in this film too, is that it's original music for it. And it's fantastic, man. It's that perfect like kind of 80s, hair metal / synth music and stuff. But it's really, really fantastic. The score is great, really great.
I do have a major problem with this movie.
What's that?
What's that?
And I don't think I've said this kind of stuff with other movies before, but it's either the writing and the dialogue is very poor, or the director was giving these actors direction that they needed to act like they were in an 80s movie, and it came across disingenuous, or the actors don't know what an 80s movie character acts like. Instead of just them acting normal, they always all overact, and they seem very weird, and they don't deliver their lines, and none of them seem to make any sense. And the acting's piss poor when Artie Lehman is the best actor in the movie.
I actually completely disagree. I think the two leads, Josh and Sam, are actually not bad. I mean,
I think the one main lead is probably one of the least favorite performances I've ever seen.
I think Josh is fine. I think Josh, I actually agree. I disagree. I think Josh is actually really good. I like him as a character, man, because
I like the blonde characters much better, but the dark-haired one, I feel like his line delivery is weird, and it sounds like he's
I like the friend a lot more than the lead.
Me too. I think the lead sucks.
I don't think so, man.
I really do.
I honestly like the character a lot. I like the fact that he's got the rules and shit. I really don't think the acting's that bad, to be honest, at all, man.
The rules are good, but that's not his acting.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, I mean, that character is, but I don't think his delivery, like the way he's acting and shit, is actually that bad at all. I really don't. It sounded
like he was reading lines to me. He had no inflection in his voice. He had no facial movements. He didn't have any tics or any small little moments. It just, not to me. Like, I pay attention to those things. I didn't notice anything.
Again, like, I mean, when it comes to independent films, man, I don't look at acting overly that bad. Like, I don't think it was, I mean, obviously I'm noticing if it's good or bad and stuff. Didn't really have a problem with it. I mean, it's supposed to be the way it is, and I think it's executed the way it's supposed to be too. I mean, you like it or you don't, I guess, right? I mean, I think the worst actors, I think the worst acting in the movie is Leanna Quigley, to be honest. Like, she hams up her little cameo so fucking bad, it's horrible. Ari Lehman does a great job as Dr. Rock.
First, Jason did like a great job.
Yeah, Ari Lehman's Dr. Rock.
I said he did a very good job. He did a great job.
Well, he's got one of the funnest parts.
He knew what to act like, and he nailed it. That's what you do. The other people, I don't feel like understood.
But I don't think that these characters need to. I mean, the film is set in the 80s, like 89 kind of thing. But is it necessary that they act?
Though.
I think the aesthetic looks like it. I think that the characters don't feel like they're from that time, and I don't think they act like it.
I don't know what is a character supposed to feel like acting from that period, because I think the aesthetic is very
act normal instead of cartoons. I think that would help. Like, the one guy's like, "That's so bogus," and I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here, dude!" Like,
I feel like it could have just been set
weird
in present day, and it would have felt exactly the same to me.
But don't you feel like they are really, like, trying to act like a little bit weird, so it just kind of fucks and makes it seem weird?
No,
to me,
I actually don't. I don't think like anyone's trying to ham it up at all. I think they're just not the greatest actors, and I don't think they're trying to act. What's that?
I think they're trying to act like an 80s movie, and they don't understand the source material. I bet most of these people in this movie aren't like film fanatics. They don't fucking watch a lot of movies.
I mean, I guess it's all in. I guess it's all in how you interpret it, right? Because I don't look at. I just don't see shit like that at all. Like, I don't look at these actors and be like, oh, I don't think they're horror fans and stuff. So I mean, it's almost like saying, like, these guys don't watch. They're not big horror fans, so they shouldn't really be in this shit because they don't really know what the fuck they're doing.
No. I'm just saying, when you make a distinct reference point to a movie, that'd be like if you were on set and I was like, all right, the crazy guy in Hell of the Living Dead, how he has those big eyes and he's putting on the backwards hat and he's going bonkers. I want you to act like that. You'd be like, okay, I got it. But if I tell JP that he needs to act like Warren Oates from Dillinger, he's gonna be like, I don't fucking know what that is. I don't know who Dillinger is. I'm not gonna be able to do.
See, the thing is, I just don't feel like
kind of going on.
I just don't feel like Seaman. He said to him, he's like, "Yo, man, you guys need to act like you're from this period. Like, you can still act like you're. I mean, it's more in dialogue too. I mean, saying the word bogus and shit. Obviously, that's very late 80s and shit. That people don't say fucking bogus anymore. So, but I mean, in general. I mean, I think a lot of the characters, man, I mean, I just don't see any difference in...
Maybe the dialogue's just really poor for them, and it's hard to come across.
I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing a difference in it at all. I don't know. But again, going back to the acting, I'd never really focused too much on that shit, man. It's more... I mean, this movie, again, has everything that I love. I love great aesthetic, man. I love the Halloween feel. This movie is fucking fantastic, man. There's so much Halloween to it, man. It looks good. It has that, that old school kind of fucking, it has that look to the film. I mean, it's obviously done a little bit digitally and stuff, right? But at least it kind of looks like it's a throwback and stuff. But the music really brings it out, man.
Definitely washed out, too.
It's definitely washed out, man. They did a good job, kind of doing the color correction, downwards, I guess. It's almost like a decorrection in a sense, right? But the music fits perfectly, which is in its original, so you got to remember that. And, the monsters are great, and I love the mythology, and I think the gore effects are really good, too, man. I mean... when it comes down to acting, that's one of the least things I ever look at. If I'm doing it, if we were talking about like an Exorcist film, some big budget type of film, and I think the acting at that point, because you're hiring these bigger budget guys, I mean, really, what do these guys do? They're not professional actors. So
I don't like I said, you don't need a professional actor to come across convincing to me.
I tend
but
to
that's
agree
also
with
coming
Dave
from
and Moods
but that's
at the same time.
But that's also coming from somebody that, you know, you do acting too. I mean, you're not technically considered a professional actor, but you do well. But you do well too. But I understand exactly where you're coming from. I just never focused on that for some reason, but I don't know why. I look at lower budget films and I just kind of take it for what it is and what you can do. I mean, let's face it. We've said this a million times. If you have low budget film and, you know, you're not going to have these type of actors. I mean, sometimes you can have good ones in there and stuff like that, but you are going to get
sure they were believing what they were saying. You know what I mean?
Okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying completely from that too. And you may be right. Maybe these guys are not fans of the material that they're supposed to be technically imitating, because this is a throwback 80s type film, right? So if they're not familiar with the films that are coming out that time and you know, that the aesthetic, or I mean,
if they're trying to impersonate something they don't know anything about, it's going to be hard for them.
I mean, your point is totally valid. And I get that. It
could just be the dialogue though. Maybe I just don't like the dialogue.
Like if you said, talk like somebody from 1600s Salem or something, but you don't know anything about that, you're not going to be able to talk like that.
No, I'm fucked.
That's what
I need to do research.
It's a good point, right? Because if you ask me to talk like somebody from 1600s Salem, Massachusetts, I mean, I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? First of all, I'm Canadian. I don't even know how to I don't know how to do any type of Eastern fucking accent. I don't even know how to do a Canadian accent, apparently. But you're right, though. I wouldn't have a fucking clue. And it is true, though, because you ever watch like older films, like even American films from like the 30s and 40s and shit, don't you feel like a lot of these guys are talking like they fucking have these weird accents and shit, but it's like totally American?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, there's just a different.
There's a different dialect. There's a different dialect and a different approach to, you know, in different times and shit like that. So
that boy's got spunk.
Just look at WNUF. That's a low budget movie, and the acting's fucking phenomenal. And that guy Frank Stewart had his mannerisms and his timing down, just like a reporter from the 80s. I also think in that movie though too, these people are playing like straightforward type people. Like they're not using a lot of the lingo from those times and shit like that. Except for the only time you really even see that in WNUF is, you know, when the dude makes the Ghostbusters reference and stuff. I mean, these guys are pretty straightforward. Well, that's how people act. They don't act like they're. I wish the actors in this one would have played it more straight. I think it would have made a major fucking difference.
A lot of times when you think of like trying to recreate a past type of vibe and stuff, you just take the highlights of. I'm actually glad I don't see shit like that, because that honestly, this probably would have ruined it for me. But I never look at it shit like that. I guess I'm more of a visual. I'm more of a sound visual person too, right? If in gore, like all the type of shit, if that comes together, I'm cool, man. I'm cool. So my thing with acting is I tend to agree with Dave and Moods. One, it doesn't really affect my enjoyment or disenjoyment of a film usually. However, I do agree that like the budget doesn't matter in terms of like actors to me. I think I've seen literally no budget films with like phenomenal acting. So you can get good acting at any level, but I agree with Moods. Like it doesn't bother me that much when the acting's bad. Especially if it's an indie film, it just doesn't. It just never has. Like I grew up watching the Friday 13th films as like my favorite movies. I don't think usually any of the side characters are phenomenal. And you know, even like super low budget shot on video stuff, like acting just doesn't, like, it bothers Jeremy. It doesn't bother me. Like bad acting
doesn't always bother me. None of those movies bother me. You mentioned any of the Friday the 13th, I think they're all fine. Like I don't remember any acting standing out to where I'm like, what the fuck? See, when I'm watching, like, in fact, I think some of it's good. I literally feel like nobody's playing it straight. I
agree with that too, though.
But see, I would have a problem if people were trying to like overham it up and act bad on purpose and stuff. I think that they're just,
that's the worst.
Yeah, that's I don't see that shit bothers me a little bit too, especially in a scenario like this where the movie's not meant to be super goofy. Yeah. It's like it's not really a comedy at all. But if you're hamming it up and you're overdoing what the characters are not supposed to be doing, it becomes a problem. I noticed that shit, but I feel like these characters are not overdoing it, but what you're saying is they're just not believable in this time period.
I just nothing. And like there's also some other stupid shit too, like when the monsters actually get to the small town, why the fuck do they pass them without killing them?
Right. There's a lot
dumb.
of like,
and then okay, so they knock on the door and resurrect the monsters, right?
Yeah.
But then at the end, when he's like doing the cult ceremony thing, he's already expecting the monsters to be there. So the monsters come every Halloween and collect flesh. It didn't seem like that ever happened before. It only happened the one time before, but the other cult guy's already waiting for the monsters to be there. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. Did he know that somebody raised the barn monsters, or is he just there?
and if so, how did you know?
I feel like I feel like he must have known.
And he did know. He didn't know because they were like, this is supposed to protect you. Well, it didn't protect anyone in town. They butchered hundreds of them. Like, so then he would add the flesh. That whole part is really foggy and sloppy. It's sloppy
I agree. I agree. The narrative there is a little bit fucked up and stuff. But I mean, honestly, man, the core of it, I mean, going back to, like, I don't want to ruin anything, but like just, you know, the priest and where it goes with him and shit like that. I mean, that shit's a little bit predictable, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense. Small town.
I think the strong points of this film is basically the mythology behind the characters.
Agreed.
The slasher elements.
Agreed.
The gore, the atmosphere, and all the other shit is kind of in the way for me. Like
no, absolutely. The music is so fucking.
The music's great.
It's one of the. It's probably the best thing about the movie.
I heard what you said.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like all that stuff is good. I'm saying like the you know, this kid wanting to grow up and this one, you know, stuck in his immature ways and stuff like that. I just feel like that stuff I didn't care about at all, and it could be because of like maybe the
I absolutely love that stuff because at heart I'm still a kid too, and I kind of think like that too. I'm glad that this guy has these values and these rules and stuff, and he lives by them and shit like that. It kind of makes sense. And like,
what was the last time you went trick or treating? Like what age?
Well, I wasn't allowed after I was 13. I wasn't allowed out of the house. I'm not joking.
I was 16. I went.
See, I would have loved, and that's the other thing when I'm watching this movie. I'm like, man, I would have loved to have been senior, 17, 18 years old, doing a trick or treating thing, and just using their mythology, like their ideology behind what they were doing and stuff. Like, okay, so we're 18 years old, and if they say we're too old, we're gonna play a fucking trick on them. You know, and I love that aspect, man. I mean, that's a good way of looking at shit too. It's like, hey, man, give us some candy, we won't play a trick, you know, kind of thing. So you can't tell us we're too fucking old to trick or treat because there's these rules here, man. We're gonna live by them. So I like that.
You know what I kind of think. You know how you're like saying, well, some of the acting in Friday the 13th's not that great, but you never really spend that much time with the characters, or they don't have this elaborate story. And when you do, they actually have a pretty decent actor do it, like Crispin Glover. So when I have to spend like this dramatic turn with these two, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. And like, even his like thoughts were kind of muddled when he has the rules. He's like, well, we went trick or treating. It's like, what are these rules coming? Like, I know you explained it, but they're like, literally, they must just be from they're from that old myth. But a lot of it, I never really cared. I never believed in anything that these characters really said or did. Like, I just don't really buy any of it. Like, I don't. Like, I just
I'm the polar opposite, man. I love
like
all the fucking rules. I love all that shit, man. Like, you know,
I just don't think they ever made me care about them because I never bought anything they were saying. So therefore, that whole part of the storyline, like, I don't care.
See, I love these type of reviews because, like, I'm just fascinated by other people's interpretation or like just the way they feel about, you know, certain films and shit. I'm like, because I interpret it like I'm just I'm like the opposite end of the spectrum right now. You know, like everything that's not working for you is working for me. It's crazy. It's just so fascinating to me. But that's
been better actors. They would have won me over, or if they would have been written better.
But again, this goes back to Close Calls.
I don't even know if it's their acting. If they would have been written better.
This goes back to Close Calls too. You know, it's like there's the same shit. You had the problems with Close Calls. You know, you had the problem with the acting.
But you would admit that the people in Close Calls, like the dad and girlfriend, are just not good actors.
They weren't great, but it didn't ruin it for me. But it didn't fucking ruin it for me. See, that's the thing. Like, see what Jeremy, like, you know, acting is such a big thing. Like, the whole movie just sucks. Like, he can't even pull anything good out of it because the acting is bad. And I'm like, I don't really understand the mentality at all. Like, I understand good and bad. I just don't have a problem with these ones at all.
Well, screen presence too. You can not be a great actor and have screen presence or charisma or be fun to watch.
Yeah,
some people just don't even have that.
No, like, a lot of these characters don't have, or these actors don't have the screen presence. But at the same time, they're not also written to have that overpowering screen presence. Also, you know, they're just kind of there. I mean,
well, you got to make it your character.
Sure,
got to do something. Got to keep them entertained.
I really don't.
Sam's reading his lines, man. I'm telling you. He's just reading them.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's just a shy. He's just a shy character, and he's like, he's a little bit of. Maybe he's almost a little bit embarrassed because of, he's almost a man. He's like 17, 18 years old, and he still lives by these rules, and he knows his friends. They might be making fun of him because of that shit. Let's face it.
There's no passion in his eyes.
He's embarrassed, dude. That's the whole point.
There's no passion in his eyes. He doesn't have any movement in his eyes when he acts. He just stares blankly. When you act, when you're talking, if you have to have a dramatic scene, maybe you'll move your eyebrow here a little bit, or you'll like have a slight smile. He's just not doing anything.
I agree with you, man.
He's not doing anything. His friend is.
It might not bother you as much as you.
It comes down to it, man. I just don't focus on that shit. I'm more worried about the music cues, which are fucking phenomenal in this.
Yeah, that's great.
That's great. The aesthetic is great. I love like the fact there's a lot of Halloween in this movie. There's a lot of fucking Halloween, man. Trick-or-treaters, pumpkins, all the hoot nanny, man. Even the hoot nanny scene's fucking great, man.
That's great. That's a big slaughter too, man. That's insane.
Like there's a lot of great scenes in here. I mean, we spent a lot of time focusing on the acting, which is so bizarre in an indie film to me, but I get where you're coming from, man. That's just not where I am ever coming from. I don't really care about it too much, man. I mean, I've heard people say that like, oh fuck, I don't even know. Like Pumpkinhead, for instance, man, acting in that movie's fucking terrible. And I'm like,
no, Flowers fucking exactly. Lance Henriksen's fucking phenomenal in that movie. He has emotion in his eyes. He's crying.
I did. I was the one that he literally, when his son is dying and shit. That's crazy.
Wait, you don't like? Wait, what?
No, you like him. That. We all think that. You think Lance Henriksen's great in it, right? I think so.
I think he's amazing in it.
We thought you were saying he was bad. I was like,
no, I said I was the one that championed him. I've heard people say that a lot of the supporting actors, like the movie just has awful acting, from people.
Some of the kids are probably pretty shitty.
Some of the kids are not great. I agree with that.
But they're just cannon fodder at that point.
But I'm just using an example. When I look at the film, I'm like Friday the 13th. Like JP says, acting's not that great and stuff. I'm like,
I don't think
you know what? It's not like fucking winning Academy Awards here and shit. Like Susan Voorhees or whatever the fuck her name is.
Ham.
I mean, come on, dude. Like,
she's
not even an actor. She's there because she's got huge ass, beautiful titties. It's like I get.
I thought you were talking about Panimal Van.
You're talking about Debbie Sue. I thought you were talking
Debbie
about
Sue. I always fuck her name up. I'm so bad with people's names. Everybody knows it. I'm so bad.
I literally thought he was talking about Betsy Palmer's tits, dude.
No.
What are you doing?
I'm always talking about fucking Debbie Sue's fucking titties or whatever.
Yeah, but you know what? The only scene she's really in is a sex scene, and she's fun in it, and she's got screen presence, and I like watching her.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Vic in part 5 is fucking great. And the guy was like, "You're way out of line." He's doing something. He made a decision.
I'm just using an example.
It might be over the top, but he made a decision.
he made a decision and he rolled with it.
I just don't have a problem with it at all. Like that's the thing when it comes even to those films and stuff. I'm just like, whatever.
You're not supposed to be really emotionally invested in Debbie Sue Voorhees. You're not. This guy,
of course.
You're definitely supposed to be invested in the kids in the bar. You really are. You're supposed to feel their friendship. You're supposed to feel their connection. And
but you do feel the connection between the characters for sure. What? Really? You can tell that they're all fucking friends.
I just told you. Fucking Sam. I don't. He's so bad to me. He's so boring. So boring. And I'm not saying it's even his fault. It's just maybe his line delivery. Maybe it's his lines he got.
No, but you weren't saying about his connection with with the two friends. Like you don't think they even feel like friends and shit? Like Sam and Josh don't feel like fucking friends? I feel like their connection is quite strong.
I don't think he's reacting with them. I don't think he reacts when they talk. I feel like he stares.
They're just each saying shit like two Furbies.
He's just saying his lines. Like the blonde guy, he makes more facial expressions.
Dude, that is such a rip, man, to say that Ari Lerman.
I'm serious.
Ari is a good actor. Fuck off.
He's good in it.
No, I'm just being honest. He's not a good actor at all. Like, he's good in that part as Dr. Rock. That's
exactly how those shock guys act.
Dude, you know what? I wonder how his mom knew he was going to be the first Jason.
Stop the joke. Dude, I'm not even trying to be rude. Now somebody's going to hear this and be like, "Oh, Dave's just badmouthed." Like, I don't even know whose fault it was. Is it my fault?
Probably your fault.
For what?
Why he got named first Jason? It's probably my fault. But honestly,
excuse me.
It could be the writing for me. It could be.
I think it's the writing and a combination of like some amateurish actors, but I don't think
I don't think it's the writing at all. I think the writing is actually pretty good
because you notice he doesn't have any close-ups. Like he doesn't have any pauses. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't get a dramatic, real pause moment, does he? But even when he's listening to that old man tell him stuff, like, I never bought it, right?
But even in the narrative, man, when we get down to the preacher, you know, when it turns out that, like, you know, he's fucking sold his soul to the devil and shit. Like, I mean, all that shit is just, that's very 80s narrative right there. I mean, that shit was very prevalent in the 80s and stuff. And I think a lot of that stuff actually makes a lot of sense, but whatever,
The movie's
man.
very ambitious, too. It's very ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a movie that I love 50% of it. Like, it's a 10 out of 10, 50% of it. And the other 50% is like a 4. I'm serious. It's like a 4.
So technically that works out to about a 7.
I don't feel strongly about it.
No, it's because you're
In a
influenced by
negative way,
Dave Z.
I don't
You are
feel strong-
such
what's
a
that?
you are influenced by Dave and how much he hates this movie.
No,
and
he
shit.
said he didn't like it at all. He said he was in the middle. He said, I like it, I don't love it.
I didn't even hear Dave talk.
No, Dave
first.
said he literally hates this movie. He said it sucks and all.
No,
and
I
I'm
said,
like,
no, I didn't say that.
no,
I said
Dave Z.
50% of it's... sorry,
no, I don't care what Dave Z. Usually I don't even agree.
I
with
guess
a
I
lot of
probably should have thrown on the Z when I said Dave.
Yeah, I
forgot
was like,
about.
I didn't say that. You just heard me not say that.
No, but I always
No,
bug JP
dude.
about taking Dave Z's side on shit. I'm like, dude,
No,
he said he
come on,
hated
dude.
this.
I
I'm like,
disagree with
fuck,
Dave
man.
all the time.
No, I'm just using an example because he was very outspoken. He's like, the barn got picked. How the fuck did the barn get picked? That movie's fucking terrible. And I'm like, man.
Carly really likes the barn.
But that's
We
you know,
tend to agree
but that's
a
the thing
little
when it
bit.
comes to independent films. I feel like it's a separation of people all the time. It's like you either like them or you don't, right? And this is a great example of like, you know, me and Dave share love for a lot of films, but he hates a lot of films I fucking love too, and he likes a lot of films I fucking hate, right? So it's kind of
Literally, they're probably all bad, but...
I mean, he's a big fan of paranormal, and I mean, I shouldn't
What am I?
prejudge, but
Are you talking about Z again?
I've seen the first one, and I fucking hated the first one. So we'll see.
Yeah, but dude, you're being hard on those before you even give them a chance, though, man.
And you know what? I knew you were going to say that, but you know what? I was being hard on King Kong, and guess what, motherfucker? I ended up really liking that.
That's
and I'm
true.
not saying I'm
That's
not
true.
going to not like these movies. I'm telling you how it is right now. I do
I
not
agree.
like
I'm
Paranormal
that
Activity.
Too. I'm like that too.
Dude,
I didn't want
you
to
know
watch
me.
Gene Roland.
I've changed
at
my
all.
mind a million times on films, man. Like
Roland.
I've come and gone with films. You know, I
You-
liked Pet
you remember
Cemetery
Gene
too.
Roland?
Remember, I used to
I was
champ
like,
you.
did not want to do Gene Roland.
I think
at
it's
all.
John Roland.
I don't care.
Genre.
Gene Roland.
I used to champion fucking Pet Cemetery 2, and then we reviewed it on the podcast, and I was like, that movie's fucking garbage,
I hate when that happens.
It's good.
right?
You
and
love
then,
a movie and then you're
but
like,
the irony
oh,
was
no.
is that Jeremy and JP ended up liking it. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? It was weird, man, because they did not like it before, kind of thing. So,
Hey, Boots.
Well, I did not like it. I just didn't think it was like very good. But then I now think it's good.
No brain, no pain.
but
And-
that's the beauty of discussing films, because it's just so intriguing how we like and dislike movies and why, and you know, it's really fascinating to me, man. It really is. It's crazy.
It's also, people don't, like, sometimes if you're in a bad mood, that'll fuck you up. Or if you're like, and you're like, you just focus on something and you can't stop focusing on it, like, you'll get hung up on some stuff.
See, I don't do that as much as I think you do. Because you mention stuff like that all the time. I don't really think that affects my judgment of films usually.
I won't lie though, man. I feel like I'm kind of like Jeremy in an aspect when it comes to films, because like when he is watching a film and the acting's off, he can't get past it, right? Like he really cannot get past it. I'm not really as bad as him when it comes to this thing I'm going to say, but like when it comes to really bad music in films, I have a hard time focusing on the movie when the music fucking sucks, and when I realize that it doesn't fit properly and the cues are so bad and it's just off-putting and shit, like I have a hard time with the movie. Right, but when the music's cracked, man, it fucking just, it sucks me in like the Blob, dude. It pulls me in. I'm just like, I'm fucking here, man. Just stroke my penis more. So
see, for me, the thing that probably gets on my nerves, my biggest pet peeves in film, is not music. Like, I'm not very musically inclined, so I don't notice when the music's not great. I notice when it's good. Acting doesn't really bother me. Fucking wasted time is my pet peeve. Fucking hate wasted time. I just start looking at the time, and I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Are we gonna do something? What are we doing? And I'll just talk to myself. I'll be like, you fucking been sitting here for like 5 minutes now doing this.
Are we still doing this? We still doing this?
Right. Yeah. I just get mad.
No, that for sure, man.
Shit that takes like a 2 hour long, like fucking like $5,000 movie. It's like 2 hours and 10 minutes. You're like, what?
Like when you have a 15-minute conversation about why you left your fucking friend behind.
No, that was done for
in Todd
comedy.
Sheets. No, that shit was pathetic. Like that was awful, dude.
That was the
or when
best
you
scene
stop
in the
it.
movie.
Stop for no reason at all for 30 seconds just to introduce like a character that's in the background. He's like, "Hey man, I'll see you later with dog stuff and get beer." Like, who's that guy? He's not coming back.
Shit.
And it's
Dude,
just like,
I
he
can't
didn't
stand-
want to waste dude's time.
Like I always feel like that. Like I feel personally attacked whenever I watch an independent film and it's
You're
like
being dramatic.
No. But
They
it's like
came
just
to my
how
house
it's how I
and they
feel though.
speak me up.
It's like I just think of
Personally
this guy
attacked.
like
pretty
not
personal,
caring about my time at all. Like and it
don't care
pisses
about
me
your
off.
time.
Like bitch, I'm watching your movie. I bought your movie for you. You're making money to waste my time. You're a fucking asshole.
I'm gonna put a scene in my next movie where like the clock just stops. The actor looks at the camera and just smiles. He's like, "Hi, JP." There's like 2 minutes. Everybody's like, "What was that about?" Oh,
You
that's
think-
what the note
inside
is
joke.
about.
Do you think this is like a stupid question, but do you think it was really conscious of director Seaman to kill the black dude off first in the film because it was set in the 80s? Because that's like a major trope.
Do you? I feel like that's one of those tropes that's not real.
It actually is real though, man.
Back in the day,
man.
it was very real. In the early stuff, like if
It
you watch
was.
like the Killer Shrews, remember the Killer Shrews?
I'm not sure if it was meant to be like a joke, right? Because the black dude dies for like it's just set up like he's gonna die, right? I'm like, oh my god, seriously doing that shit, man. But it made me laugh. I feel like they put that element in there as a comedic relief kind of thing. But who knows? It might have just been racist too. I don't know.
No, it wasn't that.
No, I'm joking. Obviously, I'm fucking joking. But no, I just thought that was funny.
So
They squeezed some nudity in this one too, didn't they?
can't
Yeah,
remember.
I think they did.
Can't
They have
remember.
sex
A week
scene.
ago, I can't remember.
No, there's what? Where's the?
Yeah, they have a sex scene in the cornfield. The boyfriend character and the girl that you probably
Yeah, I know, but do they show her tits? I don't even remember.
I don't
if
know.
they-
I think so.
I swear they don't, but they might have. Yeah.
I've seen them.
So, anything else?
Yeah, you know what? I think they do. I think that's actually they do
I
show
told you.
titties in there. I'm positive they do now.
Yeah.
You got me thinking. Yeah.
I thought you liked this movie, Moots.
Oh no, sometimes I just don't remember tits. I don't know. It was. That's weird that I just said that. Why wouldn't I remember tits?
I don't remember.
So, interesting little tidbit about this movie is the original effects guy was fired, and they had to redo all the effects.
Oh, I thought the effects were pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, here, I got an interesting one here. Originally, the old man in the dance thing, they asked Burt Reynolds to do it, but he turned the role down for prior obligation.
Shut the fuck up, this fucking
you're
guy.
Right. There is a nude scene, but it was a body double.
Oh, Nicky Dan's new scene. Oh yes, now I remember it. The fuck. Okay, yeah,
Yeah, they used the body double.
that's right. Okay, that would explain why her head wasn't in the
So-
fucking scene.
You guys want to know about an update with the Barn 2?
Sure.
Okay, so back in 2018,
Is it
same
still
time as
called
that,
the Barn
no.
2 Zombie Railroad?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
But it was a Kickstarter, or sorry, an Indiegogo. In 2018, it launched, and it was looking for $39,870, and it raised $49,894.
Wow.
Yeah. So the last update was given in June of this year. So it says, the show must go on. Hello, everyone. Time for a long overdue update. Back before we took some time off for the holiday 2019, we got some major crowd scenes filmed at various locations, including a drive-in. All I can say is I'm so thankful we shot all the featured backer kills with Ari Lamb, first Jason, and Linnea Quigley back in September 2019, because I don't know how it would have been possible to accomplish those scenes with the set restrictions we are now facing in 2020 to keep filming safe. In late February 2020, we shot a music video with legendary Hucklebucks for their song B-Movie that will be featured in the film, and also bonus content on the disc. After that, we were able to travel to a private video store called Nostalgia Video for some store scenes to kick off the last 4 months of filming. That was about 2 weeks before COVID really set in. As you all know, the world took a crazy turn with the pandemic, and as you may have guessed it stopped production. The end of the month would have been the completion of the project, which would have been in June. Sadly, this is not the case. The good news is this past weekend, after months away, we finally got everyone back on set and slowly picking up the pieces, trying to complete the film as safely as possible. We are proud to introduce the newest members of the film, this person, this person, this person, and this person. We have a very large cast in the sequel, and the scheduling is probably one of the hardest parts of making the movie. A lot of actors do this as a side job and depend on their real jobs to live life. So they're at the mercy of we're at the mercy of their availability. With everyone now going back to work, it will be a much slower process than it would have been pre-pandemic. So please bear with us, as it does look as though we will be filming throughout the remainder of the summer and possibly into the fall to try to catch up with all the time we lost. The last thing I do not want to do is rush this film. The last thing I do not want to do is rush this film and not make this as great, bloody, and fun as it should be. So many people have devoted countless hours to this project that I can't let them or you down. This does not mean the film will not be completed. It just means it just means it will be out when it will not be out.
Spit it out, Junior.
Jesus. Any day now, my wife and I will be welcoming our second baby boy to the family, and after a little husband-daddy time with everyone, I will be back on set again, churning out some more films and bringing you more updates. I hope you and your loved ones stay safe and healthy. Justin M. Siemens. He just put JMS, but I would put JMS too.
Good
so yeah, the Barn 2 still on its way. So it looks like they're shooting for 2021 along with WNUF, which is pretty cool considering we reviewed both of them on this show.
That is very odd, actually.
I like to see when an Indiegogo project actually works and actually ends up coming out, because you see a lot of them that even meet the budget and then never come out, aka Argento Sandman.
Mm-hmm.
It usually seems like the bigger guys stuff that actually doesn't come out because of that. Yeah. Nightmare City didn't come out either.
These guys, these films are coming out, guaranteed. They're coming out.
Yeah. WNUF and The Barn are coming out.
Yeah,
unless they die.
Yeah.
Same thing with Terrifier 2. Didn't that one do crowdfunding?
It's going to come out.
It'll probably come out.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody got anything else?
No, I'm good. All
right, whose turn? Dave?
Is it?
Yep.
6.5. And I'll say this: you got to watch it, because this could end up being like one of your favorite Halloween movies. Like, I'm getting hung up on something very dumb, like that a lot of people don't even care about. So, like I said, I could go higher. But I'm only comparing it because I really like Demonic Toys, but it's sloppy too. So it's just like 6.5. But I do really like this movie. But like I said, I get hung up on certain stuff. It's the same rating I would give Close Calls. You know that?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I liked it. I thought it was a pretty solid little indie film. It didn't blow me away like WNUF did, but I thought it was pretty good. I was actually expecting it to not be as good as it was, because I'd heard
that's because I
Dave
liked it,
Z and all those guys trash it, and I'm like,
but why wouldn't you? Because I was championing it, so you just immediately thought it was terrible.
Who else trashed it?
Well, it was like Dave and Alex.
See, it's funny that you go that angle. You don't say, "Oh, I was expecting this movie to be good because Mood says it was good." No. You're like, "No, I don't expect it to be good at all because Dave Z said it was shit."
I said I expected it to be not as good, and that's because more people trashed it than the one person being you who didn't. And we differ sometimes. You know what I mean?
Sometimes, all the time.
Exactly. So that's why I was, and you said that I agree with Dave Z more.
I actually thought Dave would like this more. I was a little bit shocked, but it is what it is.
So do I. I honestly don't see what their big fucking, like, because they were kind of trashing it like it's like one of the worst movies they've seen or something.
I've noticed that sometimes, like, I only from listening to Skeleton Crew, Alex rates really low.
Well, I don't think Alex is a massive horror fan in reality. I think he just likes certain things.
That makes sense.
Friday 13th Psycho, stuff like that. You know, I think he's not a like I remember
Dave's
talking
at like a 3 out of 10. It's crazy. Like
that's low.
I remember talking to Alex on Married with Children, and I don't think he even watches like, you know, one movie a week some weeks, you know, so he's not like big into it like we are. But no, it was pretty solid. Like the acting didn't bother me as much. I agree that it's not great, but and you know, probably it's a little bit of bad writing and direction with dialogue and stuff like that. I felt like it meandered a little bit with the story and the guy family wanting him to grow up and the other friend wanting to move on and stuff. I don't know. I just didn't really care. I was there for the other shit. And that could be because of the acting. Maybe I just wasn't into the characters, but overall, I mean, it's one that I would definitely throw on rotation during October every couple years. So I gave it a 7.
Yep. Oh man, I fucks with the Boogeyman. Hello, Justin. Oh, Jack and the Candy Corn Scarecrow, man. I love these characters, man. I love the mythology. Said it all, man. The music fucking just does it for me, dude. I'm so fucking stupid. Like I should have worked a little bit harder to get maybe the vinyl or the CDs, but that shit's all sold out, man. I rewatched this again yesterday and I was like, man, the soundtrack's got to be still available. No, it's not. Fuck. I don't miss out on music very often. I'm stupid. But I love this one. It's been in rotation ever since it came out for myself. I'm one of those people that you were talking about, you know, and I really don't have a lot of bad things to say about it, man. Again, this is one of those films that I always find, you know, the spectrum is very split on this. I'm fine with that. I have no problems with, you know, people rating it a 3 or giving it a 6.5 or a 7 or whatever. But for me personally, man, it has turned into one of my favorites. I love watching this one. 9 for myself. I stick to it. I love it.
Well, I gave Graveyard Shift a 9. That's the same kind of boat. You know what I mean?
Dude, I can watch it all the time. Like I loved it. It's just been one of those films. Like it has all the elements I love. So I can't not fuck with this, man. It's great.
So, it looks like you can still donate to the Indiegogo and like get the Barn 2 Blu-ray for $35.
Really?
It's limited to 1,000. Yeah, I just clicked on
shipping?
It. Yeah, I think. I'm not sure.
It's tempting. I should probably do it.
Oh, I should. I didn't realize that was still available to do that because I should fucking get on that.
I mean,
man.
it looks like you can. Like it allows you to click on it and then it asks you for your like payment information and stuff like that.
I'm always sketch. I mean, I feel like this movie's gonna come out, but I'm like 0 for 4 or 5 now on these Kickstarters. Every movie I donate to never comes out. I've never received one of them.
A single one ever.
Which ones are you guys missing?
Gutterballs 2, which I know is eventually going to come to us. I
think I did the
Stephen
Nightmare
Burrow's going to put
one.
it out.
That sucks in Nightmare City.
One of Nick Box's movies, which I never even got money back. I got nothing back on that one.
Which one?
It was one of Nick Box's movies that he was doing years ago. Had a Kickstarter. I donated a bunch of money to it, and fucking but then he disappeared for like 2 years. It was kind of brutal.
You know, the only project I donated to that actually came out was Hope's Film. Isn't that funny?
Oh, did you donate on that? Oh, nice.
Yeah, I did throw in. I don't know
if
is there names in the credits on that?
I'm actually kind of glad I didn't donate to it just because I would have felt shitty reviewing it. But I don't know. At the same time, I wish I'd have, though. It's great. I always miss out on these things. I'm so bad with keeping up on these Kickstarters and campaigns and shit, so. But, what was that, Dave?
I don't remember.
That was
I said to Brian Paulin, I've donated his. I got a lot of them. I can't remember any I didn't get, and if I didn't get the Gutterballs too. But they'll make up for it.
No, it's coming. It's coming out, man. What Brian Paulin film did you donate to?
I think I've donated a bunch of them, but the most recent one was Morbid Tales.
Yeah, you can't really complain about. I saw a lot of people complaining about the Ryan Nicholson stuff. I'm just like,
dude had brain cancer, man. Steven Bureau fucking ate that fucking thing too. I'm not even gonna ask him for the disc.
No, I agree with that, man. Like the dude fucking died, man. Like it's just
no,
silly.
but he's still giving campaign updates and stuff. Like I've been getting updates from obviously Steven must be doing the updates for it, and it's like, yep, it's in production, or it's not in production, it's in post production now. It's coming out and stuff. And I mean, I was one of the very few fortunate people to actually see Gutterballs 2. I know it's going to be a different cut of the movie because of course Ryan went back and reshot a bunch of stuff, and because he wasn't quite happy with it and stuff. But I was fortunate enough to see the original cut, which I hope that they put on there. You know, they put that original cut on there because that'd be kind of cool.
These discs have been ridiculous, though. The collector's editions, like Live Feed, had like fucking 10 hours and shit on there. It's like nobody's gonna watch 10 hours of Live Feed behind the scenes.
It's so crazy too, man. Because actually, always a funny story about Live Feed. Because the first time I met Ryan at HorrorCon years ago, I'd actually reviewed Live Feed. I think it was a couple days before. And we're bullshitting. And he was like a fan of mine. He used to comment on my videos and stuff. And I'm like, dude, he's like, man, I respect your opinion 100%. He's like, that movie was the worst shit ever to make. He actually didn't like Live Feed at all. He's like, man, my experience was horrible because it turned out nothing how I wanted it to turn out. And he's like, everything you said was proper. He's like, I respect it and shit. It was cool. So that was kind of a weird moment, but we kind of built a relationship off that, man. Then we became quite close, you know. And he'd always used to message me and shit. It was great, man. It was great. But I miss him.
He messaged me now and then. You know what I mean? And towards the end of his life, he messaged me just, you know, out of the blue.
Yep, he would do the same thing with me. I mean, I would talk to him every once in a while. I didn't talk to him
a lot, though. Yeah. Not like you, but occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, I always think, every time I think of Live Feed, I'm just like, man, it's just such a weird thing. But
I don't hate Live Feed. I like it because it's like a Hong Kong movie, and I like those. So
I think it just, for him, it just didn't turn out how he wanted it to. He said there was a lot of issues with it, so many issues, but I guess that goes without saying with a lot of independent films, right?
It's like Hostel meets a Hong Kong film. Oh, yeah. Famine's the one I think I hate. Famine's a piece of junk.
Famine is a tough one. The characters are so bad in that movie.
That's so bad. Everything's bad. Some of the special effects is good.
Yeah. Well, it's the best thing. Special effects is the best thing. But, all right. So I guess that is going to conclude episode 194. And The Barn from 2016. Yeah, I guess you guys have any last words before we get the fuck out of here?
Happy Halloween, you sons of bitches.
Yes, happy
Halloween. This is our Halloween show. I mean, happy Halloween. Hope everybody had a good October. You actually won't hear from us again until November.
Until 2021.
Our first show will post in November. It won't be an Italian month thing, but we recorded it before then. And then the rest will be Italian Horror Month. And then episode 200.
Yep.
Which we haven't announced what we're doing.
Nope.
Witchcraft.
Fuck that.
And the Amityville Horror vs. Witchcraft.
We already talked about what we're doing earlier anyways, man. We're doing the fucking Evil Bong franchise.
Oh, yeah.
First Ginger Dead Man, both of them.
Dead well, that's part of it, so it goes into it. So
I think people will like what we're doing, though. It would be cool.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun.
Right. So, yeah, Italian month. Get your Italian films, pull them all off the shelf, get them ready, because that's going to happen. Pretty excited about that. It's always a fun time. I always try to watch like other Italian stuff during the month too. I'm a big fan of how if you watch anything, use the hashtag or tag it with Italian Horror Month, because I think it's actually come a long way where I actually see people who are not directly associated with the podcast post like Italian Horror Month on Instagram and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. And that was not a thing before we created it. So
that's absolutely correct, man. That's
pretty
correct.
Cool, man.
Well, let's do this. Take us out.
All right, yeah. Thank you, Dave, for joining us once again. Thank you, Moods, for joining us. Just joking. Jeremy's not. What?
I didn't know what to say to that. You don't have to thank Dave for joining because he's going to be here for the majority of shows.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I threw you
Except
in there.
the Paranormal Activity show, I will not be on that.
Yeah, because
I
you're
do not
puss.
blame you. I don't blame you.
Don't care.
You're
You
made
call
of
me whatever
vagina.
you want. When my ass is sleeping and you guys are up till fucking 5 a.m. being
Oh
like,
my god. I'm so
Paranormal
happy for
Activity on
that.
Tokyo Drift. It's gotta go. Drift in it.
Yeah, so
That's
check
the
out
Fast and
all
Furious
the
crossover, by the way.
It's so true.
follow us on Letterbox. The links will be down below. We'll need to put Dave's down there too. I love Letterbox. It's probably the thing I want to shout out the most because it's just a lot of fun. I like following other people too. Obviously hit us up on the Facebook group page, but be careful. Don't block moods and then comment on stuff. And then I'm just stupid right now. I don't know. Okay, you guys know all the deals. Nobody even listens to. They just like skip past this to get.
All the links are down below in the description. If you have any questions, just leave a comment, man.
The thing that's stupid about that, because I'll listen to the end to see if you like did anything funny, and I'll hear Jeremy be like, "All right, just check out, follow us, and don't." And I'm just like, dude, nobody even hears what the fuck you're saying. You're talking so fast. I'm like, if somebody actually was like, "Damn, what's their Twitter?" They wouldn't be able to hear you say it.
All right. Do Larry Talbot. Wolfman series. Do Larry.
Yeah.
Larry.
Dude, everybody tell Dave to do Carrie since he skipped out on the show.
Do Larry.
All right.
All right, guys.
Peace out, guys.
Deuces.
Can you shit your pants?